this? There we go. Okay, doke. Whoop. Boop. Okay. Boop. Bada bing, bada boom. Bada boom, bada boom, bada bing. Do the zoo cuff, baby. What's up, baby boy? Big little treat. You want a little treat, baby? There you go. Oh, you sweet baby. You just sweet little baby, you is. Little Zukov. Get some bullshit out here, y'all. There we go. Move that right over here. Alright. Bump. Bump. Blump. Blump. More. Oh, here. Do these real quick. Do these real quick. Do 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 do. Do 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 do. Do 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 do. Do 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 do. Alrighty. What can be possible for background shit? Now that I just realized, I have to be wary of that now that I'm on the YouTube. Gotta be cautious of, oogly boogly copyrights. Lovely. Used to be a lot more just chiller to just have some background noise, but now I can't even do that. I mean, I guess I could. I just have to have it really quiet. That's the sucky thing about it. I don't want my shit quiet. Oh, you know, I know TJ Kirk uses White Bat Audio. I know that guy has some, like, pretty cool ass fucking synth copyright free music and shit. Hey, here it is. Here's something. Hey. Like that. Look at those look off, boy. How you doing, huh? Yeah, what you doing? What are you doing, bro, huh? You just find a spot for yourself to plop on, was that it? Looked like that was it. Sleepy little thing. So nice, tasty. Yeah. I'll kill some time here. There we go. See how he's doing real quick now. Is Bob sold? I think he is. Zukov, get out of his way. Come here. Come here, boy. You're all excited to see him and see what he has, huh? You're like, ooh, what's all in this? What's in the bag? What's in the bag? What's in the bag? Human what be in that bag?
Mostly cans and bottles and stuff that you can't get into. Well, knowing the way you chew, you probably can.
Yeah, knowing him, he probably could. Sukov is kind of a notorious old demon like that. Sukov just being a notorious Class C demon. It's just like, oof. Definitely want to be wary of, you know, Class C demons. I mean, they're not to fuck around with. So bye-bye. What's up, bye-bye? So, Lord. I forget sometimes how notoriously shit YouTube is with notifications. Nice hat. Well, thank you. I mean, it's a hat I've had for a while, but I mean, since the last time I've been streaming, I've made some upgrades. At least streaming on YouTube. Prior, it was not folded up. It wasn't the feathers. It wasn't the pins all over that shit. You know, so I mean, it's made some upgrades over the year. I actually found out recently these little stripe feathers that I have right here are actually little owl feathers. I was looking it up about like different types of feathers I got and shit. Beanies. I like beanies too. Like I got like a little rabbit fur beanie that I got from Iceland that I don't think is in here. Yeah, I don't have it in here, but yeah, don't have it in here. Did you get feathers? I just collect them. Yeah, I mean, same way. I just find them on the ground. Like, I found, like, a whole bundle of them, probably either from a dead owl or one that just wilted a lot of feathers and shit. And, there was just a whole plump of, you know, stack of them on the ground, practically, and I just picked them all up and sorted for all the dried, crusty, you know, organic matters. You know, kind of cleaned it up a little bit and, you know, stuck the good ones in there. I still have a few good ones, actually, over here. So, definitely want to, you know, keep them around just in case I lose one. I actually used to have 3 of them in there, but I lost one when I was in Texas back in October. Well, speaking of which, I actually have a few videos I need to upload from that trip. I'd probably rinse it off just in case, you never know. Well, yeah. I mean, at this point, it's no real point to it now, because I've had it for so long. But, yeah, I mean, that's what I was doing initially with it, just kind of being more, you know, careful about rinsing it a little bit and all that type of shit. Grab some more beautiful dank greens. That was a weak burp. Come on. Come on, body. You gotta do better than that. Or did I not see this one last night? Oh, it's not technically a new one. I've had it, but I actually put the other bands I had up here were the ones I had outside, and I actually got those put back out there today. Actually, I could probably look at this real quick. I'm gonna have to fix my screens because they're all fucking broken real quick, y'all. Alright, you're a broke piece of shit. Go away. And the other one doesn't even want to show. That's fun. Okay, here we go. Just gotta do this really quick. I was actually doing some reviews from the website that I got it at Kaiser Cat Cinema, and uploaded a couple images that I also had taken. So it kind of did little half-assy, little tassy little photo shoots and shit, but here, I'll do this. Make sure my screen's cooperative. Come on, screens. Oh, there we go. I think it popped up. Okay, cool. Yeah. So I got it kind of, you know, displayed up here now. And then I got my IWW one right there. But I was doing a couple different reviews, so I have a few like pictures. And oh, and this is a den. I have like a little stump of a tree left, and I think a squirrel or a rat, I don't know what, made a den that goes really, really deep in there. Like I discovered it, I was like, what the hell? So I think I took another picture showing it, like with my hand around it, but I didn't, so whatever. But yeah. Screen's up now. Yeah, okay, cool. I don't think that's a squirrel. Probably not. I mean, it's pretty big, and I you know, having cats generally will make it very less likely for rats and shit to just be hanging out. Might be a rabbit. Maybe. I don't know. We don't really see rabbits around here though. So, I mean, that could be a possibility. I know at least the squirrels around here generally make dens in their trees and shit. So I have a... It could be a possibility it's a squirrel that made like a little nest in a den in the roots of the tree. I mean, that's my guess, because I didn't see or hear anything in there or nothing like that. It was just an empty little den from the looks of it. I'm sure there's probably something in it now. But, mythical creature. Got like a little, like, what's it called? Like the little, what's that, like that little alien thing? The Dover Demon, yeah. Like, you have like a little Dover Demon in there. Have like a fucking... Well, it'll be too far north for a Chupacabra, actually. You know what might be down there? Have you seen Descent? Ooh, I have not. Wendigo? Maybe. Ooh, what if it was a Skinwalker, though? Because they can kind of, like, morph into different, like, spiritual entities and things like that, right? So, they could probably morph into something small and have, like, a little den made up and shit. Ooh. Sounds classic. Something I should probably be checking out, then. There's been a lot of different movies and shit that I've been meaning to check out lately. I've just finally, just before Dune got released, watched David Lynch's Dune a couple times now at this point. kind of prepping myself for the new one, and then I watched it again after the fact. And honestly, like, I have to say, like, the David Lynch is doing, like, is, while slightly shorter, does actually able to get through pretty much, like, the first whole book, which I thought was, you know, pretty cool. But, I mean, at the same time, it's just like, yeah. There was definitely a lot of, you know, that old cheese, you know, from back in the day. But honestly, so much of the practical effects, you know, from the Lynch's doing were honestly really fucking cool. Like with the, I'm forgetting the name. Oh my god, I'm forgetting that. Like, it's in the beginning of the film. He meets with the Emperor Shaddam IV. I don't know why I'm blanking on that specific character, but I mean, the practical effects of that one is just so weird but cool. Oh, come clean to me, I'm hiding. Shit. Damn, son. Just been lying in wait for my returns. Judge, speaking of which, filed for my repeal for like the Twitch suspension and shit. And from what I understand, it doesn't seem like it's like a permanent one. It's just an indefinite, which I think from my understanding are two different things. So I actually do have a possibility to get that shit revoked. Which, yay! That'd be nice. But at the same time, it's like, knowing that Twitch is kind of cleaning house and is such a amoebic piece of shit with their TOS, it's like, I mean... it's like, I mean, it's like a give or take of these fucking platforms, man. It's like, yeah, I mean, you can have YouTube, which is good in some ways, but shitty in plenty of other ways, or you can have Twitch, which is better in the other ways, but still very shit in plenty of... It's like, god damn it. It's like, motherfuck, dude. There can't just be, like, a balance in this shit. It's like, motherfuck, dude. It's like YouTube's got the algorithm that chokes you, and then Twitch just is like a fiefdom where you disobey the Lord and they just behead you at the public square. It's just like, oh god. Zero policy, I'm not saying they're gonna like who resides in most of them. Well, that's kind of the thing. Like, obviously there's these other alternative platforms, but like those, like, I ain't looking to, you know, conquer around those types, you know what I mean? Like, yeah. I mean, if anything, like, the only way I could see myself falling in those platforms is basically just like, okay, is there a way to maybe reach out to some of these fucks? But honestly, chances are probably not. I mean, if they're already that far into where they're like, you know, on the parlors or whatever the fuck, or, you know, Gabs and shit, if that's even still a thing, then it's like, yeah, they're probably, you know, a little TFG. I listened to the original Nutcracker story, more entertaining than the ballet, but that's not difficult milestone to reach. Yeah, honestly, it really ain't. Gab is so-so. Yeah. I mean, I've only been to Gab in, like, its early days when, like, a lot of the people on the right, you know, kind of popped in there. Honestly, maybe Gab's a little better now. Maybe it's kind of fallen off with some of these other dorks, you know, for better platforms or some shit, so it's kind of evened out a bit. I don't know. I mean, there could be a possibility. I know there's one called Chill Spot 1, like the number 1, that I was actually checking out. It was either, it was one of my 2 YouTube streams I did the other day, and essentially got kind of like the OG YouTube style look and everything going on with it, like kind of hitting the nostalgia vibes of it. It also has a somewhat fairly decent, you know, backing going on there. From what I can look at, it's not like some weird political bent fucking weird shit going on there. It's just a bunch of different people that have, like, essentially what looks like a slightly different version of the OG YouTube a little bit. Obviously, I'm sure it has its TOS quirks and shit like that too, but I mean, if, like, now I was thinking, you know, because I was saying the other day, it's like, if a few, like, big name people and shit, they don't even have to be, like, you know, political wonk dudes or anything. They're just big name YouTubers. Like, if even, like, a few of them went over to a platform like that where it's kind of holding its own a little bit, it's like, that, you know, could probably at least, you know, legitimately add a form of competition, you know, to these other fucking giants. You know, so... I mean, it's like they're out there, but not too known enough to, you know, be, like, totally available for everyone to kind of, like, hear about. But if big names started going on them and shit, like, hey, you know, like fucking Markiplier or some shit's on this website now, and he, you know, is now working with them and all this other shit. It's just like, oh, wait, what's this website now? Blah, blah, blah. And they all go over there, and it's like, oh, suddenly there's a big boom. And then maybe even other content creators are like, oh, well, if the big name's going over there, I kind of want to, you know, get some of his viewers and shit, kind of, you know, help gain myself some popularity, so I'll go over there too. Boost my chances of being seen, you know, so... And honestly, that's kind of how it was a little bit like with the old YouTube. It's like if you saw someone make a video shit, you literally could do a video response directly back at that person and be like, hey, I'm responding to your shit so people can watch me, you know, and also respond to you and stuff like that. It was just like... I'm about to go on nostalgia bomb on YouTube here, and it's just like, I don't want to get too hard on that. But shit, fully be out there. I mean, I see what you mean a little bit. I mean, because there's also the possibility of just a whole corporate conglomerate takeover a bit, where, you know, the money's too good, and it's like Google comes by, it's like, hey, here's a check. Or Bezos comes by, it's like, here's a check. Googly eye. It's like just googly eye motions going on. This sounds more like a porn site for people who are not right. Husky Hub? Oh god. Or just people that are more into, you know, husky sized people. Yeah, Husky Hub, yeah, that... I don't think anything of Husky is going to necessarily work unless it's like just like a husky forum where it's like, hey, you like dogs and huskies? Here's the husky forum. Gonna materialize a burrito out of nowhere. Oh, don't get stuck to the tortilla. Don't do that now. Let's be honest, it's probably already a website. Yeah. It legit probably is. I mean, it's already a subcategory on other, you know, porn sites as it is with the shit, so 100% guarantee. Yeah. It's out there. A few nice chumps out of this bad bitch right here. Oh, damn, son. Look at you. Everybody. Oh, you are right here. Come on.
Yeah.
Come on.
Hey, what'd you do with the duct tape?
Duct tape?
Yes. Did you roll the silver stuff? I used to have a bunch of it around here, but everyone's ran off with it.
I haven't touched any. So, I don't know. Something about duct tape. I don't even have any reason to use it, so... I think I'll come back after catch up, but I want to finish. Ritz are never overrated. That's true. Ritz are definitely not overrated. We're gonna stay there for a second. I mean, with the dip, yeah, but alone, eh. I mean, even alone, I mean, they could be okay, but it's definitely not like, you know, a preferred thing. Like, I definitely want it with something. Like, even if it's just like a can of tuna that I can just open up and just like, you know, take a little bit up, put it on top of that wrist cracker, just chomp on it like that. I mean, that, you know, at least have a little something with it. I mean, hell, even the, you know, Catholics will fucking, you know, have some of their wine, you know, if they're Ritz crackers, you know, before communion and shit. I mean, come on now. Yes. Alright, that burrito's too fat. I was thinking I can kind of like smash down the rest of that, but I'm like, okay, hold up. Stomach is full. I think those last little bites will have to sustain for now. Should wrap you up. It's like torture to eat a peanut butter sandwich with no jam, jelly, or honey. It just seals my mouth shut. I mean, I can handle that, you know, just a regular peanut butter sandwich, but, I mean, if it's going to be a regular peanut butter sandwich, I mean, we got to have, like, some crunchiness in there, you know, extra crunchy peanut butter.
Yeah, you say Bob the bank, walk right outside the front door, if it was overdrawn, walk outside the front door and deposit it in his account.
Wait, so a guy robs a bank, goes outside to the ATM,
Puts the money in his account.
because he was overdrawn?
Yeah.
Why? Oh. Why would you do that? Like, I mean, if you're gonna rob a bank, just fucking go somewhere else and just leave the scene or some shit. I mean, you're gonna get caught anyway, you dumb fuck. But I mean, like, why? Like, it'd make more sense to go hit a gas station or some shit and then hit the ATM. That would make more sense, because there's, I don't know, what the fuck?
Yeah, you had to tell her, no, this is a robbery, I need $150, because I guess that's how much it was.
Oh my god! A robbery of
$150, and he walks outside.
Bruh!
Puts it in his account.
Honestly, he could probably just, you know, he literally could have just asked, you know, for a loan of $150. He probably could have gotten the same result without getting arrested and caught for fucking robbing a goddamn bank, dude. Like, oh my god. I bet he could have been like, can I have a loan?
Overdraft fee is a whole lot better.
I mean, honestly, chances are,
and the fines and everything.
yeah, and also the fucked up thing is, chances are, you know, there's a possibility the bank could fucking, you know, reverse some of those overdraft fees and overcharges and shit. I mean, sometimes they'll do that, depending on the case. Yeah. It's just like,
is there any duct tape somewhere around here?
I don't believe so. I mean, I don't know. No, there ain't. No, there ain't. I don't. I mean, I never used it duct tape, so.
We used to have a bunch of duct tape. Now it's all gone.
Huh,
I haven't used it for a while.
I also don't know what my friends would need it for either, for the shit he's been doing, so.
Good. Girl wants me to go over and duct tape something.
Oh my lord.
It'll probably take half the night. If I can find duct tape.
Has to be somewhere else somewhere.
Around here somewhere.
Could be over on that desk maybe? Oh. That would be me, like, robbing my house and then asking the owner if I could keep my shit there. I know, like, I mean, also the stupidest thing is, like, that dude who, like, robbed $150 from, like, he could have easily probably just asked for a loan of $150 and been just fine. He could have, you know, dealt the overdraft fee, but then I guess he would have to over time pay a fucking tiny-ass loan, but, I mean, hey, it's better than fucking robbing a place.
Sure.
See, I figured it was somewhere on. He found his duct tape.
In the jeans area on there. Yeah. Well, come on, let's put. I already have to do it. I'm ready to come and get
Took off.
And enough with the scoop. My hemorrhoids are killing me.
Read about a guy who robbed a Burger King after handing his card to the cashier to buy something. I could kind of like see that for a grocery store because I've known people who do shit like that where it's like, hey, I'm gonna rob a store of some stuff, but to make it look like I'm not, I'm actually gonna buy a few things. You know, so you know I can get away with at least taking the shit I actually want. You know, or yeah, like I've seen that, but at a Burger King, how would that work at a fast food joint? It's like, yeah, I'd like to buy all this. Okay, here's the total. Will there be anything else? Yeah, yeah, the money's in there, bitch. It's like, and also it's a fucking fast food joint. Like, how much money do you really think would be in there? Like a vault? Like, what the hell? Like, if out of all the places to go, like, try to, like, rob out, it's like a fucking fast food joint. Little baby. What's a little baby boy? You sweet baby. You just a sweet baby. You're so quiet, but you just make these silly little grunt noises. He doesn't bark that much, but he loves making little random noises. You silly thing. Oh, you're just so sweet. He's a little dusty boy, too. Let's see what's going on over here. Stephen Crowder suggests COVID parties. Oh my god. Wasn't that like some big hoopla, like, during the height of this shit? Now we got dumb fucks trying to do it again. Oh my god. I also apparently heard about, like, a Dutch dude getting arrested for having apparently, like, actual vials of the fucking shit, like, actual COVID, to be like, here, you can buy this for, like, 50 US bucks or some shit like that. It's like, what the fuck? It's like at a certain point, where do we, like, charge bioterrorist charges, you know, to some of these bitches? Like, what the fuck? Like, yikes. Like, Jesus. Like, something like that, it's even more insane than simply being like, fuck me. Like, it's even more insane to me. It's like, what? Huh? It's like, Jesus Christ, this human species never fails to amaze me sometimes. I mean, some in positive ways and some in very, very negative ways. And it's just like, oh man, this is one of those negative ways. It's like, Dios fucking mio, man. How does he also call himself a comedian? Because honestly, every time I hear that fuck, he literally just sounds incessantly annoying. He's like Ben Shapiro without the fucking voice and the speed. And also somehow a more punchable face. If that's so possible. I mean, it's just like, ugh, I'm like, ugh, it's like, ugh, fuck that cretin, dude. It's like, every time I see, like, a fucking, like, clip of his ass, it somehow is worse than the last one I've seen of him. Crowder, Shapiro, Crowder. I mean, say what you want about him, but, I mean, like, Shabibo's a fucking little pencil. Like, I mean, Crowder looks like he can at least fucking fight a little bit. I mean, if he actually was put in one. I mean, if it was between those two, like, I mean, my money's on Crowder. There ain't no way Shapiro's gonna win in a fight between those two. Are you fucking serious? There ain't no way in hell. Like, what do you think? Like, yeah, like, unless, like, Shabibo has, like, some secret, like, superpowers he's hiding in that yarmulke of his or some shit that he's waiting to, like, unleash, you know, to go Super Saiyan on a motherfucker. But, I mean... I don't know. Like, I mean, I don't see that being possible. I mean, who else on the right? Well, maybe Gates. Like, I could see Crowder and Gates actually having maybe a competitive fight. Might slow him down. Crowder gonna have medical issue? Maybe. I don't know. Maybe it might slow him down, but Ben Shabibo's like a little pencil. I mean, just honestly, really, just like imagine Ben Shapiro actually trying to fight. Like, I mean, that should say enough. Like, cause honestly, I just imagine him going, you know, doing that shit. Crowd has a bad back, apparently. Well, he wouldn't have to exert much energy. I mean, it's... Like, what's Ben Shabibo gonna do to him? I just don't see Shabibo, like, doing anything on him. That's the thing. Yeah, he might have a bad back, and he might be like, ah, you know, a little bit, but he could just, like, throw him down really quick. I mean, he's done bits and shit where he saw, like, he did that, like, Epstein bit where he was, like, flaying around trying to, like, Epstein himself and shit. You know what I mean? It's just, like... I mean, he's capable of, you know, getting active when he needs to and shit. Taking ibuprofen. I mean, even with it, I don't know, he wouldn't have to do it that much. Like, again, like, I just don't see Ben Shabibo being able to put up a fight. He'll tell him, well, and therefore, you should surrender, and Crowder would bow before his intellectual might. Oh, yeah, oh, true. It's like, well, hypothetically, you could fight me, and, you know, some other random bullshit. He would just basically, like, bore him into submission. He'd be like, damn, you know what, I can't rebuke that, and just bow to his intellectual might. The facts and feelings. Your feelings, Crowder, will not be overpowered by my objective intellectual might of my facts and data. With the fucking sidekick power and bonus of my wife being a doctor. Like, honestly for me, especially the most annoying thing about Ben Shapiro is legit just his fucking voice. It's just, ugh. That's like the one thing I really especially can't stand of him. Aside from that, he just looks like a typical, like, Bond villain type. Or like the sidekick to the Bond villain. And that's like, okay, whatever. However, I'm not a swindler. Yeah, I mean, It's more so the fact that he's just a grifting piece of shit that makes it so mockable. At least to me, in my mind, it's like, there has to actually be, like, you know, some other fucking qualities that, you know, come into, you know, like, fucking on a person and shit. And, like, Ben Shapiro has a plethora of different shit. I mean, it's fairly self-explanatory, honestly. With just the bullshit, you know, from his different absurd takes and shit. It's like there was one where it was like, oh well, you know, it's like, you know, Texas, you know, has, you know, these abortion laws here, but you could just go to Mexico or go to these other states. It's like, what? Like, you incessant idiot. Like, yeah, just random people have just the fucking money to do that shit. On top of that, it's just like, yeah, you know, that also doesn't totally cost more money to fucking do than versus just, you know, probably going down the block to do it. And I'm sure that totally won't have fucking, like, you know, negative social repercussions either. What's T for bands to look what he says written as spoken? I mean, at least for me, it's pretty easy to look through, you know, what he says, just, you know, on what he says usually. I mean, I guess I'll admit there has been times where it's taken me a minute to be like, yeah, it's like, what does he actually fucking mean with this weird shit, and I had to actually kind of like read it, you know, to fucking get it, but that was more early on. And what it wasn't as fine-tuned to the shit. What are you doing? What are you doing, silly baby? What you doing, baby? You silly boy. So cute. Stop being so cute. Softy. How much of this do you want, bro? Problem is, people fast spew a lot of bullshit. I've heard points from consecutively get brought up in seconds, but take minutes to break down how they're wrong. Well, yeah. That's why usually whenever I happen to react to, you know, some shit he happens to be saying or whatever, I usually, you know, take, you know, not necessarily my sweet little time, you know, explain it forever and shit, but at least, you know, explain more, you know, professionally why such a reductive dumb take, you know, like he usually will claim and shit is wrong. I mean, what makes him, I think, exceptional about is how he's just such a fast talker and is able to, you know, get these points out, like, you know, kind of like bop, 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 like, you know, just like that. I mean, like, you know, not as many of these other, you know, commentators and shit on the right, you know, have that type of trick. Some do, but not like him. But that's also why he's, you know, backed by fucking billionaires and shit like that, because he's, you know, an efficient tool to them, so. Boop, boop, boop. Do you know about that one historian or history teacher that debunked all Priggy's quote history content? Poor guy. I don't think so, but I might have seen the content around before. Oh, you have hiccups. You poor baby. You and your little hiccups are so cute. That was also kind of a weak burp. Boo. I'm having weak burps tonight. Lame. Weak ass burps. The Xmas plans? Not too much. I know that I got you know, our store closed that entire day, so that's just gonna be nice not having to work that day. So I definitely will be able to have that free time to at least, you know, be hanging out with the folks and shit like that. So it's probably just gonna be that. I know with Christmas Eve working that day and shit, so at least we'll get some holiday pay out of that. Thinking tomorrow I'll go out and about, grab a couple things and shit like that. Who's a big boy? He's so cute. Stop being unconditionally cute. This is ridiculous. First time I saw a cat. Oh. Probably a long time ago. I mean, I've had cats since I was like. My first cat I got was around like when I was 6 or 7-ish about. So. I mean, probably a while ago, to be honest. But man, I've seen some gnarly ones, and I've seen some ite ones where they're not that bad, but man, ugh, they could get kind of gnarly. Luckily for Zukov, because he's at least, you know, my first dog I got. He's only done that once, mainly because he ate too much grass. Gotta get him out and start hacking. Yeah. Luckily, our cats are both kind of indoor and outdoor cats, so usually they just kind of, you know, go back and forth usually. Yeah, at least luckily for Zukov, I think he's learned his lesson about parking up hairballs and shit like that too, so that's... At least when it comes to the whole grass and shit, I don't think he's done that again since. I felt so bad for him when it happened too, because he started like getting all weird and like, wah, wah. And I was like, uh-oh, you okay, buddy? And then he just suddenly bolted across the backyard, like, into this corner and just, like, harked out, like, all this grass he was chomping on. I'm like, you poor boy. It's like, you're not supposed to be eating the grass. But I think he learned his lesson after that, because I don't actually see him do that anymore. I mean, I'll see him kind of, like, nibble on it, but not, like, full-on eat it now. Cat hacks up her furball. Cat goes right back to looking at themselves. I know. It's like, alright, I hacked this furball up. Alright, time to groom myself a little more. It's like, you're gonna hack up a furball again. And also, like, you got, like, your mouth has got, like, the hack up juice and shit. Like, ugh. Hack up juice, what the fuck? He's such a sweet baby. He's such a sweet little baby Zukov. Oh shit, I didn't even see DFS episode today yet. 3 trending products that ruined society. There's a lot of different trending products. I think I've done that though. Trying to think, which ones could they have possibly talked about? Also, the weird stretch your leg thing they do, and it's stuff to look right into your soul and go right back to doing it. Oh my god, that shit is so annoying. It's just like, what the fuck? It's like, what are you doing? Luckily, at least my cat Bandit, he doesn't necessarily do that much, where he stares right into the soul. Zukov, baby. Sweet little thigh.
Yes, I did forget Krista's mail.
Yeah, there's a whole bunch of it.
Yeah, I went to check the mail. I'm just like, okay, no mail. Go down Krista's.
Well, I already got it because I was out there when.
I had a bunch of magazines. I remember. I thought I brought them to her, but I wasn't sure. I thought they were in here, but I didn't want to come in or unlock the door. And it's like, oh, I must have brought it to her yesterday.
Nope.
Or something 2 days ago.
Yeah, I was.
Concept of time anymore.
Yeah, I was grabbing the mail the last couple days. Because I haven't been out there when they come by to drop it off. Zukov was just making some friends today, too. Everyone was kind of out and about today, and he just kept running up to everybody. He's like, "Ooh, people! Human! I'm gonna run up to human!" You're just a friendly little dork, aren't you?
Yeah, if you can get by the trunk.
Well, luckily he doesn't actually do that to other people or new strangers.
Trust me. What's your issue with me?
No, he does that. He does that to me too.
You and Curly, I swear, you're very painful animals to pet.
Oh. He's not that painful. It's more like playful. Yeah, here. Bonk. I want to check out this episode I haven't seen out yet. On these trending products that have just utterly ruined society. On to say in the cloud down there. Here, I'm gonna see if doing this a little bit helps. A little bit there. Let's see. Do that. Did it pop up? Nope. Okay, you suck. Womp. Did that do so? It didn't. You suck. Come on. Whoa. There we go. Alright, how bad does that look? Alright, I don't look too bad. I don't look that bad. It works. It works.
Okay.
Damn. Damn, look at that jacket. That this says man can't rock pink. Was that a Snuggie? Okay, I'm already reacting to this. Oh, dude, I've seen oh my god, I unironically had a goddamn Snuggie. I'm not even fucking kidding. I've had Snuggie before. I think we've had a few of those, actually. I remember those fucking things. I remember the Snuggie.
Snuggie.
It's like the blanket, but it's like a robe, but backwards.
Oh.
The most stupidest...
I have a bunch of those sitting around here.
Yeah. Literally the most dumbest, like, thing ever, basically. It's just like it's
really?
a... I mean, it's...
I never used one. Well, I did a couple
It's a robe, but backwards. That's literally what it is. It's like, here, we thought of a robe.
For the couch potato who wants to sit there, your back's on the couch, so you don't need it to close.
So you flip your robe around. You don't need no goddamn... Oh, my God.
Then somebody came up with that idea, and I bet you made a shitload of money.
Yeah, they did. They definitely did.
Designed only to annoy, disturb, and sometimes...
Yeah, like a normal human being.
Here are 3 horrible inventions that somehow became fads. Now available deep fat fried.
I love this intro.
Yeah, it's kind of like a medical garment you have to wear when you go to the hospital where they have to stick it out.
Yeah.
Horrible inventions that became...
What are those?
I'm just like...
Indeed, and there's a lot of these. You look at one here, I mean, who doesn't hate this one?
See your ass walking down the hall.
Yeah, it is pretty shitty looking.
Known as textured paint, or...
I don't have that shit going. Yeah, I usually don't in here.
Oh, textured paint. That's the first thing they're talking about. Oh my god.
I can't believe they still
I hate this shit. Oh, those things are gonna always be around. They make like custom made ones.
Oh,
like you can make a custom one if you wanted at this point.
You could get a chia pet for anybody you want on the planet.
Not just anybody, but just anything at this point.
Yeah, anything.
The chia dick pet.
Oh, that's for maybe like
the chia pet and shit. Grows out weird green little like fungus.
Some other bald guy, I bet you they don't have chia pets for them. But
well, I mean they do, but you reverse it.
Anyone who's not bald, they probably have a chia pet for them.
Well, they do for, balls too, but, it's just like, here's what it would be like if they had green leaves for hair.
He's always been bald.
Well,
they need to do the chia pet where nothing grows on top, but just around the sides.
I bet they do. I think they have one of just beards too. Or whatever the fuck.
You probably have one for everything. They had a wallet. And all kind of, people, like me with long, straight hair.
I mean, that wouldn't work.
And just like,
really. I mean, it's just a fucking chia shit.
For that chia pet. It's like I had long, straight hair. The grass will grow up, it'll fall down, and look like long hair.
Well, it's not how that works.
Baby.
I hate those popcorn ceilings. Ugh.
So yeah, this is the bane of every
our entire house is also made out of this shit.
Home buyer's existence, popcorn ceilings.
I hate popcorn ceilings.
They're a white or cream colored paint.
And also, they're not just popcorn ceilings, but they're also popcorn walls. I hate this shit.
That starkly contrasts with whatever the texture of the walls
I'm pretty sure most houses are just made of this shit.
They're also known as stipple ceilings, acoustic ceilings, and stucco ceilings. Half a century ago, popcorn ceilings were all the rage, cropping up above brightly colored walls and psychedelic patterns and shiny furniture. Less expensive than traditional hand-troweled plaster, the sprayed-on technique, which actually resembles cottage cheese. I think it should be called a cottage cheese ceiling.
Yeah, I mean, this does look like cottage cheese more than popcorn.
It definitely does, but how is it even less expensive, honestly? That's what I don't get about it. Like, huh? Really?
It camouflaged ceiling imperfections. It offered a measure of fire resistance, provided noise dampening benefits. It all sounds okay on paper, I guess. But
sure.
I mean, it looks like shit, but I guess if it has some useful properties... I won't mention it because this falls episode, but there's a big rub to this. Oh, okay. Yeah. I'm not aware of it, but...
I mean, they were made with asbestos. I mean, that's not a big deal.
Oh, yeah. Shit was horrible.
Yeah, no, it's a small detail.
They used asbestos. It was asbestos or whatever. Anyway, it was liberally used in the past before its effective banning in the U.S. and many other countries because it was
That's a side cause cheese is trash. Oh, yeah, it is.
fire resistant,
I don't like it.
highly durable.
It's kind of nasty.
Used in these stippled popcorn ceilings. The Clean
Gross.
Air Act of 1970 classified
Popcorn
asbestos
sinkies are horrible.
as hazardous, a hazardous air pollutant, and gave the EPA the power to regulate the use and disposal of asbestos.
Good.
Spray-applied asbestos products were banned with the passage of this act.
Now, luckily, my house was built, like, well after all this happened, so luckily my popcorn ceilings aren't this shit.
The textured paint in question. However, in order to minimize economic hardship to suppliers and installers, existing inventories of asbestos-bearing texturing materials were exempt from the ban, so it's possible to find asbestos in popcorn ceilings that were applied all the way through the 1980s.
Right.
My house is 97.
We
Woo!
don't want you guys to lose no money on this, so yeah, you can still use your existing supply, but don't make no more.
Can't use no more of it, though.
So that means that popcorn ceilings were installed as late as the mid-80s and probably contain asbestos, and then when disturbed, disperse microscopic fibrils known to cause lung-scarring illnesses and even cancer if inhaled. Sometimes asbestos can remain in the air for 48 to 72 hours. In a room with limited air circulation, it can even stay for several weeks following a disturbance. So if you're trying to get rid of popcorn ceiling made at any time before the late 1990s, it's the best to get it tested and then have a professional come in and remove it, because, you know what I mean? You get a bunch of asbestos otherwise.
No shit, like, ugh, like... Man, like, honestly, what really shocks me is how, like, you know, for the longest time, we're just like, asbestos, that's a good thing. You know, that's alright. But, you know, obviously at the time, we just didn't really necessarily know how negative and bad, like, these type of fucking ramifications would be and shit, but, like, goddamn. Like, I mean, asbestos is just, like, you know, it's really terrible shit that, you know, could just, like, rip the shreds out of your lungs and, you know, with, like, mesothelioma, fucking, you know, like, the exacerbation of cancer and shit. Just bad shit. Ugh. No, thank you.
You get it.
And it costs around $3,000 for the average house to have these removed.
What fun.
Wow.
Oh, there's a bunch of licensing and regulatory things when it comes to
Jesus Christ.
Like, disposal fees and all that shit.
Oh,
yeah.
God, yeah, because it's hard to get rid of, because you can't just, like, it's so deadly to people.
You can't just scrape it off yourself.
Yeah. Our friends across the pond also had a textured paint that used to be all the rage. It was called Artex.
Artex.
Literally asbestos reinforced textured coating.
No, oh my god! What the fuck? This is asbestos enforced.
Texture coating.
Ah, right.
Wow. So popular,
so much better.
It's a genericized trademark, often used to refer to similar products from other manufacturers. Rather than the texture of cottage cheese, Artex was often applied in Britain as a more wavy and artistic, you know, like this type of shit, you know.
Yeah, I mean, this at least looks cool. Yeah, this is pretty neat. Yeah. Neat us looking at asbestos, yeah.
One issue with Artex ceilings is that matching the pattern seamlessly when repairing it is pretty much impossible.
Yeah, that's true.
It's like one little swipe that
super asbestos.
Like,
it's no shit.
Never replacing any of that if you damage your
you're
ceiling.
never gonna shape it just the same again, so.
The poor appearance of repaired ceilings harmed its popularity. Furthermore, removal of Artex can be rather difficult. Until 1984, the Artex coating was made with white asbestos to strengthen it.
Oh, God.
Therefore, old Artex, manufactured by Artex Limited, will contain asbestos, while Artex coatings applied after 2000 may or may not have asbestos.
May or may not, so they still have this shit? What the fuck?
Yeah, it's 50-50. Flip a coin.
What the hell, England?
Well, the texture is only harmful when in a powdered form, i.e. being sanded, and poses no risk when it's undisturbed. If you're trying to drill holes or install a light or a ceiling fan, you're gonna have some fucking asbestos fall on you.
Yeah, that's kind of a problem. What you think, England? You damn Britbongers. Get on our level. Come on, bro.
Still sell this shit. Now free of asbestos if you're attempting to fix an existing textured ceiling, or if you're crazy enough to...
well, I guess now they are. Okay, whatever.
Like, looks good still. I don't know, maybe TJ would like to have this on
I think it looks cool, but knowing that it's, like, pretty much impossible to repair and stuff, and the, like, you know... I guess the asbestos thing isn't a problem anymore, but, like, I don't know. I wouldn't sneeze at it.
Looks like ass to me.
Boo.
Now, popcorn ceilings were still made after the Clean Air Act. So after the ban, popcorn ceiling materials were created using a paper-based or styrofoam product to create the texture, rather than asbestos. Textured ceilings remain somewhat common in residential construction in the United States.
Sorry, house
fair
made
share
up.
of problems, though. For one, the texture not only traps sounds, but it traps like pretty much all dirt and dust. So,
yeah.
And you can't wipe down a popcorn ceiling. You know what I mean? So,
I mean, I guess you can, but it's really, really hard. Like, good luck. Good luck with that, bud.
A lot of dirt and dust and dander and shit ends up just kind of in the nooks and crannies in your ceiling and hangs there and rains on you constantly.
Yeah, it just sticks there, builds up.
Dude, yeah. A lot of people
like these houses tend to be a lot more dustier in comparison just because of shit.
From the 90s on, if they'll just have houses, they'll build them because it's cheaper to do it, and then people just literally go and scrape the ceiling. Yeah. It's like, nope.
We're just scraping this shit right off. Fuck this.
A popcorn ceiling damaged by unsightly stains or cracks can be patched, but obtaining an exact match of the original texture and color can be challenging. Further, the bumps made of absorbent material, so water-based paints don't fare well, blah, blah, blah. It's just a lot of bullshit that you have to go through for no real reason. Like,
just for
no
nonsense.
Point to still be doing this, but they're still building
Which is
houses.
why it makes me question, how is this cheaper?
With this type of ceiling.
It's cheaper, but a lot more fucking bullshit goes into it. Like, ugh, fuck that.
And in fact, like, a lot of people, I think, have come to just, like, expect ceilings to look like this, especially in the United States. Like, I grew up, pretty much every fucking house I had was this shit. So, I don't know.
Even the walls.
Pretty fucking annoying.
Yeah, I remember having this shit as a kid. I remember fucking picking at the damn ceilings before. Because there was, like, there was parts of the ceiling that were low enough for me to reach, and I'd be, like, scraping that shit off. Might have fucking mesothelioma for all I fucking know. You got a case, TJ.
Damn, TJ, might have some mesothelioma, bro.
Sue some motherfuckers.
Sue some bitches.
Myself out. How do I fucking know if I got mesothelioma or whatever?
Picking the ceilings, eating asbestos.
Yeah, you know, I fucking all asbestos up.
Damn.
That's why I'm so goddamn stupid. No one told me I couldn't.
Damn, dude. That's why TJ be what TJ is, dude. He just had all that asbestos in his lungs.
Sons of bitches.
All up in that body, dude. Gobbling it up.
This next one will be as annoying to everybody. I guess we'll see.
Oh my god.
Oh god, I know what we're getting into.
Moments I've suffered.
Those little Bluetooth headphone set things and shit that you kind of hide in your ears or whatever the fuck. These are like commonplace now at this point. Like these fucking things. Like, I mean, there's just like wireless little like headphones that people have at this point and shit, like little earbuds, and you can just do the same shit with this now. I mean, this is just commonplace at this rate. Like these fucking things. Oh my god. I hate these things. I mean, I love them, but hate them. I mean, I prefer them when they're fucking got like this shit where you can like kind of wrap around your neck or some shit. Oh my god, I'm over here. Like these fucking things where it's like, yeah, let me just wrap this shit around my neck. Bada bing, bada boom. I mean, it's still like some wireage, but it's not that bad. They're obsolete. Yeah. I mean, these specific things that they're probably getting into are obsolete now at this point.
He's like, hey, yeah. I'm like, what? Interesting. Yeah, that's great. What? And I saw his time on this. I mean, oh, motherfucking son of a bitch. Idiots. Things, man.
So this dorky technology trend that many people have probably forgotten about, thankfully now, hands-free phone headsets, specifically the Motorola and Nokia Bluetooth ones that seem so ubiquitous in the late 2000s.
Yeah, they sucked. I hate them.
You know what I'm talking about. Those bulky over-the-ears ones with the design almost right out of Star Trek. Caused endless social awkwardness when you couldn't tell if someone was talking to you on the phone or talking to the person next to you.
I mean, I get this every now and then. I'll be like, you know, in a checkout line, or I'll like, you know, be at be working at work and shit, and I'll just kind of be seeing somebody looking like they're talking to themselves, and I'll just be like, can I get you anything? And they're just still talking randomly, and I'm like, what the fuck? And then I could kind of tell that they got one of these damn things in their ears or some shit. Not like that, like one of these like big old little boxy things specifically, but fucking like, just one of those little earbuds. It's like, oh my god.
It was fucking horrible.
Yeah.
People come up to me, I mean, sometimes they'd be fucking pissed at the person they're talking to. remember one time I was in a
They
fucking
look
parking lot.
sophisticated, like you're an
loading up my
entrepreneur. I
groceries.
don't think just
Someone was
middle-aged black guys
"This is
like
fucking
those
ridiculous."
things.
I'm like, what? He's looking right at me as he's saying it. I'm like, what the fuck?
I think to a lot of people, the idea is that makes them look
like,
richer and sophisticated and shit.
They never fucking communicated either. You never have one be like, I'm sorry, I'm on the phone. Yeah, I always let you just piece it together. Like, fucking...
Yeah, I only had someone ever do that once where it was like, I kept looking and they're like, I'm on the phone. It's like, fucking talk on a fucking phone.
Get yourself a fucking phone.
Yeah, just talk on a regular phone.
This shit's too confusing.
So,
I can't take it.
Yeah,
I just whipped my own phone out.
Seemed to, like, they were also like kind of a fashion statement, I think.
Yeah, it was like, I'm rich, I have money, look, I got the latest and greatest bullshit.
Yeah,
Excuse me, sir, talking on your Bluetooth
Yeah,
piece.
exactly.
Oh no, I'm schizophrenic. Whew, I was worried there for a sec. I know, right?
I get business done.
Don't worry, I'm just getting some business done with my, schizophrenic Bluetooth imaginary headpiece.
To look businessy or important.
So important. I have to have my hands free while I talk.
And
like a Star Trek phone.
If you think about what these things really did, it really made phone calls socially acceptable to interrupt any social interaction in any setting, no matter what.
Yeah.
The old hold on one second, touch my ear and start just blabbering away at full voice. And
honestly, like, people do this with their regular fucking phones. I feel like this didn't necessarily start with this shit. Like, some people will just be like, oh, phone call, hold on. And then they'll just, like, get their phone out and just be like, oh, excuse me, hold on, blah, blah, blah. It's like, I mean, it's like, huh? I mean, like, it's like, wait, were we just having a convo? Like, okay then, bud. It's like, okay.
That became, like, socially acceptable. Before that, it probably would have been seen as, like, insanely rude. But these little devices somehow, like, made it okay to do it because you had, like, oh, he's professional, though. He has to,
This is an important
got some professions,
call,
yeah.
You understand? Yeah.
Gotta keep it pro, you know what I mean?
What's that? The shipment of dildos is gonna be late? No!
Damn it!
Call our Chinese supplier right now.
Call my supplier immediately. We need to sort this out now.
God damn it! So this is your daughter's dance recital. Shut up!
Sir, this is your daughter's dance recital.
Yeah, people started wearing these fucking everywhere. Like, at first it was just like, okay, while I'm at work, I'll have this on so I can get around the office. That's where it started. And then it just became like everybody was wearing these. People were wearing them shopping, commuting, dinner,
Bandit,
lunch, fucking every second of every fucking day. So the first consumer Bluetooth headset launched in 1999 by Ericsson. Is this one here?
Looking at it here.
It was a hands-free mobile headset that earned the technology the Best of Show Technology Award at Comdex, claiming it would work up to 10 meters away from the phone. The Bluetooth 1.0 specification are also officially launched that year, leading to the release of the first Bluetooth-equipped chipsets, dongles, mice. So this was like, the beginning of wireless Bluetooth.
The beginnings of the Bluetooth.
Yeah.
Which sucked when it came out.
A lot of cool shit came out of this technology, but this this initial fucking concept of, like,
I mean, my speaker right now is, an iteration and future form of this tech right here.
You could
booming out this shit.
Talk on this dumb fuck headset was not great.
No, it really wasn't.
I imagine the technology back then was horrible.
It's built into cars now where it's like you're just talking to a speaker in the car. Like, no one has this, like, oh, we talk to you like this. But you know what? It has made a little bit of a comeback with the ear pods. I've noticed some people that
those little ear pods and shit. Yeah.
Calls and shit.
At least you can see they're wearing something.
True.
Yeah, that's also true.
These early Bluetooth accessories suffered from a dreaded malady known as pairing syndrome.
Oh my god.
In order to establish a wireless connection to your headset, an earpiece, or speakerphone would have to trade codes over the air. This often led to repeated code inputs on the part of the owner, as the pairing process was about as unreliable as could be in this 1.0 form.
I still think it's not great a lot of times.
Sometimes
it gets a little funky.
Still a fucking nightmare. Yeah, and other times it's like
shit. Like, honestly, those, like, wireless individual little pod headphones, I've had trouble trying to pair both of them at once instead of, just having one of them, and oh my fucking god, that shit would be so damn annoying. Like, it would take a few minutes just to get both of them actually properly fucking paired. It's like, what the fuck? Also, I went to Red Lobster a few months back. I shit you not. I saw no less than 2 middle-aged black guys wearing Bluetooth headsets at a poker table. No less. No less.
Acting like, stop.
You know what'll happen all the
And
time?
there's poker tables at Red Lobster.
Me is like Amelia will get in the car to go somewhere, and when she turns the car, I'll be sitting out in the fucking backyard or in the living room, and like all of a sudden my phone stops working, and I'm just like, what the fuck, bro? Like, why won't I can't hear anything on my phone, and it's playing in the fucking car, you know?
Yep.
Oh, I've had that happen. I'll have like a dual connection where like my headphones over here will be connected and my Bluetooth will also be connected, my speaker here. And sometimes I'll like, you know, be doing some shit outside or whatever, and I have my phone next, you know, like in my pocket next to me while I'm wearing my headphones, and out of nowhere it's like silence, and it's like, what the fuck? Pull my phone out, shit's still playing and everything. I'm like, what the hell? I pause it and I look and I'm like, oh, it connected to the speaker. Son of a bitch. It's like, motherfucker. That shit's annoying. It happens a lot.
Hey, why is my phone playing in the car?
What the hell? Why is this happening?
Bullshit.
Bunch of bullshit, I say.
I have two songs saved on my phone, right? Mm-hmm. Mostly I listen to music on Spotify, and I'll like get in the car and I'll put on my Spotify playlist or whatever. But I have two songs that are actually saved to my phone for whatever reason. And one is Kill For Me by Marilyn Manson. And every single time I get in the car, the Bluetooth speaker will automatically connect and start playing that song.
So, is that a feature or a bug?
I mean, no shit, though.
But it's horrible. I hate it. I really wish it wouldn't happen.
It's pretty common for most. I mean, most of these cars do that. It's like if you have like a song that on your like whatever your system.
Yeah, just automatically. You just want like
you want music, right?
I think it wants to just randomly play whatever music you have saved on your phone. But I literally only have like 2 songs, so it's horrible.
Yeah.
At least it's not playing some weird generic, like, pre-downloaded songs on your phone.
You didn't have this pairing
like they had back in the day. I remember, like, some phones or even, like, some iPods back when those were a fucking thing. You know, shit like that. Like, I remember they had, like, you know, some pre-made or, like, pre-downloaded songs on there. Like, usually, like, 5 of them or whatever. And it was just, like, the most generic, lamest shit. I mean, at least it wasn't something like that. Oh, my God, that'd be horrible. That'd be worse.
We just talked about with shit.
I'd rather Kill For Me play, you know, by Marilyn Manson than that.
Still better than the pairing thing though, because that's like
I would imagine so, yeah.
A fucking giant hassle.
So it would remember, of course, your Bluetooth connection connect automatically. So it was a new hands-free cell phone laws that started being implemented in 2008 that really set off this trend. As cell phones became more ubiquitous and started being seen as essential rather than kind of like a convenience or a novelty, lawmakers started to notice more and more people were crashing their fucking cars because they were texting or calling while driving.
Yeah.
It certainly makes sense, especially with texting, as it required you to look away from the road. Some states started to respond to this emerging issue by creating distracted driving laws.
Oregon's one of them, thankfully. Like, I remember this used to be a pretty major problem for quite a while.
Actually, have you guys ever gotten a distracted driving ticket before for being on the phone?
No, I haven't.
I've only gotten 2 tickets my entire life. One for speeding when I was 18. I was doing like 12 over the speed limit or some shit. Real asshole. And then I got one in my late 20s for cell phone shit. Just picking up my phone and going, hello, and then whoop, whoop. I was like, are you serious? So suddenly,
I mean, that's also technically a distraction because it doesn't make you as, you know, likely to be as focused on the road, technically. But that's why usually some of these cars come with, like, built-in microphones and speakers and shit for you to, you know, call and stuff.
You couldn't take a call while driving without risking being pulled over, and they wondered how
because it wasn't a thing yet. Damn. Yeah, I mean, because honestly, that type of tech was probably more seen in luxury, more richer style vehicles and shit, like Porsches and shit, you know, versus, you know, average vehicles nowadays. But yeah, most vehicles, you know, these days that people can get, you know, have that type of shit.
Stay in touch with their friends and family every second of every fucking waking moment of every fucking
how they survive.
What am I supposed to do when I'm in my car? Like, be with my thoughts or, like, listen to music or something?
Like, Jesus, God, fuck that bullshit. Ugh.
Somebody to constantly be yammering at somebody else 24/7.
Luckily, in came Nokia, Motorola, other manufacturers reminding people about over-ear Bluetooth headsets.
Thank goodness.
They had
Good old
all
Nokia.
been racing to innovate and improve over just a few short years since launch. This device was an attractive way to comply with the new laws, with a wearable phone that was supposed to sound better than putting your phone on speaker in the car and risking it slide off the seat or dashboard. And that's just ridiculous. Like, just put your fucking phone in a secure place.
No shit.
While their specific technologies differ, the principle is the same. One microphone sits by your mouth to pick up your voice. Another one higher up on the earpiece to pick up ambient audio. Using some fancy software, the earpiece, blah, blah, blah. You know how it works. It just fucking takes over as the microphone for your phone wirelessly.
Yeah.
Pretty self-explanatory.
And once again, this TJ already kind of brought it up, but this created this phenomenon of people like walking by you, staring you right in the eyes, and going like, "Oh yeah, man, I'm fucking ready to go," and you're just like, "Huh?"
It was so awkward. It's like,
Yeah.
you're like, why is this person
This
talking?
thing created, at least for me personally, like 6 or 7
Of course,
awkward
nowadays with
moments where I thought
spaceships.
someone was talking to me.
Well, think about me, because the time that I was working,
I mean, a lot
at
of them are,
fucking,
usually. Not just
Starbucks
Porsches.
is pretty much the fucking height of the
right.
population.
yeah.
So,
So there's been tons of people in the line fucking doing this because they're obnoxious shitbags.
oh yeah, they look right up to you, look right in the eye, and you'll go like, "Hey, welcome to Starbucks. How can I help you this morning?" And they'll just like point at their ear, like, "Well, fuck you. Get off the phone, dipshit."
I mean, no shit. I mean, honestly, I feel the same way. You know, at the workplace I fucking work at and shit. It's just like, I'd be like, "Hey, you know, I can get you and shit," and they're just like, or they're just still full on ignoring, you know, just like, you know, looking around or whatever the fuck. It's just like, they're just like a fucking line. Like, I'm not gonna sit here forever for you. You know, so, come on, get out the fucking phone. It's like, Jesus. I mean, it's like, if, that shit really could be very fucking irking.
Come on, everybody, shut the machines down. He's on the phone.
Important business call here. Businessman here.
It's very important,
No time
guys.
to get a drink at Starbucks. I'm on an important business call.
Yeah.
Get out of line, then.
That's really what I do blame these fucking things for, is really like just doing away with any sense of politeness when it came to like when I can fucking just stop listening to you and grab my phone and give my full attention to it. You know, like people used to go like, "Oh, I'll check that later," or something when their phone rang, and now it's just like, they'll put their finger up in your face, you know.
Be like, "Oh, hold on.
Take this.
Hold on one
Gotta
sec.
take this.
Hold on one sec."
Hi. What? Oh, you crazy fuck. Yeah. Yeah, do it, man. Yeah, do it. 2,200 shares. Yeah.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Oh, your mother did. You're just like, fuck this, man.
It's like, you son of a bitch.
So the trend has to,
Honestly, for me especially, like, I'm pretty good at listening in to people sometimes and listening to conversations, so I straight up will sometimes be listening to some of the weirdest shit that these motherfuckers will have for conversation, and it's just like, what the fuck? It's like, huh? It's like, how's this, like, is this seriously, like, an important convo right now when you're just trying to grab, like, some food and there's, like, a line building? Like, come the fuck on now.
technology started to diversify, making over-ear headphones less attractive. They do still exist, and the design really hasn't changed much, but they're far less common now. Now you can hook your phone up to directly to your car.
You just stick out, wait a minute.
Take calls on the road.
I know.
Works pretty well for most people.
Wait,
That shit gets annoying.
Granted, there's still plenty of Bluetooth headphones, but the trend now seems to be using them for music rather than calls, which is a little less douchier. You know what I mean? Because, like...
Sure, yeah, I mean, whatever. That's just like doing the job of a fucking auxiliary cable at that point. Plus, you can tell if someone's wearing fucking headphones, I guess, unless they're really, really small.
I mean, if somebody's singing along to a song, it doesn't look like they're trying to talk to you, you know what I mean? Nobody
Right.
walks around just like...
That's true.
Staring people in the eyes and reciting lyrics, you know?
Yeah.
There's
All
no
right, world, that you crumble for me. Yeah.
So, yeah.
Yeah, honestly, at least with these little ear pod things and shit or whatever the fuck, they're a little bit more easier to kind of tell because they're usually in both ears for the most part. So, I could give these things that at least. Usually not everyone's having a conversation when they're, you know, having those in.
These went away, but they definitely made millions and millions of dollars for these tech companies that made them. Because, like, I tell you, what, dude, there was
yeah.
one time where every fucking nerd on the street had one of these
I
things.
know.
Every son of a bitch.
Dude, I tried one. I hated it though. That was like.
I mean, honestly, every now and then I'll still see that shit. Like, if I go to downtown Portland, like, there'll be, like, some weird rich fucking shit that'll, like, have one of these things on them.
just not horribly inconvenient. It's not even really useful.
Yeah, it sucks just balls.
At least not necessarily the AirPods, like most people, even I've had these before.
Your phone and talk to somebody.
So
the hell is this nightmare?
I didn't
The
expect
fuck
this
is
one
this?
to be like a scary episode, but be prepared to have your not be able to sleep.
Yeah, I mean,
Wait, what the fuck?
What are you doing here? Like, what is this fucking? This belongs to one of those fucking museums of like possessed dolls and shit.
What? Is there a way to expand this? No, it doesn't want to do that.
The
Fuck.
last, well, no, I guess the last invention on our list. This is an Edison, a Thomas Edison invention.
Oh, an Edison.
I'm sorry, I'm fucking scared just looking at this.
Okay, so we could blame him for whatever monstrosity that we're looking at here.
I know
I'll just do this. Fuck it.
Let's talk about talking toys.
Oh God! Look, yeah, that thing is disturbing.
Have a surprisingly long history, and they've been torturing parents and others subjected to their children ever since. History's first obnoxious offender was created by none other than Thomas Edison. The Edison
Oh God!
talking dolls, pictured here, standing 22 inches, weighing a cumbersome 4 pounds.
That thing looks a little disturbing. Oh God!
Head and decidedly unsettling, glassy-eyed stare.
Ugh.
Look at it. It wants to kill you.
That thing looks like it wants to possess my soul.
Oh my
Oh
God.
God!
Nightmarish.
Fuck this! That's nightmarish
This
looking.
fucking thing. Oh no. Jesus.
Oh God!
No.
You've been naughty, TJ.
Look at it.
Oh God!
Oh,
Sweet
no.
Jesus!
Come to life, TJ, to punish you.
Ugh.
It's a horrible nightmare.
Whoa! Where'd it go?
Ready to never sleep. Ever
Get back the fuck up here.
Okay.
Edison figured the toy would be a great way to demonstrate the at-home entertainment possibilities of his then spanking new wax cylinder phonograph in 1890. So inside the metal torso was a miniature phonograph whose recording surface was etched with 20-minute renditions of one of a dozen familiar ditties, such as Mary Had a Little Lamb, Jack and Jill.
Oh, I don't want to
Hickory
see this
Dog.
nightmarish thing sing Mary Had a Little Lamb.
What? I don't want to hear it either. Oh God! No.
I actually found the worst one.
Eggnog, coming for you. The locksmith keep me out, but events cannot. Oh God!
No.
No.
Anyways, that's
No.
working.
No, you didn't.
I did, and you can hear its horrifying warbling voice.
Oh, okay.
No.
The next link.
Oh my God, no, please.
Oh,
No,
sweet
fuck
Jesus!
that. Oh no.
Turn it
No.
up, Paul.
Fuck! What is this?
Crank that soldier
Give it to
boy.
TJ.
All right, I'm cranking it.
Crank that soldier boy. You guys have to. No, I told you had to fucking go. You're never sleeping
All right.
again. You ready?
All right, let's do it.
I'm not. I don't think I'm ready. Dude, look at its eyes.
Oh God, that's disturbing.
This reminds me of the fucking.
I feel like my soul is getting like killed from the inside out. Like I feel like a black hole has just entered it.
It looks like a fucking Tool album cover looking at you, man.
Oh
Look
God,
at its teeth.
Tool album.
It's got little nubby, horrible teeth.
I've got a tiny
Jesus.
little file that I use at night while you're sleeping to make my teeth into cannibal points.
Ah, God, oh God,
Let's
oh
hear the
God.
voice of this thing.
Oh, eyes.
What the fuck was that? Oh my God, I actually want to drink right now. Oh my God, I actually want to I actually want to run away. I want to run away. I want to run away. Oh my God, that was disturbing. That was fucking disturbing. Like, oh God, oh God, oh God, okay, oh God. That's more terrifying than most horror. What? Oh my! Wait. That was meant for kids. So, oh sweet Jesus. There's probably many of nightmares that were created from such a disturbing fucking thing. Oh my!
What?
TJ's done.
TJ just leaves.
Quits.
I agree with him. Return that down. God, that is a nightmare if I've ever, luckily it's not that late at night, so I have plenty of hours to hopefully eventually forget about that.
I literally
Ah!
imagined this being horrifying, and it was like twice as horrible as I thought it was.
I didn't think it would be that scary. Oh my god, that is actually horrifying.
TJ, come on, man.
No,
Here's another one. Hickory dickory dock, TJ.
The children found them scary? I can't believe it.
oh my god.
Hey, your dolly's gonna talk to you. Dude, this is like the
At the bar, raising a shake a ball of whiskey to his lips. Dead doll.
Lucky and that, what's that new one?
It moved. It said things. I don't know what it was, so... Oh god. Its eyes! It almost seems... real! Real! Just don't look at them. Or it will show you things. Many, many things. It's like, oh god. For the record, I'm outside right now alone and I'm on edge now. Dude, I'm just in a garage with my dog and a cat. Like, I don't know what they're doing over there, probably causing mass destruction, and I'm on edge. Like, I'm in the security of a garage and I'm on edge. It's just like, ah. Oh my god. Like, that is actually fucking creepy. Like, I think that's actually probably, like, that is probably some of the most legit horrifying thing. I can't think of anything, like, oh my god, that's just, ugh. That's disturbing. Like, I mean, dolls in themselves inherently aren't that fucking creepy. Like, some could be okay and kind of cute looking and shit, but oh my god, like, it is also very easy to make them creepy as fuck. And holy shit, adding like voices and shit like that to it, especially back in the day like that, oh my god, that's just pure nightmare fuel. That's some nightmare fuel. Like, oh my god, ugh. Like, I feel my fight and flight responses like wanting to like turn on right now. Like, oh my god, ugh.
Annabelle, Heidi ho, and
it's probably where Annabelle got influenced a little bit, maybe. It's probably where, like, these fucking horror movies with the dolls and shit, maybe some of the influence is off of this fucking thing. Thanks, Edison, you piece of shit.
All here. So yeah, you got to hear it sing a few of its hideous renditions of, you know, cute little children's rhymes or whatever. Only 500 of these things, thank goodness, were ever sold. And the company that made them went bankrupt within a year.
Yeah, and I've also seen ones of, like, fucking, like, you know, the hollow, like, you know, like, different, like, you know, Easter Bunny suits and shit like that. Dude, there are some fucking, like, people back in the day, maybe it was just the technology of the time, but, man, people back in the day, like, did not know how to make costumes without making them fucking creepy. Or at least, like, you know, things like dolls and shit, without making them look creepy as fuck. Like, oh my god, maybe it's just the aesthetic of, like, you know, the photography and the, you know, just the quality, maybe? I don't know, like, ugh. It's definitely, like, ugh. Very creepy. Like, so, like, early fucking, like, pictures of the Easter Bunny is legit very disturbing to look at. Like, some of those are legit nightmare-filled pictures. Every time Edison ruins someone's day, he grows another horn in hell. True. That is, yeah. I mean, not just another horn, but he also has, like, another little fork on his pitchfork, too.
Attempt at the first talking doll was poorly received. The idea presented the toy industry far beyond just dolls. Permeated the toy industry far beyond just dolls. Let's jump forward about 100 years. Glowworms.
I had a glowworm.
Glowworms.
I had a fucking glowworm, man.
Yeah,
I've heard about these, but I've never had one.
Everybody had a glowworm and came up around our age.
A little young for it.
Between stuffed animal and nightlight.
At least we're not into shit that's disturbing.
School released the toy in 1980.
These things are an example where dolls can at least look kind of cute, and they're not inherently creepy.
Light them up, light up its head, light up their body. They got so popular that Hasbro released musical glowworm in 1983, which would play a lullaby or tell a bedtime story. They're all your good night friends was the catchy jingle that played over the commercials of little girls and little boys getting ready for bed. Their glowworms hugged tightly. However, as anyone who has been around a talking toy knows, those songs and phrases and lights have a pesky habit of turning on
just randomly, yeah.
And as if, like the toy has a mind of its own. Yeah, my glowworm would light up sometimes. You know what I mean? It would light up.
I had like this little like Furby things and shit, and sometimes those things will turn on randomly on their own and shit. I mean, those things are kind of an example of shit like like this where they kind of have a mind of their own, and sometimes, especially if it was the Furbies, like, as a kid, I was never creeped out by it, but as an adult, I honestly, like, I don't know how I was it, because, like, holy shit, looking back at it, it is actually kind of fucking creepy, especially if you, like, take off, like, the fur, and you just have its innards, and it's doing this shit. That's disturbing.
Sounds very sexual. My glowworm would light up sometimes,
And when these things first came out, like in the late 70s...
I'm assuming you're talking about Nikola Tesla, but just spelling it in Russian. Which is true. And he also didn't just steal a lot of ideas from him, but, a lot of other inventors and scientists as well, too. He was just a very big name that he took from.
Parents didn't like him at first, obviously. But to try and increase, I guess, parents' tolerance for these toys that would go off in the night at the slightest disturbance, they started selling them as teaching tools. You guys have one of these too? You ever have a speak and spell?
I never had a spell. I never had a speak. I saw one as a kid, but we never had one.
Yeah, it would say, I had one. It would say like spell cat, and then you would go C A T.
I mean, I think they still make versions of these things, but I've never had one of these type of things. Hi, I'm Barbie. Wanna play? Throws it at a wall. I mean, no shit, dude. They're not gonna lie. Nowadays, they are a little creepy. I mean, luckily they're not that big of a thing anymore, but you can still find some, around and hanging about. Honestly, I bet if I still can find some ones that are still good looking, I could probably actually make a pretty decent buck out of them now that I think about it.
You know what I mean? It was basically like, they sold them as teaching tools, but it really wasn't teaching anything. Of the earliest and best known successful examples, this is Speak and Spell here from the 80s. An early example of text-to-speech, too, meaning meant to teach children reading and writing. However, these talking toys started to become more geared towards younger children over time. And now they're mostly in the baby section of the store. And there's these huge collection of large plastic toys with big glowy buttons that scream out quote-unquote educational things intermittently throughout the aisles. Since they're designed for babies, the buttons are even more sensitive to accommodate their non-existent motor skills, and thus they're way more likely to go off for no reason than the glowworm was or the Speak and Spell was, you know what I mean?
Saying random shit in the middle of the night.
Dude, I hate these type of toys. And honestly, they're just so wasteful too, if you think about it, because honestly, it's just like they're only, quote, useful for about, like, 2 years maximum. Really. And so it's just like, I mean, they're not even really, like, meant to last that long anyway. So it's just like, fuck. I mean, these type of things are honestly, like, especially when it comes to, this type of, plastic toy shit. This shit is just honestly, like, some of the most, like, wasteful types of, like, toys that are made and shit.
The number of the beast. That's strange. Still speaking. Never did that.
Oh my god. Okay, I would approve of that. Like an Iron Maiden edition of one of these.
How did you do that?
Hail, say 10. Hail, say 10.
It's like, I think it might be broken. Eyes at midnight. Oh, huh.
Strange, huh? Weird toy.
I think the battery's out. You're already out.
Oh god.
Research shows that for kids to understand, speak, and eventually read or write a language, they need to hear a lot of it. And it's never too early for parents and caregivers to get talking. which I guess explains the booming industry where people were like, well, I don't have time to do that for my kids anymore, so let me
I don't
buy
have time to be
toys.
talking to this little shit in a fucking box to talk to him.
Yeah.
Ugh. What? What? You think I have a child and I'm supposed to be responsible for it? Ugh. Fuck that.
The thing is, these talking toys may not really be educational at all. They might actually be harmful to a child's development.
You think?
That's a finding from a new study in JAMA Pediatrics that found some toys being marketed as language promoters actually got in the way of learning language. The electronic toys that talked, lit up, sang songs were less beneficial for language development than the traditional toys or books, the researchers said. These flashy and popular playthings produced a lower quantity and quality of language among the babies other than traditional toys. So there's simply no evidence that a young child can learn language directly from a toy. I think this probably has a lot to do with the fact that like 70% of human communication is nonverbal, and talking has a lot more going to it than just emulating sounds. It's facial expressions and blah, blah, blah.
I actually think it's higher than that when it comes to human communication now. I think it's probably a little bit more around like 80-something% probably. But, I mean, yeah, like so much of human communication is nonverbal. So it's just like just merely feeding cat, dog, well, you know, whatever the fuck. I mean, just feeding random little quips or something to a toddler and shit doesn't actually really do any merit, you know, to the, you know, like, communicational development of that kid. So it's like, honestly, it's one of the reasons, you know, why these type of things are really wasteful, not just for the fact that they're also just, if anything, inhibitors, but, I mean, that's probably really the biggest reason, on top of just being, like, a fundamental waste and shit. I mean, like, I mean, it makes me wonder, it's like, why in the, well, I guess it's a rhetorical question, but it's like, why in the fuck are they, you know, be making such meaningless fucking things and shit that strangely stunts education, but,
It really gets none of that from these toys.
Yeah, we can make a lot of money off of it.
Just think about how much is conveyed in like tone and like facial expression, body language, all that other stuff.
Yep, none of
like
it
you
is
said,
here.
I think they said it's not a substitute. I mean, I don't know if it's a real statistic or just something that people throw around, but they say 70% of communication is like nonverbal. So
I just said that.
Paul just said that, TJ. Oh my God.
I'm just
Was he listening?
Like,
wow.
70% of communication.
I didn't fucking remember it's like nonverbal.
I heard a crazy fact too that like something like 70% of communication is nonverbal.
Really?
Yeah,
I heard a crazy fact that 70-something% of communication was nonverbal too.
Observation or some shit. It's just like a fucking thing people say.
Yeah, but
I don't even know if that's true.
Like
You literally said that though.
I said 10 seconds before you said
say it. Whatever.
Now I know TJ.
Oh my God. Whatever,
I've been
TJ.
listening all day. The babies were also less vocal, babies that were raised by these things, basically, other than their parents.
Oh my God,
less
yeah.
Vocal, they produced fewer content-specific words while playing with these noisy electronic monstrosities, and it pisses everybody off. So please stop getting these for your kids. They don't help
What
your
about
children.
babies that are just set in front of the television set?
That's
How do
the
they do?
same thing.
It's like the same thing.
Poorly.
Yeah, but they
It's not
fucking
good.
see the body language on the TV.
Right, but then the TV creates, you probably maybe caught your ADHD from TV, TJ.
Maybe.
Because the landmark studies on TV are out. The ones on cell phones, not out yet, but the TV studies are all in, and they're all bad.
So yeah, they're not necessarily good.
You know, they do say that 70% of communication, Paul, is nonverbal.
I heard that. Did you come up with that, TJ?
Yeah, I think that was one of
Okay.
I actually did the study, the research that went into finding that
Wow.
fact. Yeah.
Damn.
70%, Scotty, of communication.
70.
Nonverbal. A lot of people don't know that.
That reminds me, in fact, I heard something about communication is 70% of it being nonverbal. Yeah.
I haven't heard that, but I did hear that up to 70% of all communication is nonverbal, which is crazy. Right?
Crazy.
It's pretty crazy.
Stunning
Can't
facts.
believe that.
Absolute revelations.
Crazy stuff.
But,
That's crazy.
Suffice it to say, as we wrap up here, if you want to teach your kid language, don't buy it a fucking dumbass toy.
Talk to your kid.
Talk to it. Read it a book.
Know it keeps that pride.
Yeah, show it our show and let it learn a bunch of cuss words. And
Yeah, that's always also a smart idea. I love that. I mean, it's like, luckily, at least for me, like, I mean, the only thing I would say that was bad about me growing up as a little kid and shit is that I had a PC, you know, by the time I was like fucking 4 or some shit. But, you know, everything prior to that, though, I was, you know, also had like all these different, you know, little things like books and shit like that. You know, going to different little, you know, things that my parents would take me to, whatever the fuck. So at least, you know, I didn't have necessarily all this other weird bullshit, which thank goodness, because it'd probably be worse. I'd probably be like, with the beep. Yeah, I'd probably be hardcore like zoom mode or some shit. Going stereotypical zoomy mode. Oh, zoom mode. Get out of there.
But anyway, yeah, that's 3 of these horrible inventions that somehow got really fucking popular. If you liked this, let me know. I'll make another one.
There should. And honestly, it should be on Cheap Pets for one, and then fucking like those Snuggies. They show Snuggies, so I have a very strong suspicion that those are going to be, you know, popping up at some point. Where it's like, hey, check, we got the Snuggie. Those things were just fucking like... I mean, it's like, I can understand how they're, like, not bad, but oh my Amelia Bedelia. Like, those things were just the most ridiculous, stupid thing ever. Honestly. It's basically just a robe that's more, like, constructed as a fucking blanket and just backwards. It's just a reverse robe. It's like, what, like, why? And then somehow made that like an actual patented product. It's like, what? It's like, okay. I'll never understand how, you know, how, like, you know, some people get away, you know, with just selling the most absurd bullshit. Well, I mean, it's America. You can sell, like, the most easiest fucking, like, grit and snack go around, honestly. I mean, who the fuck am I kidding? Who the fuck am I kidding? I saw earlier Cyclo Talk was doing this fucking live stream earlier. Did that finish up, or what was that all about? How's that even on here? No. Maybe I can find a library. Oh damn, they went on for like over 3 hours. Don't forget those weight lawsuits. Oh my god. No, I know what you're talking about, those fucking things. Oh. I remember like the early iterations of like some of those little weight loss things and shit where it's like it was basically this fat strap and shit like connected to these like gyrating things that you just kind of sat there and just kind of leaned back on and it would like gyrate you or whatever the fuck. It's and that the idea was basically it was supposed to help you lose weight or some shit, which I don't even know how that can work unless you're just there all day. I mean, and also under the sun, but I mean that like that's the only way I can see it feasible. Like it's nice and warm and you can just get your, you know, get your fucking like sweat going or some shit. Zukov, what you doing over there, baby? Oh my goodness, look at you. Oh, looks like they just ended it. That's why it probably didn't pop up yet. Let's not skip to a random point in this. They had Richard Wolf on. Oh, not Richard Wolf, Robert Wright. Why did I say Richard Wolf? What the fuck? Oh wow, they had like a whole panel thing going on.
anything they don't want us to know. They just call classified, and then if journalists...
I like how they have Marianne Williamson on here. Like, what the fuck? That I find a little interesting. It's just like, wait, huh? I can never, like, gauge her, like, ever. Like, I don't know, like, it's... Like, I've heard someone say it, like this, and I actually think it seems accurate, and it's, like, quote-unquote, spiritually left. Which, it's like, I'm assuming that means it's, like, they're not, like, left, but, like, spiritually, they are, because they have, like, some weird, like, hippie thing about them a little bit. I don't know. It's just, like, it feels very, like, just... like open for the interpretational, just like, yeah, you know, I'm like not right, but I'm also not centrist, but I'm, you know, I'm somewhere spiritually in the spectrum of the left or something. I don't know though. It's like, what? It's like, do you need the chakra crystals to line up properly to fucking, you know, figure that out?
What makes it classified? Well, it's classified, we can't tell you.
Right,
This is such a poison. And such an important part
Well,
of
just look at what's going on with the JFK file release. Keep
Which
pushing off and pushing.
That's right.
Yeah.
I'm old enough to be able to tell you that there's been a sickness in this country ever since the fact that we never really learned
A sickness.
the truth about the assassination of
Yes.
JFK
Yeah.
has left a poison in the psychic bloodstream of this country that has never left.
I thought you were going to say you're old enough to tell us who killed JFK, but no, you don't know.
Read the devil.
My father, yeah.
Okay.
I mean, that's also, I mean, just her saying that also kind of proves my point a little bit. It's like, I mean, yeah, I mean, I guess you're not wrong, but what does that necessarily mean, though? I mean, it's like just, I mean, I suppose I kind of get what she means, but, like, it's also just flowery, like, I don't know, it's just like, okay. I find it interesting how they have her on there and shit, but, you know, it's whatever. It's not a dog on her. I mean, Williamson ain't, like, some utter weird fucking grifty fucking corporatist some shit, so I can at least give her that. She's just definitely a interesting cookie. An interesting little batch of cookies right there, I say. Look like the custom-made cookies. Probably get a little bit of some medical aspects to it too. Checked TJ's Twitter lately. Well, unfortunately, like a while back, I somehow got like just like suspended permanently on Twitter and shit, and pretty much past the point of actually being able to redeem it. So I have to make a new fucking account to go back on Twitter. But I actually haven't seen too much of that. So I haven't really been on the Twitter spheres that much lately. But Idaho Sheriff article. I could probably find it here. Let's say, because I still have the Twitter app and shit. I just have to look for him and all that bullshit. Yeah, I know my shit's suspended. Fuck you. Oh my god, get the... Alright, where are you, Teej? Probably won't be able to find him saying that yet. I don't have to. Zukov, blesses you. There it is. Batshit insane. Iowa Sheriff charge after point. What the fuck? Oh, see it now. Idaho sheriff charged after pulling gun on youth group, leaving thank you notes. A group of girls dragged their adult chaperone from the car by her hair and threatened to execute her. What the fuck? And of course it's in fucking Idaho. Goddamn backwoods sons of bitches. Like, I'm not a fan of Idaho as a state, and wow, this is enforcing it way more than it should. The sheriff of Bingham County is facing felony charge. Well, at least he's fucking facing charges. After investigators say he pulled a gun on a group of girls, dragged her youth group leader out of her car by her hair, and threatened to shoot her while holding a gun to her head. Jesus fucking Christ. Roland told Blackfoot Police Chief Scott Gay that... oh my god. Well, I got a juvenile sense of humor. That he had really screwed up during the November 9th confrontation, which happened after youth came to his door. According to a probable cause affidavit, the 7 girls, 12 to 16, were delivering paper thank you turkeys to people around the neighborhood as part of a youth group activity. Wow, it merits, you know, basically, you know, like a full-on fucking, like, psychological trauma fest of, like, Jesus fucking Christ. Girls would deliver the turkey thank you notes by taping them to the recipient's door, ringing the doorbell, and running away before the person's side could see who left the note. Roland told investigators that about 8 p.m. as Yorkie began to bark when he went outside, saw 2 people run away from his house. The girls turned to the youth leader's car giggling and told them that they had tried to leave, but I nearly got caught by Gray Roland when they had been able to deliver it. The group delivered another thank you turkey to a house nearby, then returned to the sheriff's home to try again. Roland told police that a few minutes after he seen people running away from his house, the ring doorbell activated and he heard his front door rattle. The sheriff said he caught his gun and stepped outside wearing lawn johns and socks. So he was just like, you know, just chilling in his fucking house, just there. Just like, yeah, I'm just probably having like a fucking beer or some shit, just watching goddamn fucking NASCAR or some shit. And these fucking rascal fucking little peasant little girl bitches fucking running around annoying the shit out of me. Yeah. The woman supervising the youth group told investigators that the girls returned to her car after leaving Turkey. She said she was driving away past the sheriff's home when she saw Roland standing in the road waving her down. The youth group leader stopped and opened her car door, illuminating against our car where Sarah was sitting. They just been dropping off. She said Roland looked into the car, pointed his gun at her, then pointed at the 2 girls sitting in front of the passenger seat. The sheriff then aimed the gun back at her. The woman said and told her to get the fuck out of the car. She moved out of the vehicle and parked and said Roland grabbed her by the hair, yanked her from the car, and aimed the gun at her face and holding it just inches. Jesus fucking Christ, dude. What the fuck? All the girls inside her report hearing the sheriff asked the woman who she was and say, I'll fucking shoot you. The youth group leader who grew up in the house next to Roland and considered him a family friend said that she told Roland her name and she was his neighbor, but that the words did not seem to register. That's when I really got scared because the gun was still in my head and he didn't know who was. Jesus. He told her to get the fuck out of here. Said he had 1 alcoholic drink earlier in the night. Well, oh my god. So I was right. He was having like some beer or some shit. Oh my god, I didn't even read all the way through, but holy fuck, my random little joke was actually on point. Gee, wow, oh my god. It's like, yeah, I'm having this beer earlier today and shit, and this fucking goddamn bitch is fucking annoying the shit out of me. It says that Butt was not drunk or impaired. It's like, I have my suspicions with that one. But claims to not have been impaired, which does not make it worse. I mean, honestly, probably. Because that just kind of shows how much of, you know, a hothead he actually fucking is and shit. I mean, and if it's like, I mean, if it's just even 1 drink, too. It's like, imagine him actually being drunk. I mean, if the actual claim is true, I mean, I have my suspicions maybe he was fucking actually legitimately, you know, like fucking, he probably drunk or some shit. One told investigators that the recent time change had really messed me up and said he was on edge because interactions with his wife previously have members of the community. I've had my job doing this for 36 years. I've had... oh my god. I've had drunk Indians drive down my cul-de-sac. I've had drunk Indians come down to my door. I just live off the reservation. We have a lot of reservation people around us who are not good people. Oh my god, so he's a fucking just racist piece of shit. Just like, oh fuck these goddamn... you know, sons of bitches. Just like, oh my god, dude. So it looks, no. This freaking bullshit sure says in the video before calling his wife to get my gun. Wait, so it's an actual video of this? Received footage captured by the sheriff's Ring doorbell camera, including a video that shows the girl's taping the turkey to the door running away. In the video, Roland steps outside, looks at note, to read the words "thank you" out loud. That's freaking bullshit. The sheriff says to in the video before calling his wife to get. So, oh my god, he like purposely like was going in to fucking want to do this shit. It's like, no, they ain't gonna be doing this fucking shit. Oh my god. He also made controversy back in 2016 when he said that statewide bill to streamline the collection and trafficking of rape kits was unnecessary because most reports of sexual assault are untrue. Oh my fucking god, this absolute scumfuck piece of shit. Wow. Like, what the it's just like, what the fuck? I mean, that's why I fucking hate cab and shit, because, goddamn. See or not? Yeah, you told me about that. Is due to appear in court December 22nd for initial appearance. So, aggravated battery carries a possible 15-year prison sentence, while aggravated assault is punishable to up to 5 years. So, collectively, he could potentially face 20 years in prison. Probably needs longer than that, honestly. Like, I mean, there was honestly, you know, plausibility of fucking, you know, murder, or at least, you know, an attempt to do so in my mind. Seems likely, considering that you have like a gun, you know, pulled on somebody like right at their fucking head. Like, yeah. Like, Jesus fucking Christ. It's like, I wonder why people are such major aggregates, you know, for fucking, you know, police reform and shit. And actually, you know, restructuring them totally to actually, you know, not, I don't know, be fucking utter, aggressively violent fucking piece of shit. And then somehow being like, oh, nope. You know, I'm on edge because there's just a bunch of natives and shit that happen to be causing fucking problems or whatever the fuck. It's just like, what the fuck? So that gives you an excuse to just do this shit? Like, oh my god. Like, I can imagine, you know, if it was an actual fucking Native American that happened to be there or some shit, you know, that he would probably be fucking, you know, doing a little bit more than just fucking putting a gun up against somebody's head. Oh, sleepy little boy over there. Sleepy little puppo. This is so cute. Oh, you're up? Were you even sleeping there, buddy? What's up, boy? What's up, boy, buddy? Aww. Yeah, you look tired, huh? FYI. What's with these like couple comments popping up of just like FYI shit? What the fuck? Huh? People should take the arm and start playing Catholics. Huh? Which argument? Oh, if like the whole like, you know, restructuring and like actually fucking, you know, crackdown. Oh yeah. I mean, honestly, that should just kind of go across the board of religious institutions, period. Like, I mean, why stop at Catholics? You know what I mean? They're definitely one of the more egregious ones out there, and the most notable. Got ones like Scientology too, fucking, you know, Mormons as well. A lot of different crazy fucking, you know, evangelical cults and shit that are scattered throughout the U.S. So like you said, we start, you know, applying it to Catholics, and I'm like, well, why, you know, why stop there? I mean, honestly, a lot of these religious institutions do a little more damage than actual fucking harm in the long run, honestly. I mean, Demon Mama, on YouTube and shit, she's made a few pretty good videos about this type of shit, because she's kind of grew up in a religious type of cult environment as well and shit, so it kind of has like some background in this type of shit. I mean, I do too a little bit, but it's part of the reason why I like listening to her and you know, and some of her shit that she has to say, because she does a pretty good job at explaining a lot of these different things, a little more than I would. Say about religion. I mean, mainly just, I mean, no, not much different than, you know, what I would say. You know, just a lot of the problems and the negative impacts that come with the dogmatization that comes from religion, especially when it, you know, gets reverberated around in these different organized institutions and shit. Because usually they're mainly set up for more malintent. Like when you got like these televangelists or these mega churches and shit like that. Or these more smaller obscure cults and shit. And then you got like sex trafficking rings that, you know, different institutions like, you know, Catholic Church will be doing and shit like that, you know, amongst other, you know, religious institutions. I mean, they ain't the only ones that do it, but definitely the very, again, most notable and probably prominent ones that do that shit. So, I mean, you know, especially when it comes to like religiosity in the United States, you know, it's one thing that, you know, she, you know, at least, you know, thinks it's something that, you know, should be challenged and actually, you know, kind of fought back against to some extent. She isn't like somebody that, you know, would think that, oh, just because someone happens to be religious, they're a bad person, or whatever the fuck. You know, it's just more so about the dogma and the actual, you know, philosophy behind it and shit. You know, not the actual fucking, you know, person themselves. Because in a lot of ways, you know, those type of people, you know, if anything, are either just misguided and shit, or probably just have their own version of belief that isn't actually fucking, you know, harmful and negative. Or at least, you know, especially to themselves, in the sense that, you know, they're not like, you know, somehow like in a worse state, you know, than they were prior or some shit. It's like, even for me, if like honestly someone wants to have like some fucking prayer and it makes them feel better about shit, whatever, I'm not like I'm gonna think it's kind of dumb and a little silly and doesn't really do anything aside from placebo, but that's kind of the point. Like, if it gives you some placebo feeling good, then whatever. A little sleepy. Seems pretty hypocritical about her religions. I mean, I think it's just because she, you know, talks more about, like, religiosity in America and shit, and other religions in the United States don't tend to have the same negative outcomes overall, society-wise, in comparison to Christianity shit, but at the end of the day, that doesn't necessarily mean that those religions in themselves don't cause those fucking things. They just don't have that much of influence, you know, here in comparison. But nonetheless, though, I mean, at the end of the day, I think across the board, you know, they tend to be fucking problems, you know, and issues. Shelby gets fair, so yeah. I haven't seen too much of the content where that type of shit happens, but mainly it's just because usually when religiosity gets brought up when I happen to watch her stream or some shit, or watch one of her videos, it's mostly about, you know, shit about Christianity or like religiosity in the US, so I don't watch all, you know, the content and shit, you know, to keep up with every single little thing, you know, they might be saying and shit, but at least, you know, to me, I think it's one thing to be like, you know, to just lump like everybody, you know, and who happens to be a Muslim or some shit, to be like, they're a bunch of fucking blah 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 jihad or some shit, like, cause that's just stupid and honestly legit pretty big of a fucking statement. But, you know, to say that, like, yeah, the religion of Islam is kind of a fucking, you know, problem thing and shit, and has tendency to, like any religion, have, you know, exacerbations of radicalism within it. I mean, because of, you know, these different jihadist groups and shit. I don't think that's the biggest statement. If anything, I think that's true. I mean, so it's just like, you know, like, I think there's actually, you know, legitimate, you know, some nuance for that, but, you know, because there's definitely people out there that, you know, just look at, you know, a lot of these negative aspects about Islam or the quote-unquote, like, Arab world or the Middle East and shit, and think it's just all monolith, even though it ain't. I mean, hell, Islam in itself isn't, you know, fucking monolith, because there's different subsects of these, like, Sunni and Shia sects in themselves that are either, like, more peaceful or more authoritarian, more violent and shit, you know, depending on, you know, which sect they are. Like, you know, like Sunni Wahhabis and shit are probably going to be a lot more authoritarianistic, draconian, and violent in comparison to a, like, more peaceful sect of it. So maybe I too just knew I should have just won't even do that anymore. Yeah. Even the ones that tend to call themselves atheists and shit, I mean, it's like they'll go after, like, some aspects about that on the right and shit, but never really go that deep to it. But it's like, I mean, there's a reason why a lot of these people on the right cling to that whole religious shit. Because, I mean, there's a lot of people that do believe in that shit, and, you know, a lot of them are legitimately pretty easily impressioned. So it's like when you have, you know, these, you know, people that, you know, can believe in, you know, this type of idea, and then, you know, use that as a way to easily manipulate or impression somebody into these type of ideas, then it's like, well, I mean, that seems to be kind of the issue there. Reformers and Muslims always been crushed for history, and the ones that weren't ever got anywhere. Well, yeah. So I usually see a lot of these more peaceful sects as like more smaller, little community-based areas, like a couple villages that happen to be like, you know, neighbors or something like that, or like, you know, a little small region of an area, in comparison to like a whole tiny, or like a whole vast, you know, like area, like, you know, the whole Middle East and shit, or like a, you know, Persia/Iran, of the whole like Persian region / the country of Iran. Also, though, I think, like, just Abrahamic religions in general tend to be pretty authoritarian inherently. I mean, because, you know, at the end of the day, you have to, you know, listen or, you know, abide by the decree and the order of, you know, one, you know, true, like, authority. Which, to me, seems pretty authoritarianistic. That was on a little charge. Just want to make sure it was good. Where are you going? You're just like taking naps in different little spots. Let's celebrate the birth of our Abrahamic avatar. How? I don't know. Hanging up lights. Set up little nativity scenes. Appropriate a lot of that from old paganistic style festivals and shit. Zionist nationalism, obviously, but it's Sikh versus and sort of there too. I mean, it does into the people that are in their land, so to speak. I mean, it should, you know, when you look at like Palestinians and shit. I mean, like, especially at least with the state of Israel, there's like a very strong inherent, you know, religious authoritarianism that's bent into mainly their foreign policy, especially, and how they treat just really Arabs in general, and, you know, in their fucking country, where it's just like, if you don't, you know, believe in our ideas or our culture or abide by it utterly and shit, then you're gonna fucking, you know, be treated as second class and basically be shipped right into Gaza ghettos, essentially. Or just kicked the fuck out. And then, like, bulldozed in different neighborhoods and shit. So, I mean, it definitely has a very strong tendency, but, I mean, it's more so it needs to get checked, because it would, you know, become more of a bigger issue if it, you know, continues to expand, because that's kind of the whole idea that, you know, becomes Greater Israel, which is, I don't know what, like, the actual technical lines of what that's supposed to be, but I think it's supposed to, like, go for essentially from, like, you know, the Red Sea to the fucking Persian Sea, I think, or the Persian Gulf. It's or some shit, something like that. I don't know how big it's supposed to be, but it's just like, what? The only way to really achieve that is essentially gobble up all the other countries that happens to be in that territory. I mean, start with Palestine, you know, and a little bit of Syria too. So let me see if I got this straight. Right? I tell you material goods are bad for you, so you celebrate my birth with material goods. But 4K TV. I know, right? Especially when there's a shortage of it. You gotta make sure you fucking, you know, get it before everyone else does. I mean, think of the chip shortages. See what else is on. See my random shit's on tube too. Chilling here. Whoa. This cow on a farm in North Wales is born with a third eye in the middle of its forehead. Cool. Unfortunately, usually animals that have little defects like that generally don't last too long. But who knows? Maybe this little guy will last. Maybe he'll make it. His little third eye. I mean, that cow quite literally pried open his third eye and shit. Oh, I can pull the screen up for this. Hurry up. Whoop. Oops. Let's find out. Yeah. Whoa, where'd you go? No! Where'd it go? No! Where'd it go? No! No! Yeah, I'll do this. Bring it back up. I guess we'll have to keep it like that then. Yeah. Where'd you go? Okay, I guess I have to. Where did it go? Where the fuck did it go? Oh, there it is. It's like, damn, son. Pry open my third eye, bitch. It's like, whoa. It's like, whoa, son. Dogs born with a defect which is seen twice the size of other monkeys. The monkey. Got the goods. Alright. I know there's I think there was like one dude who straight up had like elephantitis, but it was in his dick straight up, so it made his dick like absurdly huge. Like, and it actually was, from what he says, it actually ended up coming to a point where it was more of a detriment than an actual fucking, like, you know, thing to flex about. So, it's like, I guess, you know, to a certain degree, I suppose maybe there is, you know, a little such a thing as too much, but I think, you know, once transhumanism becomes the thing and you get, like, you know, hydraulic fucking nanobot dicks and shit like that, I think it won't be that big of a detriment, because then you can just, like, you know, just kind of like, you know, condense into a small form, and then when you're ready to go, you can kind of like think about how you want it to form up and shape up as, and pops up however the fuck you want it to be. So I went for that world and shit, because then, you know, that type of thing won't necessarily be a detriment, because, I mean, you know, if you think about it, then it's like crazy fucking nervous systems and shit that, you know, not necessarily gonna vibe with that, because, well, I mean, it's technically a genetic defect. And, you know, there's like, you know, extra blood shit going on there too. That's probably gonna make, you know, you feel not as pumped, so to speak, you know, because so much more blood is having to, you know, flow into that, you know, appendage. So it's just like, I mean, so there's some biological setbacks, but, you know, again, once we get some of that transhumanism going on, I think we'd be alright. Because you lose around and ensure total potential reckless adult because tight skin so you can't grow. I mean, yeah, I've heard shit about that. I know that, at least for me, I don't think I was right after birth. I think it was a little bit afterwards. But, yeah. Which honestly, for me, ain't that big of a deal, because it's like, I mean, it's not like a flex or nothing, because I don't, you know, I'm like, I don't necessarily see it as like some crazy, like, oh, braggadocious, you know, to brag about like size or some shit, because who gives a fuck, really? It's about how you use it, but like, you know, it is about, you know, on the above average, you know, stature of things, so, I mean, either way, I mean, if it took about like an inch or so, then it's like, what would it be like without it? Like, holy shit. Probably be fucking like packing a Clydesdale down there or something. It's like, fuck. I mean, at that point, maybe it'd be a little too much, you know what I mean? Like, oh. Because, well, yeah. I mean, also, there isn't necessarily, like, I mean, there is some technical, like, health benefits, but basically that, you know, to have, you know, like, removal of it, but it's just, like, it's, basically, it's just, like, an excuse to be, you know, not as kept up with your hygiene down there. It's just, like, I mean, it's, even when cut, you still gotta wash your shit, you know what I mean? So, it's just, like, like, what are you gonna do, you know? Just let it, like, you know, fester up down there and shit? I mean, speaking of which, I probably need to get Zukov a little bath, too, himself, because, you know, I'm gonna give him some belly rubs, you know, today and shit, and his belly's a little dusty and dirty. So, he probably can use a little bath. But... and also, there's just, you know, kind of like a natural lubricant that kind of comes before skin too and shit, but that's why, honestly, it's just like you gotta keep your shit hygienic, because then it'll all be fine. Like, there ain't, you know, I mean, at the end of the day, like, I mean, to me, it's more of a personal choice thing of that shit. I mean, it shouldn't be a thing unless you're able to make, you know, actual decisions, you know, on your own about that shit. Like, I'd say, you know, like, between, like, you know, 15 until you're an adult, like, if, you know, like, parent consent shit, I think that's fine, and then with, like, you know, 18 and onward, if you want to do it, that's fine. Like, I mean, it just doesn't seem like a, you know, that big of a fucking deal at that point, but, like, when you're an actual, like, kid and shit, like, where you're, like, to, like, between, like, birthed to, like, to however, like, you know, old and shit, it's like, fuck that. Like 5'8" or whatever. It's like like those kids don't have a remote, you know, concept of, you know, making such decisions like that. At 15, at least, you know, they're probably educated in sex education and shit like that, so they probably have, well, that's kind of old. Probably, you know, if their school actually gives them proper sex ed. At least when I was fucking 15, I did. You know, but obviously, you know, a lot of schools don't. But hypothetically, you know, like, if, you know, once you're 15, you should be able to understand, you know, some basic sex ed and shit, and understand those type of things, and, you know, should be able to make a decision about that if you want. But, I mean, especially, like, once you're an adult onward, like, you know, if you want to make that, you know, snip, then fine. You know, that's on you. But, I mean, to me, it's not really, like, you know, a big deal either way and shit. It's just the whole, like, child mutilation shit about that. You know, that's the problem with it. This. Well, I mean, I've heard some lefts talk about this type of shit. I mean, maybe, you know, as much as it probably should be talked about, maybe not. But, I mean, it's definitely an issue. I mean, luckily, it's not really as big of a fucking thing anymore. Aside from, you know, more different, you know, like specific communities and shit. Like, I know a lot of Orthodox Jewish communities are really uptight about that shit because of their traditions or whatever the fuck. But it's just like, you know, it's like maybe that's one of the ones that you probably should adapt in his shoe. Like, fuck that. Gratitude. Well, I've heard Vosh talk about it before. I mean, only, you know, a couple times, but not, you know, like on some big full topic that's like, you know, some sort of thing that he uploads on his, you know, videos and shit. But I remember on, you know, one of his streams, I remember him talking about it. So, I mean, I've heard, you know, some lefties out there. I know Kyle Kalinski's, I think, you know, talked about it as well. You know, so I know there's lefties out there that do talk about this type of shit. It's just not mentioned that much. Scarab said, I don't know, it feels like it's more about like the Orthodox Jewish community that gets really butthurt about it. I don't really hear so much about, you know, people who are Muslim getting butthurt about something like that. I kind of hear more about like either really evangelical Christians or Orthodox Jews, at least in the US, that get fucking upset about shit like that. European countryside-ish, well, maybe in Europe, but but it's just like, either way, it's like, I mean, mutilation of, you know, baby dicks or just baby parts in general is fucked up. Because, you know, there's also female genital mutilation as well. While not as common, it is also something that is, unfortunately, kind of common in more extreme Muslim worlds and shit, like in Saudi Arabia. So it's like, you know, it's like, when it comes to just like baby genital mutilation in general, like, it's just a fucking, you know, problem across the board. Like, fundamentally, I don't give a fuck what religion you are. Like, don't be cutting fucking baby parts. Also a lot more gruesome, probably. Yeah, probably. Because there's less to fucking, like, snip. Like, you have to, like, really, like, I don't even, oh my god, I don't even want to know how that process works. From my understanding, it involves, like, cutting some of, like, the flabs and shit, and, like, trying to shave some of the clit as well. It just sounds fucking gruesome and painful and horrible. It legit actually sounds worse than male circumcision in some ways. Because it's like, it's like basically shaving off, like, the surface of the, you know, vagina, essentially. Well, vulva, technically. But, you know, it's like it's like, fucking god. Like, I don't want my fucking genitals shaven down, you know what I mean? I mean, well, I guess that, you know, that's what circumcision does, shaving that shit down. On the opposites of, like, hey, they won't fucking, you know, jerk off or get sexually active early on, even though that has no merit of fucking evidence to prove that. In fact, it's quite the opposite. It shows that it doesn't do anything to change that at all. If anything, it probably gets them a little bit more so because they have to spend a little bit longer, you know, smacking out that meat. So it's just like, I mean, if anything, you know, they probably have, you know, they're probably going to be in it a little bit more, you know? Because when I have females, everyone pays attention, not saying it's bad, absolutely, still, that's, you know, well, I mean, fundamentally, I think no matter what, it's fucking bad. It's just like, I mean, it sounds, you know, it does legit, you know, descriptively sound worse, you know, with female genital mutilation, but at the same time, it's not as common, but still, it's fucked up and it shouldn't be happening, you know? And it's just, at least in that example, it's one aspect of, you know, just, at least when it comes to reproductive rights, you know, this side, you know, the woman's side of that, you know, where it's still a problem. And on the male side of it, it's just circumcision. You know, at least that's, you know, one issue. I mean, there's definitely some quote-unquote, like, men's rights issues that, you know, are out there. Like, I mean, there's also, like, you know, child court and shit where there is legitimate imbalance, that type of thing, where maybe there is cases where men are probably getting fucked on those cases. Not always. I mean, but there's probably cases where it does, and legitimately there has been. So it's just like, I mean, you know, there's definitely different cases where, yeah, you know, dudes can get fucked in certain aspects and shit, you know, systemically and otherwise. So it's just like, I mean, you know, it shouldn't be, you know, at, you know, some that should be just totally, utterly just like, bleh, you know, just not discussed or nothing like that, but, you know, a part of that type of conversation. Yes, you know, the whole broader issue about these, you know, rights in general, because there shouldn't be like some sort of disparaging on people. You know, it should be, you know, balanced and egalitarian in these fronts. Like when it comes to like, you know, child court case and shit, it should be, you know, merited based on the case of the actual, you know, context of that, you know, couple shit. You know, if it's, you know, the case where the, you know, it's actually the woman that was fucking up and shit, you know, maybe they should be the one doing it. And if it was the case where the male was legitimately fucking up in that case, and yeah, then they should too. But it should be because of the, you know, case-by-case scenario of the context of, well, that case, you know, what's being addressed there. I mean, so it's just like, you know, like, you know, there just needs to be, you know, more of a, you know, egalitarian approach to these type of things. Well, yeah. At least in that case, because again, it's a lot more rarer, and you honestly aside from maybe like, you know, an article or, you know, to every few like 5 years or so and shit, you know, you might hear about it, but it's mostly, you know, heard about, you know, in other different parts of the world with these type of things. Does it make it good? Well, no. But, you know, when there's still obviously a major problem with, you know, circumcision and genital mutilation, especially, you know, with children that are going on, then that still, you know, with boys and shit, then I'd say, yeah, there's still a problem there. Because it should be their decision. I mean, at the end of the day, you know, that's why I kind of like the idea, you know, it's like, with the hypothetical given proper sex ed, you know, by the time you're 15, you should be able to, you know, make some basic decisions, you know, about, you know, even shit like this. So it's like with parent, you know, consent at 15 until you're adult, and I think that's fine. Then when you're adult onward, you know, if you want to do that yourself and, you know, set up an appointment to, you know, get circumcised, and fine, you know, when you're adult. You know, so it's just like, I mean, at least to me, it seems like, you know, it seems fine, at least in my mind. But aside from that, it's like, no, shouldn't be doing it. Too bad Stefan's working tonight. It's close enough to like 10 o'clock to where I'll just make this a nice long stream. Nice, long, and juicy. I should hit up Mornack/Tabor, see what he's up to. Oh, hold up. Do this real quick. Sentinel something. Boom. There we go. Okie dokie. This little Doge is so cute, just sleeping here, like the little ball that he is. Sweet baby. Sweet little baby boy. Oh, he's just out. He's just sleeping. Sleeping good. Let's see what's going on with Tube here. Oh damn, Bernie's actually gonna rally with striking Kellogg's workers. Dude, nice. Hell yeah, Bernie. I want to hear about this. When is this actually happening?
Bernie Sanders is proving once again why he is the GOAT in all of leftist politics, because tomorrow he will be going to support striking workers at Kellogg's.
Oh yeah.
Kellogg's workers made the company billions during a pandemic by working 12-hour shifts, some for more than 100 days in a row, but Kellogg's is now choosing corporate greed over the workers they once called heroes. On Friday, I'm going to Michigan to stand with the workers. And I've got to hand Bernie Sanders, that graphic is absolutely priceless. It's just perfect.
I like that. I know tomorrow, I think that's when our local union is going to go strike with Fred Meyers and QFCs in the Portland area. I kind of wish I was across the board with all stores and shit, because it's a little fucking ridiculous that it's a little selected like that, but whatever. I mean, maybe it'll grow to be bigger than that eventually. We'll see.
Yeah, Bernie Sanders doing this is really important. Joe Biden, to his credit, has also spoken out against what Kellogg's is doing, and that's something that matters, but nothing is as powerful as actually going...
Yeah, well, why don't you actually go there, Joe? Like, I mean, I'm sure Bernie probably went up to you, was like, my friend Joe, I know you're my friend, but let me just tell you, you have to come join me with these workers at this rally that I'm going tomorrow. Nah, Jack. No, listen here, Jack, Bernie, Biden, Sanders, listen here, fat. I got some important business I gotta take care of, you know, let me just tell you, I can't hanging around with a bunch of bad dudes, I might be with a bunch of bad boys, can't be doing that, no malarkey. Come on, Jack, what do you take me for?
Solidarity with workers, shoulder to shoulder with them, that's really important. So let me tell you what Joe Biden said, quote, permanently replacing striking workers.
Mike always sounds like he's about to cry to me, it makes me sad. Dude, Mike always does kind of sound like that a little bit. I mean, I feel like it, I feel like the beard compensates for that, type of thing. Because, I mean, he's got a pretty sick beard. I remember when I was first watching him, when he was first starting off, where he didn't have that, and he had, like, it would pretty much the quote-unquote, like, white guilt Paul meme. Like, he actually did kind of look like a young Vert. Oh my god, I just had an epiphany right there. Holy fuck. The white guilt Paul meme, but he is just like even younger somehow. Like, oh my fucking god. Like a nerdier, younger oh my god, a nerdier, younger, botched clone version of a White Gil Paul. Holy fuck. Oh my goodness. And then, yeah, I mean, at this point, though, I mean, he kind of rocks out some, you know, some nice plaid every now and then. He fucking, at least during the fall and winter times, I noticed that. And then he'll, like, you know, it's got that big-ass beard. He kind of has, like, the gentle, like, teddy bear vibe going on now. It's just like, oh. At least to me, it's like, it makes him kind of cuddly. I mean, I guess to be fair, he is gay, too, so...
On the union and
I am bi.
Jobs and livelihoods. I have long opposed permanent striker replacements, and I strongly support legislation that would ban that practice, Biden said on Friday in a statement referring to the
Then do it.
The right to organize PRO Act. Such action undermines
do it.
The role collective bargaining
push it, bitch.
Providing workers a voice and the opportunity.
Like the PRO Act would, like, I mean, because pretty much Build Back Better is essentially dead in the water. Like, honestly, the PRO Act is essentially like the only other bill that would actually be worth the fuck passing right now. And oh my god, like that, like seriously, that'd actually be some good shit right there. Because that would add, you know, some extra protections, you know, for workers' rights and shit that can make it a lot more easier to, you know, get, you know, labor movement back on track, and, you know, in this country. Because it makes it just that much harder for fucking corporations to be more slimy, weaselly fucks about union busting and, you know, anti-union propaganda and shit.
Contributing fully to their economic success, Biden continued. Unions built the middle class of this country. My unyielding support for unions includes support for collective bargaining, and I will aggressively...
I really question this out of you.
...defend both. So, like, that's a great statement, credit where it's due.
Oh my god, I mean, honestly, because he talks to talk, but doesn't fucking walk it, it just makes him more like he's getting in the way than actually fucking, you know, siding with workers on this shit. It's just like, actually, like, you know, pressure some motherfuckers and, you know, like, you know, just, like, sign some shit for slight pen and shit. Like, I mean, come on. It's like, you could do some shit here. But he just says shit and doesn't actually do anything, and the entire Democratic Party is just adamant about not giving a shit about doing anything, so... I mean, that's kind of a fucked up thing. I mean, that's kind of the reason why, if anything, it just gets more in the way, because these motherfuckers are just all talk and no fucking bark.
Serious about supporting
well, I guess all talk and no fucking bite.
He would go further than just calling for the PRO Act to be passed. He would actually fight the people in his own party who are standing in its way. But I don't want to get too much into that argument. I do want to give him credit where it's due, but Bernie Sanders gets all the credit for actually going there and standing shoulder to shoulder with Kellogg's workers. Now, if you haven't been following the story, what Kellogg's is doing to its employees is incredibly gross, but it's very predictable. As Jake Johnson of Common Dreams explains, last week Kellogg's confirmed that it plans to replace the cereal plant workers still on strike in Michigan, Nebraska, Pennsylvania, and Tennessee after a majority of the employees voted to reject the latest contract proposal negotiated by company management and the Bakery, Confectionery, Tobacco Workers and Grain Millers International Union. The union has accused Kellogg Company's management of threatening to send jobs to Mexico in retaliation for the strike, an allegation the company denies. The members have spoken. The strike continues. Anthony Shelton, international president of the BCTGM, said in a statement following the contract vote, the international union will continue to provide full support to our striking Kellogg's members.
Dope.
Yeah, very predictable. So here's
that is literally the most predictable fucking thing I think I've heard. Like, when it comes to a lot of these labor strikes and a lot of these fucking pickets of shit, like, this is literally one of the more predictable things that fucking happen. Where the company will send in permanent scabs to try to replace these fucking workers and shit. To be like, oh, well, you know, like, they just need to abide by, you know, like, concessions and stuff. What are you talking about? Like, we're not trying to actually outsource and shit like that. We're just trying to keep production going. Blah, 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 blah. You know, and try to deny all these other fucking bullshit when it's pretty obvious what they're trying to fucking do. It's just slippery nonsense. Just same straw boss fucking robber baron bullshit that was, you know, tried to be sold to fucking workers, like, back in the goddamn 1880s and shit, to the early 1900s, and now, and it's literally the same shit today. Like, when it comes to this type of shit, really, fundamentally, nothing's hardly ever changed. And the scabs get pummeled. Well, if they don't fuck off. Like, the idea is that, like, you know, you explain to them when they show up, like, hey, you know, you can't really be working today, bud. you know, and give them the whole lay down and shit. And if they're like, no, fuck you, I'm working anyway, then it's like, alright, well, if you try to come over this line, we're gonna shove you off the way. So fuck off. You know, if they try, then, you know, they might get a little pummeling. If they try to be even more aggressive, then it's just like, yeah, then, you know, you might just get your car smashed up a little bit or something. So, I better probably think twice on that, huh, buddy? At least the other scabs, you know, are waiting to get into the fucking lot and shit. Might think twice, too, as they start slowly backing up.
Do is not cross the picket line. That means you boycott all Kellogg's products until their workers get what they want. Now,
and luckily for me, the only thing I pretty much have to boycott is Pop-Tarts. And not, like, and honestly, mainly just those cinnamon ones, because those are pretty much, like, you know, classic. And also, like, I can only find these at 7-Eleven, but those, like, these Fruit Loop Pop-Tarts, because Fruit Loops are also owned by Kellogg's, go figure. And, like, because honestly, those Fruit Loop Pop-Tarts actually taste like Fruit Loop cereal. Like, it's pretty much, like, the only thing, aside from those cinnamon Pop-Tarts, that actually tastes like the fucking thing it says on the label. So, it's just like, alright, I can be okay with this. But, you know, because sometimes I go to Sevy's, grab some snacks and shit, and then I'll be like, I'm looking at that Pop-Tart there, you know, the Fruit Loops in it, and I'm like, you know what? Fuck you. I don't need you right now. I don't need your Toucan Sam and your bullshit. You know, so... Honestly, where'd I put it? I don't have it on me right necessarily, but... where the fuck I don't have it. Do I have one of the Raptors in it? No? Fuck. Like, there's like these Quest protein bars that I've actually been getting instead, and I got these like cookies and cream ones the other day, and they're honestly really fucking good. Like, I can only really eat like half of them at a time in one sitting just because they're legit pretty filling. And I wish I had one to show right now, because honestly, they're really dank, and I actually kind of want one right now. But I figured I'd probably have one chilling here, because I have like Zoocop snacks and my snacks up here usually, but I guess not. Whatever. There'll be another time where I'll have it up and I can show it, because I will straight up chill those Quest protein bars now. They're actually really fucking good. Really spendy though. They're like $3 for like a fucking bar, but I mean, if I can only have one just one sitting, because it's like, damn, this is filling, you know, then I mean, honestly, probably worth it.
And Kellogg's owns, but I'm gonna put the graphic back up on the screen for those of you who missed.
All right. Oh my God, this is huge. Okay, here, I want to see this. There's obviously. Oh, I can't. Hold on. All right. Do this. Quality. We're gonna go to the advanced, to that 1080p baby. There's all brand. Okay, hold on. I'll just go from. There's Special K, Pop Tarts, Sandy's, all brand, Gold Lean, Frosties, Extra, Chips Deluxe, Wheatstones. That don't even sound good. That one's just Fiber Plus, Kellogg's Fiber Plus, Cheez-Its, Townhouse, Nutri-Grain, Frosted Flakes. Wow, I can't even see that one. Corn Flakes, Fruit Loops, Be Natural, I think. Zuccarata? What? Okay, that one's just like weird. Famous Amos. What? No way.
What?
Oh, just like these, you know, different products that Kellogg's owns. Elfridge, or Elfudge, Rice Krispies, yeah. Mini Wheats, Brar Bakery? Pops, Fudge Shop. Can't read that one. Apple Jacks. Pop. Kelco's? Pop. Okay. Crunchy Nuts. What? Fucking. Key Rare?
I'll be back.
Mother's. Wait, what? Mother's 2? Damn, bro. Club. Kashi, Morningstar, Moose 6, Chocos, Trisa, Kellogg's Saltiva something. TLC, Raisin Bran, and Eggo. Wow, that's a fat list of brands right there. That is a fat list of brands. Some of them are a little too small for me to really get and point out, but I could probably recognize them if I see them around.
Talked about this. They own Pop-Tarts, Eggo, Cheez-Its, Nutri-Grain, Morningstar, Keebler cookies, and of course, Corn Flakes, Frosted Flakes, all that. So do not purchase these products. We have to send a message to these companies that what they do to their employees, that's something that we pay attention to. If they mistreat their workers, then we're going to notice, and we are going to make our voices heard with our wallets. Now, generally, I'm not against, or I'm not in support of boycotts.
Oh my god, fuck off with this white power shit. Good lord.
I mean, regardless of what company
what the
you purchase
fuck?
products from, it's going to be made from either slave wages in a different country or by abused workers. But one thing that we can do is be selective in who we buy from if there is a major labor dispute. So in instances like this where you see Kellogg's workers striking, that's one small thing that you can do. Avoid purchasing their products, at least until this is resolved. So yeah, kudos to Bernie Sanders again for going there. You know, this is something that he has continued to do throughout his career. He has continuously walked the walk, and I wish that more politicians would take cues from him, because if we had more than just one senator who consistently stood with workers as they go on strike and protest, well, the country might be in a better place today.
No shit. You want to know what is actually based is fucking, you know, the actual, like, power and labor that, you know, abolishes things like slavery and fucking exploitation of one's labor. Especially, you know, done so where their autonomy is fucking removed. It's like, oh my god, let me just, you know, fantasize about myself as being a plantation owner back in the day. Oh yeah, it's out right again, boy. It's like, give me a fucking break. Good lord. Sad, silly little boy. So I couldn't even, you know, wait a little bit to, you know, drop it. Yeah, it just kind of just came in and dropped the nuke. It's like you could have waited, could have, you know, like, you know, slid it under, you know, under the couch a little bit, then let it go off, but no. You want to know who also is especially based? John Brown. John Brown, the freedom fighter, I'll tell you what, boy. I mean, I guess on YouTube it's a little bit easier to say stupid shit like that. Because on Twitch you have to kind of actually fucking skirt around the lines a little bit and actually, you know, put it under the couch and then let the bomb go off. You know, you can't just fucking, you know, you can't just drop it right then and there. You have to like wait a little bit, take your time, you know, for a minute. Or just say it in other ways. It's like, these fucking meow. Here. Oop. Put that back up. There we go. Yeah, I know like I said, my local unit's gonna be doing some strikes and shit with Fred Meyer's KFCs. I think specifically in the Tigard area in Portland, but probably, you know, throughout the Portland area. If that's the case, I'm definitely gonna be doing some streams, doing some like solidarity streaming, getting some news out about that. And I definitely need to get my A string replaced on my guitar, because, I mean, I know a few labor songs and shit, and I need to actually fucking get that bad boy fixed up. But this thing is getting all graffitied up, though, and shit. This fucking bad boy. I don't know which one's my favorite sticker at this point. Oh, there's also more right here. Going all the way. And of course, I think these are probably my favorite. I like that one. Boop. Ugh. But again, this A string needs replacing. It was black. Yeah, Roseback is part of the DFF community and shit. Yeah, that's where I've known him. I need to just get this fucking string off, actually. Hold on. Come on. I just gotta do this real quick. Come on. Dumbass. Come on. Oh my god. I mean, it's good that they actually do stick like this, but I mean, like, goddamn, sometimes this bitch try to get out. I know there's technically a proper tool for this and shit, but... Oh, there we go. I'll stick it back in there. Let's put that over there. Well, now just down to the E, the D, G, B, and E. And I just kind of dropped it down to drop D, because at least will sound a little better. Because I can still kind of play around with it, though. Drop F gent. I am not going to goddamn no drop F. But I can always still fuck around with it. At least I can still do a D chord, but make it extra oomphy with that. Yeah, they still got the spunk on that shit. Eventually, it'll get you drunk enough to play gent. Listen to vodka challenge will take a toll and you'll repent. We'll see about that. I mean, honestly, a part of me is thinking about, like, a part of my errands tomorrow. I can kind of get some supplies for that, and maybe the following week, or maybe sometime the week after, I could probably set it up. Just get the supplies and have it ready to go. Set up a time for it. It's honestly probably better to have that as a YouTube stream, if anything. I mean, I could probably at least maybe spread the word to some of the people that follow me on Twitch, because I know a lot of them, you know, watch like Radical Maniac and New Mornax as well, so maybe they can find a way to pop in too. I like you're like, oh, Carl Rova's returned, and then you're like, no, dual loyalty too, but I mean, honestly, it's just like the dude just basically like plopped right in, just immediately like, wow, power slavery based, lol. It's just like, okay. It's like, oof. I mean, especially now at this point, I mean, I'm not exactly, you know, tolerant of that shit, you know, it's like, Nick Salt count, just made shit, yeah. Which, I mean, it's just like, I mean, even if you are, it's just like, come on now. Don't have to drop the Star Bomba, like, it has the immediate return now, like, Jesus Christ. I've also noticed every now and then I'll get, like, these, like, VOI or VOH fucking FYI comments every now and then around here. I saw it, like, yesterday, then twice today. I was like, huh? What the fuck are these? It's like, are these just like little bots? are these YouTube's bots? Like how it came on, Carl immediately left. Here's another one. Vartech? Like, huh? Is there like some cryptic messaging I'm supposed to get out of this? So there like a secret code if I say that or something happens? Like... Why won't YouTube app you properly? I have no idea. Oh, I did also get that shit repealed, but I also have to kind of wait back when it comes to that shit, so I'm hoping, you know, they'll potentially make a, you know, some progress to at least, you know, see what could have possibly fucking, you know, truly, you know, triggered such a thing. And also, I was kind of thinking back a little bit, you know, with my friend, you know, Harley popping in, right? Because there's, you know, the instance where he was popping in, you know, and fucking around and shit. And he had like that little fucking pipe thing and, you know, whatever the fuck. It practically used to be an air gun and shit. And it's just like, I mean, I'm thinking about it now. There was at one point where I had like a little thing in the stream where on Twitch and shit, where it's like I'd pop that thing out, and when I ban people, I'd like, you know, boop, you know, pretend to take, you know, the shot at like, you know, someone, you know, banning them like I'm hunting or whatever the fuck, as a joke. So it's just like, I mean, I feel like there's been a lot of different instances of, you know, my general behavior, you know, on these streams and shit that legit just isn't different to what happened prior. So I'm hoping that, you know, if they pinpoint what it is specifically, then, and if it is actually that, then I can let them know. Never banned for that previously. That's what I mean. So it's just like, if, you know, I'm thinking if it's that, then I can just be like, yo, I mean, you know, there's been times where I've, you know, also pretended, you know, having like a little air pellet gun and shit, you know, when I ban people, I, you know, take a shot, you know, banning them or whatever, you know, down range or whatever the fuck, because we have a bunch, you know, because, like, I mean, it's like, if I have to explain these detailed little fucking things that are obviously fucking jokes and shit, then it's like, I mean, the idea, though, is that at least with fucking Twitchers, you know, ostensibly more likely to have a fucking human being being looking for this shit. So, we'll see. And also, from what I understand, there's a difference between like permanent suspension versus indefinite. So I'm thinking, you know, that, you know, since it's not like a full-on like, you know, ban shit, you know, it's all, you know, something that, you know, is actually kind of repealable. So I'm hoping, because it's just dumb. Plot twist, Twitch reclassified your bong as a deadly weapon. French Revolution.
Dude, you gotta help me set up this urinal, Mello. My hands are tied. Oh shit, wait. You're Stephanie Nuts. What's up, Steph Nuts? No disrespect. You circumcised? I just spent my last dollar on clove babes.
What the hell?
Buzz me, dude.
So what the f-
Selfie babe. You on MTV Sports? Dude, I went to the aquarium one time.
You gave me the wrong link. Did it? Are you sure?
Dude, that thing was free. Working it, twerking it, squirting it, plus like 2 bags of milk in that office.
Working it, twerking it, squirting it, bro. Oh my god. Are you sure YouTube gave you the wrong link, or was this the proper link? Because, I mean, you know, when you got, like, Eric Andre, I mean, you know, I don't think there's such a thing as a wrong link.
For week, bro, just blessing people like I'm LRH at the Scientology Center. Yo, bro, Tendo, you mind if I bathe your wife? I just got back from the Mountain Dew Awards, dude, plugging my new Sabot commercial. Next thing you know, I'm on the DVD extras for the new Tyler Perry movie. Oh shit, hold on, dude. I'm hacking a hologram.
Hacking a hologram? What the hell? Oh my god, dude. I love it. Ah, Eric Andre. Amazing. Amazing. Different Eric Andre? Ah. A different one. Yes, sure. Wow. That was still a funny one. And I still enjoyed it. Because, well, it's fucking Eric Andre. I mean, you can't go wrong. Aww. So cute. So cute sleeping over there. Being a little dork. Being a little dorky boy. Cute as can be. What? There's another one. There's another one of these weird motherfuckers. Vart, or tech. Like what? I come in peace, bot. Bot, I come in peace. I mean no harm, bot. It's like, what the fuck? It's like, who are these random bots? It's like I guess I'm gonna have to fucking, like, just, like, look at these random little spams and shit. It's like the big follows, dude. It's like, but it's honestly more frequent than that, so it's gonna be more annoying. At least it's not, like, showing me shit. But, like, I mean, it's just random. That's kind of the thing. Like, what the fuck? I mean, I'm honestly, like, trying to figure out, like, what's meant to be, like, said with this bot spam. Sending this one, like, little Vartech or Vartech, like, it's just random shit. It's just, like, randomized. Wait, dude, these fucking bots, I'll never get some of these. They're really odd. They are definitely pretty weird, like, what the fuck? Ben Shapiro compares leftism to morphine. Oh, Venom was telling me about this the other night when I was streaming the other day. I am most certainly gonna want to see this. Cause honestly, like cause I remember yesterday thinking, like, okay, how's leftism to morphine? And I was thinking, like, morphine's like medicinal heroin that basically makes you, like, go ground control to Major Tom. You know, just, like, send you to fucking, like, you know, interstellar mode. I mean, where all the cares in the world are just, like, gone and you're just, like, floaty McGody and shit. I mean, like... I mean, so is it, like, leftism is, like, oh, no cares in the world, you know, like, who gives a fuck? Fucking, you know, utopianism, morphine, dose, here you go, boom. Like, I mean, I'm confused, honestly, because it's like, I mean, that's why, honestly, at this point, I just want to listen. Just want to figure this out, because, how? How, Ben?
Talking about Build Back Better and Joe Biden and oh my God, this is going to add to the deficit. It's so bad. And what about inflation? And so he's talking about all these things, and at the end of the clip, he makes an awesome comparison. Watch.
They're always looking for an excuse to do the thing they wanted to do anyway. So anytime something bad happens in life, this administration immediately jumps to, we need more regulation and we need more top-down control. COVID, more regulation, more top-down control. A tornado in Kentucky, more regulation, more top-down control. It's all—
oh my God, what the fuck? What? Wait. Is he equating the regulation and top-down to control, like, to humanitarian relief of a fucking state? Bruh. Dude.
If you went to a doctor, and no matter what symptoms you complained of, he offered you morphine, you might start to think that maybe the guy's a drug pusher. Well, that is what you've got right now. You've got a government that is offering the same solution to every problem. So either you believe that this solution really is the gold standard, the all-purpose solution, or it turns out that these people are just pushing an addictive drug of spending and regulation, regardless of of the first part of the statement. Regardless of the contingency, the solution is always the same.
No. Like, what? What? That's not exactly... Oh, like, dude, that's not the same, bro. Like, I'm pretty sure, you know, if you have, like, someone that just, like, gives you morphine and shit, quote-unquote, regardless of, like, ailments or whatever the fuck, I'm pretty sure that's just, you know, something different. It's, you know, that's not, like, you know, that's not the same thing as fucking, you know, somebody like, you know, like, you know, a government that is giving humanitarian relief or trying to fucking, you know, build up infrastructure and shit and, you know, regulate fucking corporations a little more, or at least, in, you know, the Build Back Better, just, you know, give them handouts and shit. Like, I mean, what the like, that ain't leftism, Ben. Like, what the fuck? And even then, that's not what it would be, like, remotely closely analogized towards, where it's just like, oh, morphine for everything, baby. Like, what the fuck? It's like, Ben, you stupid shit. Starts at 5 to 9. Okay, here. I'll check this here real quick. Then we'll go back to the cow clip.
On Pyramid, I fingered Robocop. I'm a suicide bonger.
Suicide bonger?
Leave the boys at home and the wife in the morgue. It's dude's night. Buzz me. You wanna hit some ranch? I'm sorry, dude. I wasn't even talking to you this whole time. I got virtual reality on the back of my sunglasses. I'm in the middle of Call of Duty, and I have to say, sir, you're a Call of Duty. You seem pretty simple. You got the Trader Joe's newsletter? Ooh. Mind if I...
Damn, dude. Bongs are fucking, you know, can be potentially a deadly weapon, man. And wow, you know what? I didn't even fucking think about it. You're right. You're fucking right. It's like, holy shit. It was the bong all along. It was the bong all along. Anyway. I mean, maybe it's that, you know, maybe honestly Ben should have made the analogy that, you know, fucking, you know, leftism is just, you know, weed. It's just your weed dealer just peddling, you know, weed to you. Hey, we got all the types of weed. You know, it's all the same thing. All, you know, it's like different things for the same solution. Ends up being, you know, the same thing there for you. There you go, bucko. Boom. Weed.
Contingency. The solution is always the same.
Shut up. Shut up, Ben.
This is the most obvious case of projection I've ever seen. Because it's the Republicans who have the same answer to absolutely everything. And what is their answer? I don't even need to say it. A lot of you can think of it right off the top of your head.
Tax cuts for, you know, for the rich and shit. Deregulation, trickle down economics,
when they say
Reaganism.
Tax cuts, if you look at their actual proposals, it's more tax cuts for the wealthy than for working people. No matter what the problem is.
I mean, honestly, like, tax cuts for, you know, the working class and for working people will actually be nice.
Deregulate, so cut the red tape, and more tax cuts. That's always their answer. So everything he says there that the Democrats are guilty of, it's actually the Republicans that are guilty of it. And by the way, on the side of the Democrats, I don't even know what he's talking about, claiming that Biden says we need more regulation, more top-down control. Like what? Give me an example. By the way, the conversation here is about Build Back Better. How is that more regulation? That's not more regulation. It's not even more top-down control. It's bottom-up control, you could argue, because the provisions in there are 60, 70, 80% supported. So universal pre-K, universal child care, expanding Medicare.
I think a lot of that shit's been basically abandoned now at this point.
Up and top down, because it's what the people actually want. And how is that regulation? That's not regulation. That's the government providing basic services with our tax money.
And gutting it still in the process.
The American people. But I love the morphine thing. The morphine thing is wonderful. First of all, morphine, based as fuck. Anybody who's ever had an injury and gone to the hospital and had morphine was like, shit, this stuff works. I feel amazing even though my leg is broken. Second of all, if it's Democrats who are pushing morphine and that's their answer to everything, well, pushing morphine as an answer to everything is way better than what the Republicans are pushing, which is snake oil.
Say no shit. Start finding TikTok and COVID tolerate shooting threats on our sites. I mean, yeah. I mean, no shit. Like, I mean, you know, like, when it comes, like, that's just not one of the main reasons, you know, too, and shit, but also when it comes to more amoebic, fucking, vague-ass fucking TOSs and shit, where, you know, like, DFAT Fry can get striked and shit for making a joke, you know, despite it being striked for misinformation or some shit. Where, you know, like, YouTuber or streamers on Twitch like fucking Hassan or fucking Vosh will get, you know, banned for fucking saying crack or whatever the fuck. And then, you know, me, for at least as far as I'm aware, you know, essentially doing the same shit I normally do. So, I mean, it's just fucking ridiculous. Like, these platforms really need to actually be, you know, considered fucking public utilities. Like, there needs to be, you know, I think, you know, conversation, you know, put towards that. Because, you know, the power shouldn't, you know, be in these fucking type of, these type of, you know, corporations to pretty much, you know, be like, well, hey, we can, you know, kind of set the rules to how we want and shit. And we can kind of pick and choose who we allow and don't allow. It's just like, fuck that. Well, the actual fuck, people are getting banned for harmless jokes, but threatening to shoot up schools fine, what the actual fuck. Yeah, seriously. Or fucking, you know, actually spreading misinformation like, oh, yeah, the election, you know, was bullshit or whatever the fuck. Or like, oh, yeah, you know, those vaccines, though, blah, blah, blah. You know, or what, you know, it's just like this type of shit. You know, it's like there's actual fucking legitimately actual, like, quote-unquote, harmful shit, you know, that's being propagated. And it's just like, they had, you know, it's like, I mean, if they actually had, I don't know, humans, you know, actually looking at some of this shit, they would realize, you know, there's, you know, a lot of people that react to this type of stuff and fuck on them, or just, you know, explain and debunk why they're bullshit. And there's also people that just merely, you know, again, make jokes and do satirical things. They're pretending to be that, but they're obviously not, because it's meant to mock them. You know, so it's like there's plenty of different instances and shit where, like, it, you know, where, like, these algorithms can consider something TOS and shit where it just obviously isn't. At least for me, it's just like, I honestly can't really necessarily see, you know, what type of fucking, you know, TOS, you know, violation thing I could have done, you know, that I haven't done in the past on my streams on Twitch. Let alone here. I mean, at least, you know, when it comes to TOS shit, unless I'm, like, doing some overtly egregious shit, you know, then, you know, like, I'm not gonna get banned, but the algorithm can sure choke me out if I'm a little too edgy or some shit. So it's like, I mean, I still have ostensibly, you know, ability, ostensibly I still have to, like, walk on eggshells, but I don't necessarily have to. But on Twitch, well, you really do. It's just fucking, like, I mean, the thing is, though, it's just like, I mean, as far as I'm aware, like, I haven't really done too much, you know, different from streaming there, from here, aside from just, you know, not saying certain things like, you know, here I can get away with saying it, you know, if I or some shit, but obviously on Twitch I can't. And honestly, even then, I don't think, you know, it's like something that you should just throw around willy-nilly anyway. I think, obviously, in context and shit, I think, you know, something like that's fine, or whatever the fuck, but, like, you know, there's obvious, you know, reasons as to why, you know, things like that are considered, you know, like, you know, harmful and shit to people, because they've been used, you know, and, you know, bigotry in the past and shit, where, you know, people have been, like, lynched and shit, you know, and called that, you know, and, you know, killed, you know, because they're gay and shit. You know, so it's like, you know, this is why, you know, obviously, even for me, I don't go throwing it around that much. I mean, I still have it in my vocabulary, because for me, personally, you know, like, I'm okay with it, but obviously, I understand, you know, the context of every, you know, the whole situation about that thing, so, like, that's why I don't just go throwing it around. Sometimes I might go into fat, angry rant and, you know, might flop it out there and shit, but And he's a sleepy boy. What's the dumbest thing you've ever been say for me is, well, you can't just sell the houses that are going to be underwater. To who, Ben? Fucking Aquaman? Yeah. Like, I mean, that's probably the stupidest thing as well for me. Because, like, I mean, like, it's literally just null and void. It's fucking water. It's an ocean now. Like, it's a coastline. Like, there's, like, what are you going to sell that for? Buffalo nickel? I mean, that's why a lot of, coastal properties that happen to be on, like, cliff sides and shit tend to, go for a lot, because they're going to last a while. They're going to be there for a minute. Unless those cliffs, end up starting to erode and shit, but chances are those houses are built with that in mind. But only for so long. Oh, you stretchy boy.
Snake oil. And that does
snake oil.
That does nothing substantively. So I would much rather have morphine than I would a genuine, true painkiller than I would snake oil, which is just a scam product, which doesn't address anything.
Baby.
The rest of the segment, he talks about Build Back Better, and he keeps conflating this with, oh my god, inflation. That's an amazing sleight of hand on the part of Ben Shapiro, because people's default assumption, mine included, when I originally started looking into this problem, is that, oh my god, it must have been the COVID relief packages and the big spending which is leading to inflation.
I mean, hell, even I didn't fall for that. Like, I mean, what's been causing that shit is this whole artificial fucking scarcity shit, labor shortage. Like, there's been a lot of various different reasons that is not even close to these fucking, relief packages. If anything, I mean, like, they could potentially, help bring them down if they actually fucking, had any fucking teeth to the fucking bills.
Economists and experts and people actually know what they're talking about what the root problem of inflation is. The more they told me, it has nothing to do with the spending bills. It has everything to do with the supply chain.
Yeah.
So as a direct result of COVID, as a direct result of these monumental shifts in the economy, where people are staying home and ordering way more online, the economy wasn't ready to handle that. And so between PPE being delivered to various countries and clogging the ports, and online orders massively increasing, clogging the ports, and not having enough drivers, because basically the drivers are indentured servants. We know that from some great investigative reporting that came out a while ago. Crystal Ball did a great piece on that.
Yeah, Uber drivers and shit like that tend to get fucked in a lot of shit like this, unfortunately. I mean, because my mom actually lives at a nursing / like physical rehab facility and shit. Mostly physical rehab place. Like, sometimes she'll, like, get drove around in Uber and shit, because obviously she can't drive herself around. And honestly, sometimes I'll get to have a conversation with some of the Uber drivers, and they've actually got to know my mom well, so it's like, talking with them actually ends up being pretty easy and chill, and ends up being pretty quick, fun little convo with them. Actually, we're pretty cool dudes. And honestly, like, when it comes to, like, some of the shit that they have to deal with driving, and when it comes to, like, when they get paid and shit, it's fucked. Like, I mean, they really have to fucking, like, always either, be on it and basically have to, like, compete with each other to try to, get, like, certain fucking, like, calls and shit so they can get paid, It's just, like, it's pretty much like a straight up, like, dog-eat-dog world type of fucking shit. Where it's, like, there isn't that much fucking, like, much solidarity amongst each other and shit with this type of stuff, because there's not that much attachment to each other aside from just like, oh, you're a name on this fucking thing and I need, to get a call, and you might, fucking take that before me. Fuck you. It's just like, I mean, also that's why it's so important to, tip drivers and shit. It's, because they get, because that's honestly how they make a lot of their fucking money, is via tips. And even then, like, I mean, these, companies like Uber and Lyft and shit take a fucking cut.
Not enough goods. So the problem is on the good side of the equation. So what's one way to address that? One way to address that is bring back American manufacturing so that you have more goods. So
yeah,
that's one thing. The other,
which also is, you know, why I think there's been so much labor militancy in the past recent months. Because you know, like one part about, you know, trying to help, you know, get people's, like, you know, lives a little bit more livable and comfortable and shit, especially as inflation continues to rise and shit, is to, you know, fight against these companies to, you know, start bringing manufacturing back here at home. At least, you know, to stuff that can easily be manufactured here, you know, just like anywhere else. Like, there's plenty of different things that are, like, made overseas and shit, like clothes, you know, for example, or, you know, from, like, shoes, pants, fucking, you know, shirts, whatever the fuck, you name it. Like, all these different things could easily be made here, like, very much easily so. And yet, just very rarely aren't. I mean, it's just like, I mean, it's pretty hard to find some that are and shit, and if they are, they're really pretty fucking expensive. I mean, and it's kind of fucked. So it's just like, I mean, one aspect of, you know, keeping the whole price aspect of that shit, you know, relatively the same or negligible at best or whatever the fuck, is, you know, start bringing some of this manufacturing home and shit. Because honestly, when it comes to, like, you know, the fucking equipment and the fucking, you know, resources needed to fucking get, like, a shirt made or some shit, it ain't that fucking hard. Like, give me a break.
Walmart's one great example, but there are many others as well. Now corporations are using inflation as an excuse to jack prices, even for goods that the price actually isn't going up. That's why corporate profits right now are at a record high. So he's just being lazy and sloppy, or he's lying on purpose when he's acting like the big spending is leading to inflation. That's just not true. Don't take my word for it. You go do your own fact checking and reading about it, and you'll find out very quickly this is what every expert is saying.
Yeah.
It has way more to do with, number one, the supply chain and the problems in the supply chain. And number two, with corporations taking advantage of the fear-mongering over inflation to jack prices anyway and boost profits. Okay. Now, to get to the... You didn't see this part in the clip, but he did.
I mean, honestly, like a lot of the different fucking products in my store that I work at and shit, so many different things have just, like, bumped up in price, ridiculously so. Yeah, to the point where it's just like, what the fuck? Like, honestly, it's like, I don't even give a fuck. I'm just simply don't charge people the prices that some of them have bumped up to. Like, a chicken breast, like, fried or baked, don't fucking matter. Like, I mean, I work at deli, by the way, specifically. I mean, so it's just like, it's like $2.49 now. Basically, like, $2 and, you know, 50 cents. It's just like, huh? It's like that shit when I first started working there 6 years ago was fucking $1.99, and then it went up to $2.29 for, like, you know, the longest time after a couple years of working there and shit. And I thought, oh, okay, whatever. It went up like 30 cents, and now it went up like another fucking 20 cents and shit. And it's just like, what? Like, that's just fucking ridiculous. And sometimes they're not even that big. Sometimes they're pretty small. So it's like, I just bump it down to the $2.29. I don't know. It's like, I'll just hook you up. And so only gets just like 2 chicken breasts. Luckily, we have like a cheap ass like 4-piece thing where it's like $3.99. So I'm like, yo, get 2 more pieces and you get a lot more fucking bang for your buck, and it's way cheaper. And usually everybody's always like, oh, okay. You know, everyone's always like, ooh, a hookup. I want to hook up. You know, so usually people grab like legs or thighs or something like that. You know, so, I mean, because honestly, it's absurd that, you know, it's like that. And wings used to be 99 cents, and now they're $1.19. It's like, why? I mean, just keep it at 99 cents. It's like, fuck. Like, thighs are like $1.79 individually now, and then fucking legs are $1.49 now. When that used to be $1.29, and like, thighs are $1.49. It's like, it's like, Jesus. I mean, honestly, a lot of that's just, you know, bullshit. I mean, it's not necessarily just because of fucking inflation. Because if so, they probably could just bump it up like 10 cents or something, you know, instead. But nope. Even then, they don't even necessarily have to change the fucking prices on them. For my chicken, like I like my coffee, dark. I mean, dark meat is pretty good. I mean, it's more oily, has a little bit more flavor and shit. And those oils are some healthy oils and stuff, too. So. Bandito! Oh, he woke Zuko up from his cute little nap. Little Zuko, you're a handsome baby, you know that? Let's move some more of this.
The deficit, the big spending. Ben Shapiro enthusiastically supported the Trump tax cuts, which added trillions of dollars to the deficit. So notice, and did he say?
I mean, honestly, I find it funny that like Republicans will bitch and moan about that, but also under their administrations seem to have it get worse. I mean, it's just a part of the hypocrisy, but you know what's new. What's new with their side of their fucking pond?
$7 trillion on the military budget. By the way, weird. Whenever they talk about Build Back Better, everybody projects it over a 10-year period, and they say, "Oh, it's a $3.5 trillion bill." Or now $1.9 trillion bill or whatever. That's for a decade. That's for a decade. But when we talk about the military bill, we narrow the window to a year so it sounds less scary. $768 billion. So notice the sleights of hand and the way they rig the conversation to make certain things appear more reasonable and certain things to appear insane. They want any social spending for the actual people in this country to appear pie in the sky, insane, ridiculous, price tag too large, and they want all the military spending to appear perfectly reasonable and on the up and up. It's not, it's the exact opposite. So the real amount over a 10-year period, if we're going to do an apples-to-apples comparison, is $7 to $8 trillion on the military. Did Ben Shapiro say a goddamn word about how we're going to pay for it and what about the deficit? No.
No,
of
mind, course not.
Look, you know, this is more.
I mean, because the thing is, like, that benefits his fucking pockets, and it benefits the pockets of the fucking, you know, military-industrial complex and the establishment that is, and the powers that be. Like, they benefit from shit like that. Any type of, you know, idea of like, oh, well, you know, we can, you know, like, give some aid to the workers and give aid to the average people and shit. No, that's some pie in the sky shit. No, we can't have that. It's like, huh? Come again? How much money do you fucking spend on, like, these bailouts and fucking, you know, like, money pits in the military and shit? Like, come again? Corporately, fuck, say what? What? That's what I thought. Bezos. That's what I thought, Ben.
Because in his mind, he says, look, you know, this is a moral necessity. What are we going to do? National defense is very important. You know what else is important, Ben?
Having some, like, oh yeah, some having, you know, worth fucking defending, maybe. Like, as, you know, like I was saying there, as I was talking over, you know, childcare and shit, you know, just, or in general, just universal healthcare. And, you know, like, massive fucking infrastructural reform and shit, you know, establishing public utilities of social media platforms. Because at this point, that's, you know, kind of starting to become, you know, more of a front burner on my list of issues to, you know, consider and shit. Consider my fucking bullshit, and considering just the recent bullshit of all these other fucking streamers, content creators lately. You know, so it's just like, there's just been, you know, so it's just like, there's that issue, there's fucking, you know, climate issue and shit, there's the issue with, you know, labor, while that's, you know, being on the rise and shit, you know, there's all these fucking problems. You know, that, you know, need some fucking, you know, not just monies, but actual fucking, you know, programs and shit, you know, to fucking put into that makes, you know, the national defense actually worth fucking put money into itself. Because we put nothing but national defense and, like, our actual, like, domestic nation fucking, you know, it's just crumbling from within, then what the fuck, you know, are we defending? Like, what's the point then? Yeah, if we just got, like, ruins and hobbles and fucking, like, infrastructure from, like, the fucking, like, most recent, like, fucking, like, 70s on a mass level and shit. It's just like, huh? It's like, it's just, again, what? Like, when, like, I mean, so much about, you know, shit in the country is legit fucking, you know, been crumbling, like, you know, with this type of shit. So it's like, it, you know, even with just the virtue of, like, yeah, you know, it's at least, so, you know, merited to have some national defense right now, but it's just like, what's worth defending at the moment? It's like, I mean, even so, it's just like, I think there's just too much to fucking, you know, focus on here at home and shit. Doesn't mean we go full isolation mode, but, I mean, definitely need to kind of, like, you know, look inside our own house a little bit. I mean, seriously. Especially before we start lecturing other fucking nations. Like, as much as China's got their fucking problems legit, Russia, and they got their fucking problems legit. But, like, I mean, I think it's like the U.S. has got, you know, any claim or qualm to be like, hey, now. It's like, no. Because they're in their fucking baggage. Infrastructure's fine, Michigan. You know what's fucked up? Like, that little section, like the Great Lakes area, was such a massive fucking big, like, hub of, like, labor, you know, during, like, the late 1800s and early 1900s and shit. Like, actually, do I have it in here? I think I do, actually. I just need to see where I put it. I think I put it up here, right? Yeah, right here. Yeah, here it is. But I got this fun little book. The Little Red Songbook. It's the IWW Songbook, actually, so. The Flames of Discontent. I like it. But in here, there's also a few other things that, you know, they talk about in here as well. So, I mean, it actually has a whole one page in here at the beginning that says dedication. And it's to essentially different people who have actually died, you know, essentially to this type of shit. So, and some of them, if anyone's, you know, got some knowledge on the labor movement, might recognize some of the names. So it says dedication to the two wobbly lumber workers killed by company goons at Gabbro, Louisiana, July 7th, 1912. And to the wobbly maritime worker killed in the United Fruit Strike in New Orleans, June 11, 1913. So in the South. Yeah, so it's like the labor movement's even got, you know, its history in the South too, even with the IWW, no less. And to Joe Hill, murdered by the authorities of the state of Utah. He's a pretty famous one. Famous songwriter too, immigrant from Sweden. November 19th, 1915. To the 6 Wobblies killed in Everett, Washington massacre. November 5th, 1916. To Frank H. Little, lynched by copper barons in Butte, Montana, August 1st, 1917. To James Brew, killed in the Bisbee deportation in Arizona, July 11th, 1917. To Wesley Everett, lynched by the Lumber Trust in Centralia, Washington, November 11th, 1919. To the 5 Wobbly miners killed in the Columbine, Colorado massacre. So not the only Columbine massacre. November 21st, 1927. And to all the unnamed and unsung workers who struggle for a world united in peace and free from the exploitation of labor, our struggle will succeed. So that's what it says all on that one page right here. That one. And then it has the table of contents of all the songs in alphabetical order. Not in page order, but in alphabetical order at least. There's different songs from Las Barricadas, A World to Win, All Used Up, Banks of Marble, Box Factory, Bread and Roses, Food Not Finance, Forget Me Not, 4 Hour Day. Fun little tongue-in-cheek thing from, you know, even back in the day they were, you know, wanting that. Give me that new union contract, giving nothing back. If it weren't for the union, I'm dreaming for a fair contract. The Internationale, Joe Hill's Last Will, which actually that's just a poem that he wrote before he died. Which actually, that's page 36. Let me go to that. It was actually a really nice little poem. So it was written in his cell November 18th, the day before he died, on the eve of his execution in Salt Lake City. So it's Joe Hill's Last Will. My will's easy to decide, there is nothing to divide. My kin don't need to fuss or moan. Moss does not cling to a rolling stone. My body, if I could choose, so to ashes it reduce. And let the merry breezes blow my dust to where some flowers grow. Perhaps some fading flower then would come alive and bloom again. This is my last and final will. Good luck to all of you, Joe Hill. It's a pretty awesome poem. But there's also a few different, you know, Hispanic songs in here. Mexican Revolutionary song. That's in here. Porque nos palabras no tienen. The Preacher and the Slave. That's a pretty popular one. And then there's Joe Hill's and Billy Bragg's version of There's Power in the Union. Well, Bragg's version is There's Power in a Union. But, I mean, it's one different, you know, word and title. Essentially the same thing. But yeah, there's a lot. There's all sorts of different songs in here, and I think in total it is almost 100 pages. It is 96 pages in total. So almost 100 pages worth of fucking songs in here, and I've gotten to know a few of them. You know, I was just gonna ask you, Rip City, if you have a spare, like, acoustic 6-string A string specifically, but I realize that you probably don't. I need to get Logan to pop in on here and ask him or some shit. I just need to hit him a text and be like, yo, you know, do you have a spare acoustic A string? I don't have any acoustic stuff. Yeah, I was just, that's why I just said, you know, I realized, you know, there's no point in asking you, so I'm just like, I know Logan probably does. Guitar Center. Well, here's the problem. When I bought new strings, the first string to go was the A string, and then the string I replaced that broke. Well, what's the A string? I don't want to go buy a whole nother set of strings just for the one string. You know what I mean? It's just like, I'd rather pay like a couple bucks, you know, for one string versus like 25 or 30 bucks for like all 6, because I don't need all 6. I haven't used all my others yet. Like, I mean, because I haven't, like, the others, like, I think there's 3 of the original strings on there haven't broken yet. Like the E, the 2 E strings and the B string, and the G string actually. So only 4 strings are broken on it. So, or 4 strings are original on it. It's like, so I haven't even used up my other ones. I think eBay sells single strings. Oh, yeah, I didn't even think about that. I don't want the I didn't even think about that. You're probably right. You know what? Let me just look at that really quick. I bet it does. I bet you are totally right. eBay. 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 Come forth, eBay. Acoustic. Not acoustic. Acoustic. Acoustic A string. It's giving me results for like cigar box guitars, acoustic electric ones, and actually they're relatively cheap. 75 bucks. Well, 27 something dollars, so a little over $100 for a cigar box guitar. Dude, I actually would. I low key, I'd get one. I've listened to some YouTube videos of the sounds of those things that are pretty fucking. They sound pretty cool. Especially if you got like a, I actually have one, I think it's in my guitar case, one of those little like, metal / glass slides, used to slide on those. Oh, they sound badass. And there's a whole bunch of them. I think there's like some company on here that has a bunch of them. Oh, that's a fucking cool looking one. Well, I discovered some other shit while I'm trying to find specifically an A string, but there's nothing like specifically here. Maybe if I just type in I think it's technically the 5th string. Acoustic Brong 5th string banjo capo. Okay, no. Oh, cool! I found one. A single string. Okay. Yes. Okay, sweet. I could actually buy multiples of these. You know what? I think I will. I'm gonna put that in my cart right now and check that out later. Cool. Alright, sweet. Alright, just took a little bit of, narrowing it down, because it's technically the 5th string, not the 8th string, so, I just had to kind of reframe the search a little bit, reword it a little, and bada bing, bada boom. But I'm definitely going to be looking at those fucking cigar box guitars and shit. If, like, they're straight up, like, only $75 or some shit, with, or I guess technically a little over 100, all said and done, I might get one of those. I got an amp, and all that shit, so it's electric acoustic. Oh, I'm just thinking about that now. Oh, I'd have some fun with it. Ooh. Oh, I'd have some, like, slick-ass fucking shit going off that. I think they're, like, either 4 or 5 stringed. Here, let me go back and look for those. Let me just, like, go back to my original search. Where are they? There they are. Let's look at one that looks pretty cool. Wait, what's this one? Ah, this one has like a little pinup of a fucking chick smoking a cigar. That's pretty cool. Oh, and they're a 3-string. So they're 3-string guitars. At least that one is. Let's see about this one here. Let me. Oh, well, now that I think I fucking looked up what I was looking for, now I think it's switching up my search a little bit. God damn it. Oh, wait, here it is. Here's one. Ooh. Oh, that's a cool fucking design on it, not gonna lie. The Wise Man. Oh, dude, that looks badass. It's also a 3-string. Okay, so they're all 3 strings. Oh, I could buy it now for $125. Well, technically, like, 150 something. If I wanted to buy it, like, now, so to speak. Or I can just see if anyone bids on it, wait 6 days. If no one has, then I can get it for $75. Well, I guess a little over 100, because it's like 20... Well, I guess $28 in shipping, because it's like $27.95. I might just fucking, like, get a little 3-string guitar box, a cigar box guitar and shit. Those things are dope. Looks like, there's 4-string ones there, $175. Oh, wait, no, that's not 4-string. That's just, ooh. I'm just getting lost in these beautiful-ass fucking cigar box guitars. Because they're really nice. Man, because I've been tempted. It's like, do I want to get, like, a banjo, a fiddle, or, like, a cigar box guitar and shit? Like, there's been a few different instruments I've been thinking about, expanding with. Because eventually I do actually want to start, get some music recording and shit going on, and having these different instruments and shit, helps. Not necessarily having to, like, find people, you know what I mean? I could just kind of, be like the one-man team, so to speak, and shit. Aside from, for a few specific things, or for certain licks, or certain fills and shit that, others can achieve, or add a little spice to things. I mean, I got a bunch of friends who are musicians anyway, so it's like, obviously, they're definitely going to be collaborating with it. Drum set, I mean, that is probably going to be a MIDI machine, or like a electric drum kit. Electric bass, learn to slap. Well, my acoustic bass is electric. I mean, it's an acoustic electric bass. So, I mean, I can learn to slap with that, technically. I mean, yeah, I'll show you. I guess you're Mic Audio only, aren't you? Well, I guess no. I mean, YouTube don't do that, does it? YouTube don't give you that option. But yeah, right here is where you put in the aux. Right there. And then all the other shit. Right there. Different type of pickups. Well, okay, yeah. Get your technicalities in the wad. Rip Team McMofo. I know, dude. Hey, I made the whole appeal shit, so hopefully that, it advances somewhere to where potentially there can be a little bit more, you know, addressable of that type of situation. Like a little bit of a slap, but I mean, it's not the exact same. I mean, eventually one of these fucking days, I gotta get over to your fucking pad and goddamn, you know, to jam out of your shit a little bit. Do you still have that fucking, like, double-necked, like, bass / 6-string fucking guitar thing? Or did you end up selling that or something? Royal Blood setup. Oh, dude, I'd totally be fucking slapping with a Royal Blood set. I'm not even gonna lie. I sold a double neck years ago. Oh, yeah, that's right. It just popped up in my memory because I think it's just so cool. That was a pretty cool guitar. Not gonna lie. Well, guitars, you know, but the intonation was fucked. I mean, well, I guess that shows that looks don't matter, you know. When it comes to guitars, at least. You can make a guitar look badass all you want, but if it don't sound good, it don't sound good, you know. I have a guitar I need to fix. Nice. And 2 basses at work. And honestly, I just, now that I think about it, I also need to get some electric strings. Some of them for my lower standard tuning Jackson, and then my Suzuki guitar for the E string on that. So I can get my electric guitar set back up. Because now that I've found out that I can at least, you know, buy individual streams on eBay and shit like that, you know, like I just did. It's like, hell yeah. Also have Logan's electric drum set. No shit! That's where it is. That's where he put it off over. Alright. How well does that thing function still? Because I remember the last time when it was over at my place, it wasn't 100% the best functioning thing. It had like glitches and weird shit with it. Because I'm thinking, you know, I might get my own, you know, and I can probably, you know, set something up. Because even if I don't set up like an average kit, maybe I can kind of set up like a little system to where I can just, you know, just make it work at least, you know, but I don't know. Let's try to fix it. I've learned more about circuit board repair since I last looked at it. Oh! True, you know what, yeah, we could probably get that shit hooked back up. Has 2 or 3 inputs that don't work. Ah. Well, yeah, that should be a pretty simple repair. And honestly, you remember that Marshall amp? Like, I mean, I like it now how we're bringing up all these things that need fixing, and now we're just starting to build a list. But, like, that Marshall amp still works, and it's still good, but that fucking volume knob is, like incessantly fucked right now. I mean, it's just awkward, loose, and bullshit, and all that. It's, like, really iffy. But, other than that, you know, it still works. And, I mean, you know, we're a hardy little Marshall amp and shit, you know. Does the job. I mean, the thing is, like, I'd play on that amp more if the volume knob wasn't so fuckety. I mean, you know, that's the main thing. It's just like, oh. Crack open my multimeter, figure out what component is bad, try to figure out how to micro solder. Which I imagine something like that shouldn't be too hard to figure out. I mean, at least from your perspective, to me, that would be like, huh? What? The micro solder? What the fuck is that? You know, like, I'm gonna look at that and be like, wait, what? Like, fix that pretty easily. Send me a photo of it so I can order the parts. Alright, yeah, I can send you a photo later when I'm done streaming and shit. I mean, because it's basically just, you know, the one knob. That's pretty much about it. But, you know, then obviously I have to, like, kind of show the inside of it too and all that, so, but, yeah. Honestly, that one's probably a really easy type of fix. Micro soldering is very difficult. The hand precision is required is ridiculous. Ah, well, so definitely I'd probably get fucked on that front, unfortunately. I have most of the tools required and need a wick and flux, which are cheap. Ah. And then it's just about making sure you got the hand precision and get it all Gucci. I have a hot air gun installer. Nice. Boo-doo-doo. I need to find a dead border practice on. Gonna cheap out, use a phone camera as a microscope. Lamau. Oh my god. I mean, honestly, like, I've been thinking about low-key getting a microscope. Honestly. So maybe if it works, I could probably, you know, down the line, be able to hook you up with some shit like that. But obviously, I don't know if that'll help in the immediate sense, like as in for right now and shit. Any precision tweezers also. Ooh. A phone camera should work. Don't need to zoom in that much. Ah. Now you need to get like the microscopic level of things. You need to be able to see like organic cell matter that happens to be hanging out, doing its thing. You need to be able to see like the dust particles for what they are. I mean, honestly, like, one thing why I would love to really have a microscope, because honestly, think about, like, the different crazy shit we could see on stream with a microscope. See what, like, see what my dog's saliva cells look like. Get, like, a little petri dish. Get a little rub on his cheek. Boop, spread around there. Get a quick little flame. Iodine it. You know, get a little glass thing on top of it. Boom. Put underneath that microscope, see what we see. You know what I mean? Do the same thing for, you know, human cells. You know, do the same thing for cat cells, because I got bandit. Dude, I mean, imagine the different shit we, you know, could see. Because I remember, like, in high school in biology class, oh my god, I loved my fucking science teacher back then. Like, he had, like, these cool-ass fucking, like, college-level fucking, microscopes that were, I think, I forgot if they were, like, funded or donated, but I think they were donated. I forgot which. It's been a while. But, like, they could do some crazy-ass zooms. And because of that, it also made for different science projects that much fucking cooler. So, you know, while, like, the other classes had, like, the more, like, 1970s fucking more lamer fucking microscopes. Not that they were bad, but they didn't necessarily do the job as well. But these more fancier ones, like, oh my god. Like, it was, oh, I loved it. Like, seeing, like, plant cells. But, oh my god, I just realized that. Like, imagine the different, like, plant cells. Like, hey, let's look at an onion cell. Let's look at, you know, a chicken tendon cell after it's been cooked up and shit. See what that looks like, you know? Let's see what, like, you know, different cells on a flower looks like. Hey, we found a dead beetle. Let's, like, shave a tiny little thing off, see what their cells look like on their exoskeleton. Dude, I mean, imagine different shit, you know, we can see, you know? Like, I mean, like, that's why I want to get, like, one of those fancy microscopes I remember having in high school. But on top of that, I want one where I can actually take pictures of, or at least maybe, you know, have a way to where, you know, the phone can be adapted to it, you know, attached to it, so you can take pictures with it, you know. So I want to figure out a way to do that, because that'd be so cool. And plus, with because I've done that a few times with my telescope, where, you know, we'll look at stars and Jupiter and shit like that. You know, and if I can get it right, you know, I can get my phone camera lined up with the with the scope, and you can actually see all that shit, which is pretty cool. Probably going to replace the Mazda with a better Mazda. Mazda's the only decent car that I can afford right now. The market's McFucked. Well, I guess that just lets me know if there's, you know, like any fucking vehicle that I end up potentially getting in the future, get a Mazda. I mean, hopefully, you know, maybe things like vans and shit would probably still be okay. But probably not. Because I like the idea of having, like, the back of a van reconverted a little bit to be, like, a chill-out spot. / like, a little storage area. Like, just kind of get it, like, heavily carpeted and kind of, like, somewhat insulated. Also, might be out of your price range. You'd probably have to get a shit box on me, bro. Well, yeah, fair enough. I mean, hell, even if there was, like, a shitbox van that at least ran, well, that'd be fine, because I totally make that, like, a fun little project to myself. I mean, especially with that little, like, tent outside. Like, I mean, have my little van back there, just working on that shit. After Harley finishes this shit, gets it out of there, you know, once he gets that all said and done. That just seems like a nice little, long-term little goal there. Once he gets this shit done and out of the way, then maybe I can convince him to let me keep that thing up there and just be like, hey, you know, like, maybe I'll get something and end up using it. Like Camry 240K that has mirror issues that I could help you with. It has to be super expensive for a van. A decent van would be really expensive. Yeah, I mean, the thing is, I don't necessarily mind it being like a, you know, one that you work on. I just don't want, like, a Harley work on project, you know what I mean? Like, I want one that I can at least, you know, not have to pre-place floorboards and all this other bullshit. I mean, because honestly, adding carpet, you know, to a fucking, you know, van that, like, is, like, I'm sure there's some technicality bullshit before I assume your budget would be, well, implying that I save up. Again, it's a longer term thing, depending how long he takes to fucking get his shit done, you know, so. And honestly, you know, I'm putting more of my finances in there shit like a PC right now anyway, so this is more of like a hypothetical, more longer term thing. Which also, hypothetically, too, you know, prices might, you know, start going down a little bit, but, I mean, who really fucking knows with that? Probably not. It wouldn't matter as much if, I don't know, if wages and income were tied to inflation and productivity, but we don't do that in America now, do we? I don't know. I could do the type of bill of Oslo. Well, yeah. I mean, I'm just thinking more of like a dream idea shit, but I also don't have the Harley impulse. Like, I'm actually smart about shit, because hypothetically, you know, if I work up on a, you know, more of a beater-upper shitbox Camry or some shit, you know, get it more tuned up a little bit, you know, polish it out a little. And depending on how, you know, the car market is and the automotive, you know, market is and shit, it might go up in price anyway. So I could probably sell it for a little bit more, maybe hypothetically, and, you know, get something a little better after that, you know? So, I mean, like, there's a potentiality to where, you know, there could be a decent investment out of something like that. Strangely enough, like, now there's, like, you know, like, investments you can make out of fucking cars now. Like, when they normally would just drop in price over time and shit, like, there's now different vehicles and shit that will actually have been going up in price even though they're used. It's like, huh? Like, I've heard of, like, you know, people's trucks, you know, being, like, worth, like, 30K when they bought it, and, you know, and after, like, a few years, it'd be more like 20K or some shit, or whatever the fuck, you know. Yeah, I'm just kind of spitballing numbers. But then, now, it'd be more like 40K and shit. And it's just like, what? You know, it's like, wait, how that happened? Imagine being able to afford things. I mean, so I would. There's gotta be a way to get you the fuck out of that, you know, situation you're in, my dude. If I can just scoop you up and get you the fuck out of there, I would. Because even, you know, with, you know, the bullshit, you know, like, you would be able to at least, you know, make it, you know, you know, over here in Oregon. Plus, weed's legal and cheap. And no one's gonna be looking over your fucking shoulder over it. If anything, they're probably gonna be looking over your shoulder if you have a joint, just to see if they, you know, want to be like, hey, you don't have a joint. Here, take one, sir. Equilibrium's returned in the world. Yeah, but just I guess, you know, another reminder about why Alabama just be unfortunately shitty. I left openly smoke weed. I mean, like, just out of respect, I don't do it openly, just like in my front yard or some shit, because, you know, to be fair, I don't necessarily know what my neighbors' positions are on weed, or just about having it openly smoked and shit like that. But, I mean, you know, it's just like, for all intents and purposes, I could be on my front yard smoking a fat doobie and no one could care. You could probably whine about it, be like, oh my god, why are you doing this? It's just like, it's my house, my yard, fuck you. It's legal here. I'm not on public property or nothing, it's my prop, bitch. Timeless Oregon, replace Drew's roommate. Well, not replace. Just have another roommate. If I lived there, I'd be eating legal shrooms. I think they're medicinal right now, so it's not necessarily shrooms that will make you trip. Do you have room for 2 roommates, Lamau? You remember there's a room in my garage, right? I mean, technically, yes. Shrooms aren't legal, decriminalized, and I think medicinally legal. Medical has been implemented? Not yet? Okay. I remember it getting legalized medicinally, but yeah, okay. So it hasn't been implemented yet, but in the future it's going to be. So I don't know when that date actually is, but you know, so whenever the date it's going to implement, then medicinal shrooms will be legal. But until then, it's just decriminalized right now. It's still a step in the right direction. They're hard to get, but realistically aren't going to get in trouble for having them. Yeah, and they are hard to get because I've been trying to get some for a while, and the one time I almost got a whole, like 2/4 of it or some shit, like, the motherfucker ate them. So it's just like, god damn it, so now I have to, like, you know, wait around some more to, you know, get some of that shit, and I still want some, god damn it. It's like, ugh. The most that happens is a $100 fine, Lamau. Yeah. And even then, that's if the cops give a fuck. And realistically, because you're white, they're probably not going to. Now, if you look like a poor, impoverished, like, you know, homeless type, they might fuck with you anyway. But, I mean, if you at least look somewhat presentable, I guess, in fine society, like me, then you're not gonna get fucked with. Like, I don't look like, you know, high, fine society, but I look civil enough. Clackamas County might... Yeah. You know, seriously. Especially if you happen to be a minority. Don't let the sheriffs catch you if you're black around in Clack County. I'm not kidding. Pretty racist around here, unfortunately. I mean, not all the people. Like, in fact, I mean, the town I'm in Milwaukee specifically, like, it's not even, you know, really that racist, so to speak. The police department, like, the worst thing they really got going on for them is, like, these traffic stop bullshits, but even there, they're racist as fuck, because they stop people who are Latino and black more than fucking white people when it comes to doing traffic stops, so it's like, even then they can't help it. It's like, motherfucker, it's like, you sons of bitches. It's like even the one benign dumb shit thing that annoys like even people like me, like you can't help but just be like, nah, we're gonna discriminate on this front too. It's like, ah! It's like, come on. It's just like, what the fuck? I mean, honestly, now that I think about it, I mean, the only time I've really seen white people get pulled over shit if they look like, you know, they're either homeless or really poor and have like a bunch of random shit in the back of their truck or some shit like that. Or, you know, so it's just like, I mean, yeah. It's like, it's like the cops here are soft racists, not like hardcore about it. And like soft classists, I guess. They're not like, you know, yeah, you know, we're gonna shoot you dead, you know, you son of a bitch, or whatever the fuck, you know, but, you know, they like to make sure they get their money out of people, especially if they're poor, because they can kind of fuck with them in the legal system and probably even get a bunk filled in the fucking Clark County jails, which are not pleasant to be in, from what I've heard. I've been in Maloney County jails, and those are horrible. I mean, and from what I've heard, Clackamas County jails are no better. In fact, you know, in some ways kind of worse. There's a huge sign in the middle of the nearest city near me. Don't let the sun set on your black ass. I'm serious, so I'll send you a pic next time I go by it. Oh my fucking god. Jesus Christ, dude. Some of these places are legit still stuck in like the 1880s or something, dude. Like, what the hell? At least around here, it's more like the 1930s. So there's not as like much horrible racism, but it's still kind of here. It's like, oh. It's like, okay. That's nice. I mean, at least, like, overall, it, you know, there's not, you know, this high rate of, like, you know, fucking other severe fucking bullshit, you know, in comparison to, like, you know, the corruption of these other police, you know, departments or police bureau for Portland specifically, at least. But it still doesn't negate the fact that it's so fucking fun. It's like, come on. It's like you're probably one of the more quote-unquote chiller fucking, you know, departments around in Portland, or not Portland, but in fucking Oregon, and even then you still have ways to still be shitty as shit. It's like, come on. It's like just being a nice polished turd with a little bit of whipped cream and a cherry on top and some sprinkles will make you know it's goddamn better. Besides, it's still dressed up like they're all militarized anyway, and they fucking have like these slick black fucking cars and shit. And because there's not that many lights around here, and it can get pretty dark at night around here and shit, like, you can't see those fucking things. So it's just like, I mean, they legit can just be parked somewhere hidden in between, like, you know, like some houses or like, you know, some shrubbery or some shit, or just like a really dark part of the parking lot, you know, like next to an exit or some shit. Just lurking and waiting, you know, for something they think is suspicious or a violation of a law or whatever. It's like, oh my god. Well, there's actually this one time I saw a fucking sheriff, not even fucking kidding. I was walking home, like, I think it was like at probably like a little after midnight, if I remember correctly. And I just, you know, I finished dropping some money off in the bank and shit. And straight the fuck up, like, a sheriff pulled up to this gas station and started getting gas for himself. It's like, what the fuck? It's like, oh, wait, what? It's like, did I just see a cop just, like, fucking siphon gas out of a gas station? Did I just see that? And I was like, what the fuck? What? What the fuck? It's like, wow, okay. So, the sheriffs around here, you know, steal from the fucking, you know, working class people around here. Nice. Piece of shit. And plus, they literally unironically look like brown shirts because, well, they wear brown shirts. So, and a lot of them look like the fucking stereotypical, like, white thumbhead fucking, you know, sheriff types and shit, too. Like, the different versions of, like, the, you know, of it, like, some stereotypical, like, yeah, you know, like, I'm a law-abiding, you know, some bitch around here, you know, type of sheriff. Like the different Almatians, like the Sarge haircut, the cue ball, you know, fucking thing going on. Like, all of them, the whole nine and shit. Like, you know, the Aryan haircut where it's all, like, kind of swept back to one corner and shit. Maybe a little hint of gel in there to, you know, kind of have a shine to it or whatever the fuck. Y'all, you know, just like all this shit, dude. Ugh. I mean, they legit, so many of them legit look like that, and there's been a lot of different instances where the sheriffs have straight up, you know, been, you know, far more fucking violent and aggressive than, you know, to the Milwaukee PD and shit, which honestly is why, you know, even here I kind of paint Milwaukee PD in a slightly softer light and shit, because the sheriffs are really the ones who are really corrupt and fucked around here. You know, it's just like, they're, you know, they're the ones to look out for. Whenever I see sheriffs around here, they're the ones I'm like, get the fuck out of here. So, like, I think Milwaukee PD can handle it on their own, because they already, you know, annoy us a little bit already as it is with this shit. You know, so it's like, fuck off. We don't need you brown shirt, clack sheriff motherfuckers, you know, around here. It's like, it's every now and then I'll see them drive up roads and shit, you know, that they don't normally will even drive up. Not even Milwaukee PD would be driving up and shit, you know, just skulking around doing their rounds. And it's just like, what? It's like, get the fuck out of here. It's like, bleh. It's like they're more piggy than our own pigs and shit. At least ours are less aggressive. They're more passive-aggressive than actual aggressive. Oh my god. I agree, Zukov. I totally agree. Chase you for 3 seconds to give up. Our bigs think they are God's gift to the community. Oh my god. Honestly, like, a lot of fucking cops legit kind of think that. I mean, and when, honestly, especially when I'm thinking about, like, that fucking, article that, teachers share on Twitter and shit that I checked out. And where, with that fucking cop, you know, getting all butthurt because some fucking, you know, youth group fucking, you know, spreading thank you notes and shit. And he got like, honey, get my gun. I'm gonna teach these fucking bitches one thing, one for. It's like, oh yeah, like some gift to the community you are, motherfucker. Serving this community 36 years, and I've been protecting them from them goddamn natives out there. I tell you what, the motherfuckers. Yeah, they're out there to fucking, you know, try to harm us and shit, and, you know, I'm on edge. You got me watching now, and just like, motherfuckers. It's like, Jesus fucking Christ. Straight fucking unhinged. Oh. Who's baby? Who's a sweet baby? He's a good baby boy. Yeah. Are the guys left this? Maybe. Maybe. I ask a shit out of Thin Blue Line. Where's more than these linkers? Oh god. What would you have to eat to shit out a blue line of shit? Oh my god. I can't even, like 5 pounds of blueberries? And even then, I think that would be more of like a very dark purplish hue. We're done to serve a spider's comparison. Pigs are awesome. They produce bacon and are pleasing in the eye in many circumstances. How about we call them mosquitoes? Yeah, I like that. I don't like anyone being authority. Oh yeah. So from henceforth, fuck off mosquitoes. Okay, I was thinking, I was just thinking, I was like, okay, well, that have a difference in the income. I was like, wait, no, it won't. I mean, what about fleas? You know? Or like tapeworms and shit, like the parasitic worms and stuff. Like those worms. It's like, ugh. But yeah, I mean, fundamentally, I mean, the reason why, honestly, especially over here, there's like such a strong, ACAB leaning opinion is just because like there's so much about, police that abuse their fucking authority left and fucking right. Even, I mean, even in my little small town, they'll abuse their authority when it comes to like traffic stops and shit. I mean, and do so even more so with Black and Latino drivers and shit. I think it's a 2.7% that the Milwaukee PD around here and shit stop black drivers in comparison to white drivers, and I think it's like 2.3% for Latinos. And it's just like, huh? Like, I mean, why for? I mean, it's like it's already, they have a pretty ridiculous, stop rate anyway as it is, as far as I'm concerned, and then yet they just can't help it, like, stop, these extra people and shit when they're probably just giving off bullshit tickets or shit, probably warnings for the most part. And probably with those extra, percentages on, Black Latinos and shit, it's probably, more tickets are given to them, I'd have to imagine. But I didn't get too far into what all the day was saying on that specifically, but I remember, seeing those specific percentages, and I was like, oh, well, what the hell? An emotional support honey badger, thoughts? Cool. Or for a traffic violation? I mean, that's kind of thing. I mean, honestly, from, just because of how, like, quiet it usually is around here, for the most part, like, like, from what I, can see, from my observation of, cops around here, they seem like they have, like, nothing better to do, besides just kind of, drive around town, or, like, be nestled in between, like, somewhere next to the road and shit, where they can stop people for weird little bullshit violations, or, if there's, like, something, on the record or something like that, they could stop them for that, or whatever the fuck, when it's just like, they really need to be doing that? Canada, are you in? I'm not in Canada. I'm in Oregon, so I'm kind of close to Canada, but not, I'm not quite close. There's another state in the way. Got to Columbia, then all of Washington, and then that border. But honestly, it wouldn't be that hard to go over there. Like, I can easily fucking take a train over there if I wanted to. Which actually would probably be pretty cheap. I might honestly, do that at some point if I have, like... Oh, you know what? That sounds like a pretty cool idea. Next time I have, like, 3 days off. Schedule out like a little train ticket in the morning or something. Dip out to Vancouver for a night or 2 nights. Hang out in Vancouver all day. Just check out the sights, see what's going on and shit. Then next morning, dip on back home. That sounds awesome, actually. Sometimes I pass home with strong smelling weed and I'm like, nice. Oh, dude. I can't even tell you how many times that, I'll walk by even just people. Or cars that drive by even. BC's beautiful. People are very friendly, even the police. Yeah. Well, I can't say much about, Canadian police. I don't know what the fuck, what's up with them. I'm sure they got issues, but, it's like, probably not like, fucking... like the US does and shit. BC's famous for weed. Oh. For best quality. Well, let's not get too comfortable now. I think Oregon over here is getting some of the quality here on that west coast, I tell you what. Kind of stole off of California, though, because they were trying to brag a little bit. And now, we're kind of looking over here up north and like, nah. We feel like that, we really kind of have to kind of like flex the muscle a bit. I'm honestly just wondering, will there ever be a goddamn day where the fucking Fed will, at the very minimal, decrement? You know, it's like, because this administration sure as shit ain't. Even though it can literally be done with a swipe of a motherfucking pen. All you gotta do is sign a piece of paper, you son of a bitch, Biden. That's all you have to do. Okay, now every province and territory you can buy like beer. Oh, that is just amazing. I mean, you have to go, like, I'm assuming there's probably dispensaries and shit still, but, like, I mean, that's just, oh, I love it. It's like, Canada beat us on this fucking front, for fuck's sake. It's like, come on. It's like, what the hell are we doing over here? Oh, freedom, my ass. Might have to take some of Canada's freedom and shit, you know what I mean? I have to go up there and be like, hey, Jack, listen. No malarkey, but you got a little too much freedom over here. We're gonna have to appropriate some of that freedom. Let that eagle soar, Jack. Taxpayers' money. Well, yeah, because he's a typical corporatist, neoliberal shithead that honestly, legit, fucking, you know, doesn't know where he is. A little too much. Well, that's, I mean, I'm was that a siren? I heard something out there. Some things you know are better. Well, yeah, like I was saying though, like, I mean, I'm not being serious. Like, I'm, like, I mean, I like to, you know, poke around with Canada and shit, but I'm not being, like, totally serious with it. Because honestly, there's definitely some things about Canada that are a bit better. I mean, the weed thing alone is, you know, one thing that they're definitely better on. And I know their healthcare ain't necessarily the best, you know, shit, but honestly, it's definitely significantly better than our fucking healthcare system and shit. So, I mean, even them, they're better. Terrence Phillip. Pretty sure that's more of a South Park thing. Healthcare in Canada, say it's about the same as USA. It's best if you're rich. Well, that's what I'm saying. It's not. It's like it's still got problems, but I mean, it's not like as ridiculously detrimental, you know, in comparison to the U.S. and shit. But yeah, it's more likely than not you better to, you know, be rich than not in that country as well. It's like die in America in a lot of different instances. Oops. Whoa. Whoops. Yeah. You pay 50% income for tax for healthcare. I mean, honestly, for me, my mind is better than shit going into that, like, military and shit like that. But I mean, if it ends up not being as a very efficient fucking, you know, healthcare system, then there needs to also, you know, on that front, you know, be some reforms and changes to it too. I mean, at this point, like, any idea of a fucking profit motive in healthcare and shit is just, you know, fucking ridiculous in my mind at this point. It should just be totally nationalized. Get some urgently and don't want to wait for qualified search, and then you have to go private healthcare, but generally you can get everything done public healthcare at a pretty good quality. Yeah. So basically you can, quote unquote, skip the wait lines, so to speak. which is only more of a grain of truth, because there's more truth to wait lines and shit here with our health insurance industry being more like, you know, very selective and shit in comparison to that, at least. Because at the end of the day, you know, you're at least still covered, you know, under that, even if you have to wait a little bit. Affordable Health Care Act. Oh yeah, the Affordable Care Act. Yeah, I mean, because so much of that was just basically, you know, mandate for the private insurance industries, which essentially was just a perfect, like, it's like pretty much like a nice little buffet just given to them, essentially. I mean, it didn't really do that much to, you know, improve, you know, people's, like, healthcare and shit. The Unaffordable Health Care Act, I know. The Unaffordable Care Act. It's like, gee, it's fucking ridiculous. Okay, what's this on? What is this cow? Let's see in a second here. People that are pouring almost every day already have Medicaid anyway, which is like the same thing. Yeah, I mean, because again, like the main thing that, like, you know, affordable, well, yeah, like morally appropriately called the Unaffordable Care Act and shit, was just mostly about like having insurance companies be a mandate. Which just helps pretty much ensure that they can get fucking profits, basically, and continue their fucking little scheme. So, yay! Can't wait packing in that thing. I got Pineapple Express, but I didn't pack it in that one. I have a zip line as well, which is what I grounded and packed up in that one. So. Oh, most of this whole Kyle video's on. Phil goes berserk over student debt elimination. Screw you, that's on you! Oh my fucking god. Yeah, I think Obama really intended something, but the insurance companies kind of figured out he was too bright and they just took advantage of him. I mean, honestly, I feel like he was just more of a sly, charismatic type of dude, so he was able to. I mean, I feel like honestly he was more bought, you know, by that point, you know, before then. I don't think it was not necessarily as, you know, naive as, you know, people might, you know, think it out. Hey man, well, hello. It just seemed like he was. Seemed like he was going to go to Canada route with healthcare, then all of a sudden he just went on a triple price. Yeah. Me and my wife used to go to one time. Oh yeah. That's right. Yeah, Twitch honestly like did me darn dirty for the most dumbest fucking reason. So at this point, you know, I'm doing a repeal and shit. Because honestly, like, one of the long-term things I was hoping to do is do, like, multi-platform type of thing. You know, like some of these other streamers doing shit. If I can, you know, be able to kind of grow a little bit more quickly that way as well. But at least for right now, that's just been kind of stymied, at least in the meantime. So it's like, yay. That's just pleasant. But kind of hard to multi-platform on mobile, at least in the meantime, so. But, nonetheless, it's not like I was ever going to go away forever. Little boy's dreaming. Trouble with Twitch doesn't only, yeah. Well, also, I don't use or necessarily like Facebook anyway. Trovo, not Trovo. Oh, Trovo. Oh, well, I haven't heard of that one. Oh, you stretchy baby boy. Oh, you stretchy boy. Oh, look at that little leg. Baby little boy. Yeah, definitely one of the different changes though is that I have a little puppo now. I've had him since November. Well, about late October, early November about. So, a little over 2 months now. It's probably about like 5 months going on. Sweet boy boy. You just a sweet boy boy. Yes you is. Oh. Sorry, busy. He's a German Shepherd mix, but I don't know what the other side of him is. Though me and my other friend that I have, he has his older siblings, Vito and Jazzy, and Jazzy looks kind of like an Australian Kelpie because he's kind of looked into what they kind of look like a little bit, and she has a lot of similarities to what they look like, and Zukov kind of has some similar patterns to that too, and a little bit of a commonality with that as well. So I'm thinking he might be Australian Kelpie mix. Well, mostly German Shepherd mix. Usually IQ dog. Yeah, he's a very smart boy. Pretty quiet too. You're such a baby. Oh yes you is. You're just a baby. Oh, he's a good baby boy. Yes you is. Yeah, yes you is. Oh, he was a good boy. Yeah, he's also ridiculously friendly. Just going to Popo. The Nature of Things of David Suzuki, and they did an awesome episode of Dog IQ. Cool. Yeah, I have a book about, I'm blanking on the name of it right now. It's been a while since I read it, but it's essentially about like the history of evolution of dogs and humans collectively, and how they've in like kind of how much of a role humanity has played in the evolution of dogs in the last 100,000 years. And it's a pretty cool fucking book. I've only read, it's one of those books where you don't necessarily have to like start from the beginning to finish and shit. It's kind of one where you can kind of like pick wherever and delve into if you and still enjoy it. So I've kind of, delved into different little parts about it and shit, and I mean, and one thing especially is that, just like how a lot of different dog breeds were bred, for like a lot of different specific roles and shit. When it came to like, different human societies, because a lot of them, obviously needed a lot of hunting dogs too, and how a lot of different, and how different breeds, went about helping, humans with their hunting shit. Had different methods, like bloodhounds and shit. Like, I mean, like a lot of them will go way out and hunt for something, or find something in a tree and shit that like a raccoon or something like that, and then it will just bark real loud going bow, and all that shit. So that's like one way that people have, at least with one dog breed, evolved to help us in a lot of ways. And, with different dogs like, German Shepherds and shit like that, they've, helped in different ways too. Especially considering, their intelligence. Because canines just across the board are really smart animals. And, we as humans have taken into account of that, so, it also shows how a lot of dogs are, can be pretty, more smart than others. Cats are cool animals. I love cats. Try to get different results. Well, yeah. I mean, one of the negatives about like some of that is, for pure cosmetic shit. Like, because some of the, you know, at a certain point, you know, a lot of people start bringing dogs for just cosmetic cuteness or whatever the fuck, you know, because the royalty was like, oh, look at this cute little thing, or whatever the fuck, you know, and started, you know, breeding these different animals or these different dogs and shit, you know, in ways that they just legit were not meant to be bred for, and end up having a plethora of these different fucking problems and shit. Like, a lot of these tiny, small dogs, you know, like these little, like, purse dogs or whatever the fuck, like, a lot of them end up being, you know, having so many different problems and shit. I mean, it's like, you know, it's a wonder why, you know, we just, like, you know, people, like, thought they were so cute and cuddly, yet, you know, only live for, like, you know, usually on average, like, 4 or 5 years. And that's if they're lucky. I mean, they can get pretty lucky if they're, like, you know, mixed breeds and they're small and shit, because at least, you know, that adds a little bit more fluidity to their genetics. They're in, I mean, purebred. I mean, yeah, that too. I mean, you know, that's kind of one thing why, you know, more mixed breeds tend to be more healthier than purebreds and shit. Like, I've always, you know, for example, it's like I've always wanted a husky and shit, but I want to at least have that husky, you know, mixed up a little. Maybe have a little Sheppy in there, maybe, you know, have a little Malamute, because they're pretty similar, but still different. Still different breeds. You know, but nonetheless, you know, there would still be a genetic mixture. You know, so it's just like, I mean, because honestly, mutts and mixed breeds tend to be, you know, overall, not always, but usually overall a lot more healthier than purebreds. Sometimes mixed breeds end up not being the case, but it just kind of depends. I mean, it depends on, like, which type of, you know, breeds they're trying to mix together. Medellin, Colombia. Now, even though I'm from Canada, so many people have these beautiful huskies with multicolor eyes. Aww. Aww. Super popular dog here, Colombia, the husky. Yeah, around here it's also relatively a popular dog too. I mean, they're really beautiful animals and very intelligent too, just like, you know, German shepherds and shit. You know, so I mean, and have quite the personalities as well. I mean, all dogs have their personalities, but, you know, like, Zukov definitely has his own little personality. Yeah, I'm talking about you. You cute little baby boy. You sweet little thing. If I live in an apartment building and it'd have to take me to the street, pick up speed all the time. Yeah. I mean, you have to do that with your lawn, too. Like, I have to do my poop runs, too. Like, you know, yeah, I'll have them outside in the backyard, but, I mean, every couple days I have to do the runs, you know, make sure that they don't pile up, you know what I mean? Like, I mean, don't want that. Living like downtown, yeah. I live in more suburbia, so I have parks and shit like that available to me, too, but still, I mean, you know, gotta pick up the poo. Deal for later, yeah. Though I don't want to, like, let it sit there for too long, because then it just ends up becoming kind of mushy and part of the ground, and at that point it's probably just buried in everything. Honestly, the most, like, bathroom breaks that this old dork ever does is fucking piss breaks. It's like, man, never seen, I don't think I've ever had a dog, you know, having to piss so much than this little son of a bitch. And speaking of which, he's drinking water right now. It's like, great, that just guarantees it. Well, I mean, it's not like that bad. It really could be worse. I mean, it could be fucking, you know, like, talking about, like, you know, some really bad diuretical instances that, you know, our dogs have had and shit, because, hell, Zukov has had his own. Luckily outside, but nonetheless. Oh, honestly, the first night I got him, he was over at my friend's house where I was keeping him for a couple days before to get this place oriented for him. Oh, dude. Okay, well, let's just say my friend's bed was just ruined. So I'll just leave it at that. We don't need to go into too much detail. I mean, it's like, oh. I mean, I felt so bad for him. Living near, yeah, I live near Portland. I mean, for all intents and purposes, I'm Portland, but I mean, not technically. So, I'm in the greater Portland metro area, but not in Eastern Oregon. I mean, Portland in itself isn't in Eastern Oregon. It's in, well, Northern Oregon mainly. Just right there at the mouth of the Willamette into Columbia, basically. Zukov, what you doing, baby? What you doing, baby boy? Look at his little ears. See little ears. I've just been staring at Kyle Kalinske, just having this weird face. Aside for, a little stream on this old Dole thing, it's like, man. I love sometimes the still frames of Kyle sometimes. So what do you do? I normally stream about. Do you have a topic or just fun? I mean, primarily for fun and shit. I mainly do them after work, and usually, I mean, the topics are mainly more broad, usually mainly political shit for the most part, but generally it's whatever. Kind of evolves into wherever it kind of goes and shit, but for the most part it's generally more like, talking about like kind of some more different political type of shit, not necessarily like random drama shit or whatever the fuck, like, hey, there's a hot take that this one person said, so, let's go join it on the discourse or whatever the fuck. It's like, eh. So, obviously, you guys are super conservative and don't trust me coverage things. Well, I mean, I don't necessarily either, so. I mean, honestly, that's just kind of why, for the most part, just kind of, just chill, do my own shit for the most part, on top of, primarily just, like, really, I mean, if there's any, like, topics that do kind of have a theme that, kind of, leer their heads around the corner very often, it's mainly things on, like, labor and, issues with, like, the working class and, things like that. Things like unions, work co-ops, things amongst that type of nature. So, especially considering there's been more of a labor militancy on the rise in the U.S. As of lately and shit, so, a lot of my, more political energy is more focused on things like that. I mean, also my local union, not with my store, but with some Fred Meyers and QFCs are around the Portland area are doing some strikes too, I think tomorrow. So, so it's going to follow off some shit that I need to deal with, and also be like, alright, hey, what's the information about the strikes? Is it going to expand further from that, or, like, what's the whole sitch? Because, I mean, not going to lie, I feel like, like, we're all kind of being left out a little bit on that one. I mean, I want a little bite at that. Sometimes it's really helpful, sometimes it's just coming off too late to pay. Well, because because you're not necessarily inherently wrong and shit, because there's, just like any institutional organization, it can be corrupted and, in a sense, like, kind of lose track of what its inherent fucking goal was to be about. Because if, and there's actually been, like, different documentaries and different videos that go into this, and there's actually one documentary that has one section that kind of delves into it called Harlan County, USA. It's a documentary from 1976 about the 1972 Harlan County mine strikes. And initially, the documentary is supposed to be about the UMWA elections that were going on that year as well. But then that strike happened, so then the people of the documentary that they were making were like, well, hey, you know what? Let's go down over here instead. Let's check out what's going on here. Let's check out the strike and document this. So they went down there and basically just started recording everything. And if anything, actually played, a helpful role, because the union knew about that too at the time, and they were like, oh, okay, well, if anything, that could probably help us, because they can catch video of potential scabs or, police or anything else, doing some shit that would be fuckity. And there's a lot of shit in that documentary where it shows, like, scabs, fucking, like with guns, and they're fucking, like beating clubs and shit. And police just arresting these fucking strikers and shit because to make way for scabs to go into the mine and shit, like all these different fucking things, just and none of them care, like even though they know they're fucking recording and shit. Like, I mean, even in some of the behind the scenes aspects of the documentary and shit, like one thing that they did was, like, even if they didn't have any film, they would look like they were recording anyway, because they at least gave the options to these scabs and police and shit, like, oh hey, well, they're still recording, so don't be too rough, even though they were nonetheless. So it's just like, I mean, it's a pretty crazy intense fucking thing. But as I was saying about, though, like one part of it, there was John Boyle and then Jock Yablansky, because they were the two people that were in the election during that time. And one of them was an actual, like, rake and file miner type, working class, rough and buff, like, guy who's actually fighting for the working man type. And then you had Boyle, who was more of this mafioso, corrupt piece of shit type that, you're referring to here. And so much so that the dude embezzled union funds and union dues to actually take a hit out to take out his competition for the fucking election by killing Yablansky. And in the process, his daughter and his wife as well. There's actually a song about that called "The Yablansky's Murders" by Hazel Dickens. And and actually the theme of that song is, pretty much this kind of general premise, where it's just like, if you have these corrupt motherfuckers, whether they're either like bought by the company or for their own personal interests, like Boyle was, or or whoever, it's just like, I mean, I might butcher the lyrics a little bit, but part of it is, you gotta clean the trash that keeps the working man down, referring to cleaning the trash out of the union that's keeping working people down and shit. Because, I mean, really, it's not necessarily the structure of the union itself, it's the people that fucking run it. And honestly, like, I can say some similar complaints about my own local and shit, but, to some extent, I like the fact that there's some teeth being, used right now. Just, it's a little selectively. And I feel like, there's a little bit too much soft-heartedness of the shit, but nonetheless, I mean, it's just like, at least there's more of a mixed opinion about, I would say, about mine and shit. But a lot of it's just because, I think, due to the administration and higher-ups of that. Pretty much scumbag. Yeah, I mean, no shit. I mean, especially, like, one thing, that, like, that, can honestly kind of water union down is the fact that if, they might not necessarily be, like, corrupt per se, but they just do nothing, really. Like, they're, they don't actually, put the teeth in, to, actually be there to protect people. Or there ends up being kind of like a break in communication, or, like a break in, actual, like, like fortitude of, like, hey, I feel like you're actually out there kind of protecting this shit, but when there's not really that type of thing going on, and not really much, to be said, then it's just like, so what's all that money going to then, it's just kind of sitting there. So it's just like, I mean, at that point, then it ends up being more like you're just getting in the way versus actually, doing things that can actually be beneficial and, help, get not just necessarily better benefits for workers too, but one thing people that, probably not necessarily think about, but has happened in the past, is that, you know, there's been times where, like, different local unions have gotten together and used some of their funds to, like, help rebuild, like, parks and, you know, or rebuild, like, different little places, and, or, like, have, like, a little center or some shit like that, you know, put up and stuff, you know, like, at different little communities and shit to kind of help build it up just a little bit. So, I mean, it's just like, especially if, you know, locals have, you know, the funds to, you know, put in, like, a mill or two, you know, if they have, like, 10,000 some, you know, workers some shit in their, like, little union war chest and shit, in their financial chest, they got, like, 10 mil, and then it's like, alright, well, why not put, like, 1.5 into, you know, rebuilding a couple parks in, like, some of these neighborhoods and shit, you know, or whatever the fuck, you know what I mean? It's just like, I mean, if the local, you know, municipalities or the state ain't gonna be doing this shit, then, hey, I mean, there's a little, at least there's like a little cheddar right there that can help out with it. And also, community-wise, it gives a little bit of positive look to the union too, because, like, hey, you know, so when, or, you know, city councils or, you know, state isn't necessarily looking out for us, you know, these unions have built up some of this shit, cool. But I mean, you know, because I think those things are definitely, possible and shit, and, you know, if unions actually had some, like, teeth and, you know, did some more proper investment with their, you know, union funds and shit, they could probably, do some of these different things. And also get a little bit more expansion into, unionization again. Because, I mean, the one main problem that's, you know, been causing a lot of declines and shit is not just, a lot of these different practices and shit, you know, from, like, you know, right to work laws and shit amongst, you know, different anti-union policies, but just because, like, you know, some of them haven't fought back against this type of shit, thus getting us into position in the first place, and not having any teeth, or being kind of like bought and owned, or in for their own greed and shit, and not actually, you know, looking out for these type of problems. Because now a lot of it's legit starting to kind of creep back a little bit. I mean, it's like, I think there's been, like, some articles I've read about how, like, the wealth income inequality now at this point is actually in a lot of ways worse since the Gilded Age and shit. Just when it comes to, like, you know, the average people versus, you know, a lot of these different, you know, owner classes, sons of bitches and shit. I mean, obviously circumstances are a little different, but nonetheless, I mean, it's, you know, a lot of these corporations don't necessarily, you know, operate too much differently when it comes to trying to make sure they get their, you know, their cut. Oh, whoops. When they donate the workers' money towards something, it should really serious things to benefit respect to the, well, of course. I mean, that's why, you know, especially, you know, that's, like, because honestly, when I mention things like that, that's more like, you know, the leftovers and shit. Like, you know, it's like, alright, we have, you know, these funds, you know, set directly, you know, to, you know, make sure our workers will get benefit and shit, and here's, like, you know, some extra leftover, you know, that we have, you know, to spare. Yeah, that could potentially be, like, you know, strike funds, or, you know, like, you know, different, like, little community fundraise funds, or, you know, or whatever the fuck. And, you know, one of those things potentially can be, you know, like, hey, let's rebuild a park or something, or help, you know, refurbish, you know, retrofit some of these apartments or something like that. You know, not necessarily tear them down, but, you know, kind of, we work out some of the interiors, you know, we work some of the electrical, you know, wiring and shit like that. Because at the same time, I mean, the workers also going to get paid to do that shit. It's not like, you know, it's not necessarily going to be inherent volunteer work. I mean, you know, I mean, part of it's also just going to be like, you know, some contracting and shit like that, that, you know, get involved so they can obviously, you know, work to build these things up. Where'd he go? Oh, he's over there. What's up, baby? One little treat? Want to show yourself a little treat? Kill that real quick, so no little straight smoke comes up on him. Oh, look at this. Boop. this is the big boy. It's like, okay, ass snack. Gotta show him off at least a little bit. Sweet little thing. He's definitely gonna be a big boy once he grows up. That's for sure. Look at you. You're just a sweet little boy. I was streaming for. Oh damn, a little over 5 hours. Sheet, son. Yep. I'll check out this last little video I've been just kind of staring at on top of, like, you know, my stream too here. About got Phil going berserk. Unless that's what it says. That's what it says. I got an old good Phil going berserk over here.
Went berserk over student.
Too loud, Kyle.
This is hilarious.
After he announced the White House has no plans to extend the current pause on federal student loan repayments.
I have over $17,000 in student loan debt. We have a moral obligation, an economic obligation, a political obligation to cancel student loan debt.
I worked full-time, Monday through Friday, and took weekend classes to get my law degree, and still close to $200,000 in debt.
You know what? Screw you. No one has to pay your damn debt. That's on you. It is not a moral obligation on anybody for the decisions that you make. Hell, why don't we do this? You know what?
Damn, dude, damn, get triggered. Damn, Gutfeld got triggered. Holy shit, he's like fucking like going from like 0 to 100 like instantly.
I just saw that. I'm sorry. Why not do car loan debt, Dagan? Because you know what? That's more egalitarian. They probably, you know, AOC probably doesn't have a car in New York, right? She doesn't need one, or she has a driver. I bet that driver has car loan debt. Why do we do car loan debt? That's probably about 17 grand too. That's more.
Gee, oh my god! Like, did he snort a bunch of cocaine before he went on? Holy crap! Damn, it's like you kind of gish galloping there, bro. I mean, but it's just like, because honestly, like the whole premise about like the idea of student loan, oh my god, student loan debt relief, is the idea that, like, I mean, when it comes to education, like that's something that overall is, you know, a net benefit. Like, I mean, like societally, you know, individually wise, you know, I mean, really across the board. I mean, so it's like to have that something as, you know, more publicly accessible to people and shit. When it comes to, you know, higher education especially, is something that, you know, is a good thing. Because it can get them, you know, better means of education, then can potentially get them, you know, have better qualifications, you know, or, you know, get into potential opportunities to get into more specializations to certain trades or certain things like that. I mean, or whatever the fuck. You know, it gives them a little bit more of an opportunity, you know, to, you know, not just necessarily have the time to be like, all right, what do I really want to get into and shit, but also not have like the financial worry to be like, oh fuck, I gotta, you know, like, you know, get to like, you know, buy like a $200 fucking class, and then like on top of that all the fucking books too, and then like all this other shit, and then I have to think about the train, blah blah blah. It's like, okay, it's like, how about we take some of that cost out of there? Like, I mean, like, hell, like even when it comes to like, you know, like books and shit, like even if there's like compromise of like, well, you still have to buy the books and shit, it's like, you know what, fine. But like, I mean, at least just to make having like, you know, these classes in themselves like something that, you know, is accessible and, you know, free for people to have and shit, you know, if, you know, they want to seek higher education. At least when it comes to, you know, like shit like community college and shit. What are you doing over there?
For these overeducated, overcapped.
Someone's industry there even today. Yeah.
The idea that student loan debt elimination is not for the working class is the dumbest myth I've heard in a while, and it's actually a very pervasive myth. They did a poll recently. 89% of people with student loan debt are not financially secure enough to start paying it back on February 1st, which is when they want to bring it back. 89%. So, does that sound like they come from wealthy families or they're personally wealthy if 89% of them can't afford to start making the payments again?
Probably not.
The working class is absurd. Now, by the way, you want to talk about car loan debt elimination? Based. I'm open to that conversation.
I know. Also, when I was hearing that, like when Gutfeld said that, I didn't even critique it because, like, I mean, you're making that point like it's supposed to be a bad thing. It's like, oh, student loan debt relief, huh? Well, how about this pie in the sky idea of car loan debt relief? It's like, what? Based? Like, damn, son. Like, okay. oh, weed, please. Abuelos de Santos. Oh, Ave Maria. I've also noticed that, like, Kyle's saying based more since he's had that, stream with Vosh. I find that a little amusing, not gonna lie. Where he's like, oh, well, beast, you know, it's just like, I've just been noticing that out of him now. It's like, oh, starting to catch on some lingo, huh? I wonder where you got that from. The bill was no content, was fabulous. I mean, honestly, like, I think that's kind of the thing, though. Like, I mean, the reason why people, you know, call it exploitation, which, I mean, even I would defend, is at least more so about, like, you know, about, like how much, you know, of that time they're actually, you know, willing to take out of you and, you know, to pay for that. You know, so you can at least still have, you know, some form of a comfortable sustained living and, you know, have time for yourself, you know, for your own self-actualization of what you know, what you want to do and shit. Because, I mean, obviously, you know, living life isn't necessarily just about, you know, working on the job all the damn time and, you know, taking your time away, you know, for, you know, one company or, you know, somebody else and shit. It should be also about, you know, yourself, too. So, I mean, you know, at least when it comes to the broader concept of, like, you know, a company, you know, exploits your labor for, you know, for however amount of time you take out of your life and shit, I mean, there's at least, you know, a truth to it. I mean, hopefully a long enough time frame, you know, if, you know, like, the path of embracing automation versus, you know, it, you know, becoming a detriment on us, you know, on us and shit is probably, you know, one way to where we don't even necessarily have to worry about, you know, taking our time and labor away from our lives and shit. Because then, you know, automation pretty much, you know, is taking care of, you know, at least in the more early forms of it, you know, a lot of the different, you know, jobs that most people would usually do. Whether it's like restaurant, fast food work, etc. Warehousing. Which, I mean, in long run, it's definitely a good thing. But unfortunately, especially at least with the current paradigm, it's not going to be used for the broader good. At least, you know, for make sure that people still have some form of, you know, comfortable living, like whether it's a negative tax rate, UBI, or whatever the fuck. Dealing with another platform, I just want to say thanks. Dealing with another platform. Well, I was react to a video, you know, as well and shit, but it's all part of chat interaction, right? But I just want to say thanks for trying, you know, it's been watching it, but honestly, take it easy. Yeah, no worries, man. Yeah, I'm just reacting and checking out this one video here, and after that, I'll probably call it good myself.
I see nothing wrong with that. I mean, we have such a terrible public transportation system in this country, and so people are reliant on cars, and so it seems like a perfectly reasonable thing for the commons to be involved in, for the public to be involved in.
Yeah.
I'd much rather have my money go towards that than go towards endless wars, than go towards bailing out Wall Street to the tune of trillions of dollars, than go towards oil subsidies.
I mean, also no shit. That's, I like, honestly, now that Kyle keeps mentioning it, like, the idea of fucking, like, car debt relief, like, when it comes to, like, car loan relief, like, that just sounds based. Like, I mean, hell, I mean, like, I can kind of, What if, like, the profits of the interest rates and shit like that that comes from, like, these loans from these car companies and shit go directly into fucking transportation funds and shit? I mean, because think about how much fucking money do you probably make off of that. I mean, I guess that wouldn't necessarily solve their fucking bullshit with that, but, I mean, it can at least, you know, force where their money goes. You know, where they can't necessarily make the profit off their fucking interest rate anymore. I mean, if anything, that'll probably make it go down. But, well, maybe, you know what? Either way, that'd still be good.
Chevron? So, based, I'm willing to have that conversation. Of course, he's saying that facetiously. He's not in favor of eliminating either one. But notice something. I've never seen Greg Gutfeld get that mad over an illegal war, or drone bombings killing innocent people, or corruption. He got the most fired up at the idea of eliminating student loan debt. That's what got him the most fired up that I think I've ever seen. Imagine having your morality and your ethics and your worldview.
Because he probably honestly took a hint of coke before he fucking, you know, went on the show, not gonna lie. He was going off. But, like, fuck. It's just like, Jesus Christ, dude. I mean, like, when you're that, like, against student loan debt relief to the point you get that fucking triggered, like, holy shit, son. Don't even know. It's like, what do you even do? What do you even do with that? that one be TFG.
So you save.
Because it ain't like, quote, your fault that you want a higher education. Like, how's that your fucking fault? How's that even a fault by definition? Like, oh, you want a higher education? That's your fucking fault. Pay for it, bitch. It's like, what? Like, wait, what? Why make it a punishment?
That's
what
the
fuck?
topic that gets you going. That lights a fire in your belly. Let me give everybody a little bit of context here. So not only am I in favor of student loan debt elimination, I'm also in favor of rolling student loan debt elimination. So free college, or I'd be in favor of a free college bill.
Based.
A standalone free college bill on its own. Just put this in perspective for everybody. In Brazil, there's no tuition for college.
Nice.
Germany, college is free. Finland covers room and board.
Nice.
France, no tuition, but they charge a whopping $200. Norway.
Wow.
Norwegian students, including foreigners studying in the country, do not have to pay any tuition.
Nice.
Slovenia, no tuition. Sweden, free college.
Well, shit. If, like, I bet, you know, I have a passport, I could probably fucking, you know, try to get some education in Norway. Fuck. Get a visa, fucking, you know, get a job there or some shit. Bruh, I could fucking based Norway.
The U.S. is #1 in the world, and then you say, hey, can we do a basic thing that catches us up to the rest of the developed world? And they're like, no, we can't do that, that's crazy. Fuck off. God, I hate these people so much.
I mean, no shit.
Stop trying to make people feel insane for wanting the absolute basic bare minimum. And that's what they do. That's Fox News' whole existence is to do that.
And then fucking rile up about culture war shit when it's just a lot of arbitrary nonsense for the most part.
Pretend like they're for the working class.
And then when it's just some basic fucking shit, they want to try to brat it out as fucking culture war shit, like abortion rights. Like, that's a basic thing that people, you know, that women should have, but no. We gotta make some culture war fucking battle. It's like, oh my fucking god. You know, so it's like, so stupid, so dumb.
Every idea that would help the working class. Oh god, it's so gross. I hate it so much.
I mean, honestly, just shows that, you know, Fox News has just been masked off for, well, quite a while. Like, honestly, 10 years ago, I'd probably say, like, well, they have, like, at least some auspices of trying to look like they're for the working class, even though they're not. But it's just like, no. I mean, it's just it's just masked off now. Like, there's no auspices of them, you know, trying to, you know, have this, like, pro-working class type of idea and shit. But I mean, you know, now they've just went down this whole fucking, like, road of, like, oh, well, we're now just basically the pro-elite establishment type of, you know, Republican wing of the media here, yes. Which are riled up by base of cultural nonsense, and then flatter them with anti-working class rhetoric, I guess. Which they eat up, I suppose,
What
because they
you're
think
saying
it's,
here, so
you know,
logical
sticking it to the man or something.
Do these guys want to scrap the public high school education?
Probably.
What about middle school? What about elementary school? It's the same principle, right?
They probably want to privatize all
You
of
can
it.
easily say, hey, take out a loan to go to middle school. What's wrong with you? Oh, do you owe money for going to middle school? Well, pull yourself up by your bootstraps. That's on you, son.
It's on you, bitch.
No, everybody looks at, in this country, everybody looks at elementary school, middle school, and high school as like, well, what are you talking about? That's the public, that we pay taxes, and the taxes go to that, and that's a reasonable thing we want taxes to go towards, because we want the next generation to be educated, of course. But
And why not expand that to fucking, you know, higher education as well? That's like the most basic argument when it comes to things like student loan debt relief and shit like that, or universal college, you know, with free college and shit, or free tuition at the very minimal. And it's just like, I mean, like, gee, like, I mean, wow, what a horrible fucking idea. Just just expanding, you know, a little more on the whole idea of fucking, you know, universal education. Like, wow, horrible concept.
that they're using, why wouldn't they also...
I mean, I just consider an issue like that just more of like a moderate issue at this rate. I mean, it's just like, I mean, wow, what a horrible concept. Expand education so it's free and accessible and, or at the very minimum, at least affordable with like free tuition and shit. Like, wow, what a horrible idea.
in high school, pay for your own middle school, pay for your own elementary school. Oh, you have debt? Well, that's on you. You take care of that on your own, goddammit. So it's so arbitrary. Your anger is so arbitrary. I think none of that should be privatized.
Based.
Pre-K, kindergarten, elementary school, middle school, high school, and college should all be free at the point of service, paid for by taxes, instead of us funding endless wars, 900 military bases, multi-trillion-dollar Wall Street bailouts, and every other dumb thing that we fund with our money.
I love you, Kyle.
Corrupt government. Now please, go cosplay again and tell me how you're prayers for the working class and blue-collar people, when every single policy you advocate for is to stab those people in the back and twist the knife.
True.
Gutfeld.
I love you, Kyle.
Oh, man. Total hack.
Oh, oh man, that was beautiful. See, at least that anger and berserk mode was more merited and justified, at least. Oh my god. Oh man, that lasts a little bit there. Oh, that was magnifique. Oh, about to hit that nice, like, 5, about to say 3.5, but I was like, what the fuck? But, yeah, 5.5 hour mark. Oh, nice and juicy. What's up, baby? Pay college yourself. Why aren't, people going to college anymore? I know, for real. Like, I mean, that's legit the main reason why I haven't went back to college and shit was primarily because, like, the affordability of it. Like, and that's with, like, fast food grants and, and still working part-time and shit. It's like, fuck. I didn't want to go into the actual loans and debt and shit. Hey, baby. Oh, you're just a handsome boy, aren't you? Oh, my goodness, look at you. Oh, my goodness, look at you. Oh. Ah. Don't give me none of that bullshit. Oh, you sweet baby. You sweet little baby boy. Oh. Oh. Look at, oh my god. Oh, you sweet boy. Excuse me. Excuse me, baby. Look at you. What was that? What are you doing? Ow! Hey. Gotta keep chill with the biting, bro. Gotta chill with your biting, baby. Oh my goodness, you sweet little thing. You sweet little thing, you. Oh my goodness. You sweet little baby. Ooh. No, I'm not risking it for the biscuit. You sweet baby. And you're just like, no, I will chomp you. I'm waiting for the moment to chomp. Sweet little dork. been a lot more fulfilling than like someone else wish. My situation is medical related. Doggo. Yes, sweet little doggo. Do you mind? Do you mind, baby? Do you mind, you sweet little boy? Oh, you sweet little face. Look at this face. Oh my god. That little face. Wonderful face. This sweet little 5-month-old little something face. Oh my goodness. Precious little baby. Precious little baby boy. And you're just gonna be big old chungus too. That's the crazy thing about you. Oh, you're just gonna be a big boy. You're already a big boy. I love that little white fluff. That's like the only bit of white fur on him is just right there. And his sister Jazzy has that too. So he has like some recessive genes that Jazzy has. Are you really licking yourself there right now? Do you mind? Oh my god. What that was unnecessary to show. Like nice. Thanks, bro. Oh. Ugh. Yeah, but honestly, that's why I'm trying to, like, you know, slowly get myself, you know, out of the shit that I'm in shit, because there's a lot of different artistic, you know, abilities on top of, you know, just my own thoughts and shit that, you know, I think are, you know, a lot worth more making money on versus fucking, you know, working with a boss and shit. At least for the work I do, it's not terrible, because at least especially for the co-workers I work with, they're actually pretty legit. Pretty cool. You know, I actually, you know, like with, you know, the people I work with, it's just, well, the actual, you know, manager is the one that is really fucking the problem. So luckily, it's, you know, well, I mean, who the fuck am I kidding? Like, I mean, maybe like 3 years ago I would say, it's not that bad, it's manageable, but I'm just like, wait a minute, it ain't, who am I fucking kidding? It's ridiculous. Like, I mean, there's a lot of fucking, you know, problems at this point where it's like, I wish our local union would have, like, you know, done strikes, not just with Fred Meyers and QFCs, but with Safeways and Albertsons and other stores too and shit, just across the board, because this ain't necessarily, like, a lot of the fucking issues that, when it comes to these, you know, problems and shit, aren't necessarily just Fred Meyer issues. They're pretty bad and shit, you know, in their own right, but Safeway does too. Like, I mean, one thing I'm trying to do is get my fucking wages actually bumped up to the proper fucking wage, because the daily wage is $16.20 and make $14.35. That's a big fucking difference. And I don't know how long that's been going on for, but that's a problem. And it could be a possibility that I might be able to get reimbursement for the fucking loss of wages from, or the lack of actual proper wages and shit all that time. So I'm kind of hoping, because that'd be nice, you know, a little extra bump in funds right there. Oh, a little extra bump. Or if it's just all one big check, oh, even better. That might just be my PC phone right there, depending on how much that is. Boom. I mean, it's just like, I hope. I mean, I'm not gonna, like, you know, cross my fingers for that part specifically, but if it can at least get changed, you know, overall, then that'll be good. But hypothetically, I can potentially get reimbursement for the, you know, what could be, honestly, I'd argue is, you know, potentially, but I think is wage theft. So we'll see. I've been trying to contact them for a while about that, though, so I'm going to go to the office tomorrow, because it happens to be near some place I have to go to anyway. Which means, Zukov, you're going to be home by yourself for a while. Unless I hit up one of my friends and maybe they can watch you and let you hang out all day with them. Maybe. Oh, look at you. Could be so like cute. That boy just too damn cute. You're just too damn cute, boy. Another one of these? What is with these weird fucking bots? These are more confusing than those big follows bots on Twitch and shit. Because this doesn't even, like, these don't even have a... It's meant to be like a website or some shit. Because there's a dot in between it, but there's a space too. If that's the case, then how comes the last two letters change each time? I'm taking mental note of these random little VA, whatever the fuck, tech comments. It's like the fourth one this particular stream. It's like, huh? There's another one. Mine's different. It's the FYI one. Like, what are these? What the fuck? Do you come in peace? Do you live long and prosper? Like, I don't know. What the fuck? What are these weird fucking, like, things? Like, what the hell? At least people on Twitch will, you know, play around with their bots to at least make something kind of coherent. But this... What is... Weird. Need food? Nah, he still got food. Definitely needs a bath. I think I'm gonna get you a bath tonight. I didn't think about that. I didn't think about them apples, boy. I know I don't like them that much. But hey, get you nice, soft, and clean. Nice, silky smooth, too. Comes a little cuddle monster after that because he's so soft instead of all, like, dusty. A little dust don't hurt, but you'd be a dusty boy. Anyway, I'll call it good for this. It's a nice little evening. 5 hours and 40-some minutes. Nice and juicy, nice and toasty. Honestly, all said done, I didn't think it was going on that long. So, either way, I'll call it good. So, peace out, and of course, I shall see you all in that next one. So.